Hello and welcome to Nollywood Film Club podcast. I am Mr. C of Iroko Critic, and you have made it to the last 2022 spaces of the Nollywood Film Club year, if that makes any sense. But yeah, this was the last space we did of the year before we went on a Christmas break. Um, it it was a very long one. It's the longest we've had till date. Um, there was a lot of discussions about the cast. There was a lot of discussions about the posters and marketing. There was a lot of discussions about the world. There's a lot of discussion about the writing. We really pay attention to the writing. I'm kind of proud of the Nollywood Film Club members. Not I'm not always proud of them. Huge dissecting in this one. I mean, there's a lot more people speaking on this because this was a new Netflix original TV series. And I have to say, I do like a lot of the cast and crew behind this show. And I'm sure they're going to go on to do better things. I just had a lot of nitpicks and, things that bothered me. A lot of issues that bothered me that I thought they could have improved on. And apparently a lot of people shared this sentiment. So, without further ado, good luck, and I hope you enjoy Nollywood Film Club discussing Far From Home. For us who are now watching the World Cup, thank you. Welcome to Nollywood Film Club. We discuss movies and sometimes TV shows, series every Sunday. This Sunday, we are talking about the new Netflix series, Far From Home. It's going to be an interesting one, I think. You can just request to speak if you want to speak. We do the good, we'll do the bad, and then we will give a summary of what we thought. There will be a 6-minute timer for everyone speaking. Just it doesn't mean that's the end of your end of the and some people are already giving me a thumbs down. It doesn't mean that will be the end of your time as a speaker. It just means that we just give somebody else the time and then we can rotate. Feel free to have as many turns as you want. Just let's try and keep it somewhat fresh. If somebody has mentioned something, you can maybe pay lip service to it. Whatever. I'm not here to completely dictate to you how to speak. All right. Having said that, let's go straight ahead. Let's start. I think Otas was first. Tell us the things you liked about Far From Home, please.
All right. Keep it short. I really liked Rambo as a character. I thought he was funny. I liked Angel, of course. I don't know if it was a he or a she, but they were a fun addition to the show, and all the inferences of them eating someone up was always a good time. Angel was just always a looming threat in the background, even when they weren't in the scene, and so I like that. It was a good collection of really admirable actors, and I love seeing some of the actors I haven't seen in a while, even though they weren't doing anything. But yeah, that was fun. It was really, yeah, it was an interesting time.
Okay, an interesting time with loads of old faces that came back. Some old Nollywood faves back into it. Thanks, Tess. Vanessa, do you have
I like how you ask,
like?
do I have, like I have a choice?
No.
Sure. I actually came up with a list. I was surprised that I managed to come up with the list, but okay. Butchie Franklin is a gem of a actor and a human, and Nollywood doesn't deserve him. Emeka Nwagbarocha, who plays Frank, is an amazing actor and should be put in more stuff that isn't just like young adult slash playing a child. Moshood, who plays Mike, was also a revelation. I liked him a lot in this. I want to give an honorable mention to Frankie's Chicken. If my mommy owned Frankish chicken, she'll be coming to school every day to bring me Frankish chicken. Plus that Frankish chicken box carried, acting its butt off. Um, Chioma Chukwuka was great in a few scenes. The scenes that she was in, I liked her in it. Um, this is actually my most important and I don't care if it's unrealistic, but there was an extra in episode 5. I'm going to give a specific timestamp. It's minute 9:40, and he made my day. It was the scene with the cheerleading practice after the founders ball, and Carmen had exposed Nena and Atlas in pure bring it on fight to the finish style. This extra looks right into the camera, serving Tyler James Williams from Abbott Elementary Realness. Like, honestly, put that extra in all the things, and I just want him to look into the camera reacting to whatever scene is going on. A gem of a human being. Like Otas, Angel the hyena. I feel like there are no explanations needed. Angel the hyena. Also, I want to give shout out to Shine Roseman. Shine Roseman as the news anchor. I don't know if anybody saw her, but baby girl was in her bag, and I love it for her. And and Reggie. I feel like it's been established on this space that I appreciate beauty. And the actor who plays Reggie is a beautiful, beautiful man. Like, it wasn't bad keep your thumbs down, damn. He wasn't bad of an actor. He tried. Plus, I kind of sort of liked the idea of his character. But boy, and fine, go, Kai, God damn it, that boy is fine. Anywho, that's it. Those are my likes. I feel like I did a good job.
Sorry, Tiz, I have one. No, Nengi's character as a teacher, really loved seeing her. It was so natural. She really fit right into that scene, and she should be in more stuff with those
Who
characters.
did you say Nangi? Oh, I don't
Sorry, not
think
Nengi,
Oh,
Erica. But I was thinking
wow.
of the other end person in the show, the light skinned babe. But it's Erica. Erica as a teacher, loved her.
Okay. I'm just confirming that you did indeed mistake Erica for Nengi. Oh, I mean, I guess it happens. It happens. All right. Thanks for that, Atas. Thanks for the addition, Vanessa.
Reggie is beautiful. I just want you people to remember that in whatever people are saying today, Reggie is beautiful.
All right, thanks, Vanessa. Don't know whether to block you really at some point, but you keep producing these gems. All right, I don't know if Elizabeth can hear. She was third on the space. Do you have your list of goods? If you wait, is she on? She's not. Oh, I think she's having problems with her connection. All right, okay. We'll go. I think. Rotimi, is it you? Have a go. You're next on the list. Rotimi, can you hear me? If Rotimi
yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I'm with the people, with the hooligans at the football match. Let me just break it down. I'm going to run this very quickly. So first of all, great casting. I think it was nice to see like a original Nollywood original that the front and center of the story was on young adults instead of like the usual like normal Nollywood, normal Nollywood guys, which they find themselves in this project. But like I think that the casting when they give everybody Dami, which I prefer Dami after Adesua, they gave them all the roles they gave them were very nice. Even as like but the main focus on young adults, which was nice. A lot of like big faces and everything. That was nice to see. The overall production of the show was nice, which was like also very good. Good camera work, good production design. I like the design of the interior rooms, the school, the costume. There were a lot of things to like that made it look like very realistic. You understand? Then there was great choice of music. Like this was one of the first. Like I don't think I've seen anybody use so much current Nigerian music that like was like everybody could be familiar with that. Wow, it was like very nice. This choice of music, where they used the music was nice. Um, Overall, it was a very entertaining story. Like I've like watched a lot of things throughout this year, and I'm like, whenever like I find something that the audience likes, yeah, as well as like something I can enjoy, it's not without its own flaws, but like entertaining story that the ordinary Nigerian that just wants to watch something entertaining and watch. And I think that this stuff that was very entertaining for a lot of ordinary people. Like I don't think I've seen so many retweets or something I commented on about a Nigerian film. So I found that very nice. At least let's entertain our audiences. That's good. My top two characters, funnily, like it's joint ties, but I have to pick one. But it's Oga Rambo and government. Whenever they came on, Oga Rambo is I love El Nino. It was like everything he did, I was just losing my mind. I was laughing my head off. Like you understand? First, it was incredible. Bucci, I love Bucci. Bucci has is very, very like to convey terror with just a look. Like people should just be scared of him with just a look. That was nice. That was great. Then I'm with Vanessa here, or Reggie. Like I said, I've never seen so many retweets for anything I retweeted. Reggie, apart from being a handsome dude, is actually a cool guy. I've never like normally when you have this stereotypical jock kind of character, the team captain usually is one of the main guys. But he was a very nice guy. He was chill, friends with everybody. You understand? And the moment he just saw him, and the moment he talked, I was like, yeah, this guy belongs in Roma Academy. This guy is actually from Roma Academy. So yeah, it was a nice one. So I use the mic. I'm going back to the World Cup. I'll see you guys later when we're doing the what we're doing. Like,
All right. Thanks, Rotimi. Yeah, I'm probably just going to remove you from speakers because like there's the queue. There is indeed a queue. But thanks, Rotimi likes I love the characters. Rambo. It seems like Rambo and Government are his favorite. He likes the music. Okay. Okay, just to let people know, if you don't want to come up to speak, but if you either want to comment, you can either comment underneath the space or use the hashtag Nollywood Film Club. We'll be posting and reading some of the ones that aren't, as long as it's not overly rude. We'll read it out. Overly rude. You can be somewhat rude to whichever side. Yes. And you can also review this on what do you call it? Nolly Data. All right. Okay. It is a 6-minute at this point, but it's 6 minutes at this point. But no one's used their time. All right. Yes, I did. All right. Cynthia, do you want to tell us the things you enjoyed from Far From Home?
Okay. First of all, I actually like the Far From Home title card. When I saw Far and From and they were in white and Home was in yellow, I thought that maybe when we get to like a dangerous episode or a violent episode, the home color will turn to red. Anyways, I shall just like Far From Home title card. Secondly, Atlas hair color in episode 3 made me remember that it's been a while I ate red velvet cake. Okay? So when I saw his hair color, I was like, oh my god, it's been a while I ate red velvet cake. I stopped with the movie. I paused the movie. I went outside under -5 degrees to get the $6 red velvet cake. I came back by 9 p.m. and I continued eating my red velvet cake and watching the movie. So yeah, Atlas hair color was great for me because I had to get red velvet cake because of that hair color. In terms of acting, I like the Mike character. I actually think it was my overall best performer. That is Ishaya's friend. Um, I felt he emotes so well, and there was not a single time I was bothered about his age. His looks also fit his mechanic career. Then I like Frank character that was played by Emeka. I also feel that is my best student performer. For a lot of scenes, it was unbelievable, but for some scenes and a lot of scenes too, I believe that it was a mommy's boy and Ajebo to the core. And he also made me believe that Trauma was his mother because of his acting. Finally, sorry, not finally, sorry. Thirdly, I also like Demile's character. Is it Daniel or David? Raymond. I just felt like throughout the 5 episodes, it was really unnoticeable. So it kept to his character, like even to the ending, we didn't notice him. We could tell that he wanted to be among. Now, finally, among all the guest cast that had 1 to 3 scenes, I felt that Erica as a teacher performed well and better than most of them. Thank you.
Okay. Cynthia giving her shout out to Red Velvet Cake and the Elites, I guess. Thanks for that. All right. I think next Oluwatimi, please go on. Tell us the things you enjoyed about
Hello.
High.
Okay. First of all, I would say I'm really glad that there were no shots of that bridge. That's the first thing I would say I was really glad about. But then I was also really glad about the cast because when they released the trailer and the posters, I was one of the people who I was also against. I was like, wow, these people look way too old. But then I'm really glad that they selected these people because I feel like they all killed their roles. And I also think I like the fact that the younger actors, they were also really good performers because even though the people who have been older in the game, like I've forgotten their names, but Kari's mom and RMD and Co, despite the fact that yeah, they are older in the game, they their acting didn't really like overshadow the younger performers. So I think I really liked that. Also, I feel like a lot of thought was put into everything. The way they were able to like do the whole world building thing. I think I kind of like how they were able to like develop a school with, yeah, I really like that. And oh yeah, regarding the school, I also liked how they were able to transform. I think they said they used Lagos Business School as the shooting location because it was kind of difficult for me to recognize that, oh, this was Lagos Business School. So I kind of liked the way they were able to, transform the school into Wilmar Academy on its own. And for the music, as a die-hard Arya Star fan, I was excited to hear her voice in the background of the scenes of Far From Home. And yes, the story, even though, yes, it was a bit, well, the whole Western stuff, I love how they were able to, like, give it a sense of authenticity with the whole Nigerian thing. I love how they were able to put Nigeria into that type of story, something that I've never really thought could happen, but I'm glad like they were able to pull it off. And Ishaya, I loved how Ishaya at the beginning of the series, Ishaya was looking, a bit poor background, this, but as he settled into Wilma Academy, we could see his hairline getting neater. We could see him with earrings, like his face even got fresher. Maybe they put makeup, maybe it was post production, something I don't know, but whatever they did, Ishaya looked fresher as the story was progressing. And I loved all the characters. Okay, maybe not all, but yeah, I loved most of the characters. And like I said, that was because of the excellent cast that they chose. And the school uniforms too. I really wished that was how my school uniform was because yeah, they all looked really good in the school uniforms. So yeah, I believe that's everything I loved about Far From Home.
All right. Thank you, Oluwatimi. I don't know what name you prefer. Is the full thing or is there a shorter version?
Timmy.
Timmy. All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks, Timmy. All right. I might be like moving people to just the audience just to get other people on. Please don't. It's not. I'm not kicking you out. I'm just giving other people time. All right. Next we have Mel.
Hi. This would be short. I don't have a lot of likes. But I think super shout out to Angel Angali. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Why did she die? So here's a memorial to her. What else did I like? I think that Wilma's Academy felt like a school. Um, so I guess that worked well. I think that the signpost over the gate, yeah, I think that it sold that really well. What else do I have? I don't have a lot of likes, I'm sorry. I guess that's it for me.
All right. Thanks, Mel. Did Angel die? I just have to verify this. Did I miss that?
So
I'm
we don't see the deed, but we hear the gunshot. The
Oh
police
no! I'm
shoot
like 10
them.
minutes from finishing. You broke up my heart.
Oh no, even me. Do you know I didn't
I'm
realize
sorry.
I didn't.
You
I'm
know,
Okay.
this is
sorry.
heartbreaking.
There was zero need for her to
This
go,
no
but
no
the
no no
police
no no.
come
I'm
in, they
heartbroken.
arrest
Oh yeah, yeah, yes,
the
yes,
guy,
yes, yes.
and then
Okay.
they
I
ship
do
him.
remember
I'm
this.
in pain.
Yes, yes. Yes, I remember this. I remember this. Yes. Okay. Sorry. Yes. I've forgotten. Okay. All right. Thanks for the refresher as well, Mel. All right. So, Shagun, do you want to tell us what you enjoyed about Far From Home?
Hi guys. I honestly haven't finished, but what I've watched so far, I think kudos to the world building thing. The school was believable. I like the touch with the uniforms. And then the cast as students, uh, they were performance was uh, um, performance was good for me for most of the characters. Um, what else? What else? Yeah, I think pretty much the casting was good. I mean, because the initial problem we were having from when they were publicizing the thing looked like these guys didn't look young enough, but as we settled into it worked. And then yeah, special shout out to Adiswa. The Adiswa thing for me was, I don't know, anybody can say what they want to say, but the Adiswa thing, God forgive me, Sha. Yes, but yes, there's that. Is there anything else I like? Yeah, characters. Bucci, I mean, I've loved him from, I loved his, I'm very particular about his performance, especially from the Raz guy. So I think he did very well. And then the fine boy that everybody is falling over, as much as I hate to admit it. I would say I hate to admit it, yes, he's a fine boy. And apart from being the fine boy, he delivered on the type of character he was supposed to be. I think he acted that part well. I'm looking forward to seeing him in other roles that have that laid back, fine boy, rich guy, rich kid thing. It suits him. He carried it well as far as I'm concerned. Um, that's I think that yeah, main character Ishaya did okay. His friend as well. His friend's acting too was good. Yeah, that's pretty much it as far as my life is concerned. So,
All right, thanks. More shout outs to Reggie. Another shout out to the world building. Okay, thanks, Shagun. Sorry, before we go and move on, Shagun, how many episodes or how far deep into the show are you?
uh, I just started episode 3.
Okay, all right, thanks.
You'll understand when we get to the next section.
Okay, all right. Well, this is going to
Huh.
go. This is probably going for a while. You might actually have a chance to finish it whilst we're on. All right. Uh, Next on, Kwame, do you have something you wanted to say about some things you liked about Far From Home, Kwame?
Okay, good everyone. So first things first, I would say I liked how Nigerian they tried to make the story be. The story felt as Nigerian as possible, felt relatable. The playlist, everything was just in sync with the character. And I loved the opening scene when we saw Ishaya dreaming about his future, that he wanted to be a famous artist. I just loved the opening scene. The opening scene gave us an insight of what we should expect, that this is what Ishaya wants. And going into the show, the main character is always my least favorite in every teen drama because they are always annoying, from Blood and Water and every other shows I've seen. But Shia, I just felt pity for him along the show because it felt like everything was not his fault. And also, the big shout out to Reggie and Denrelli. Denrelli was my favorite character, weird I know, because I felt like he was in character. I have a hard time believing that that's not who Denrelli is outside of the show. I feel like that's exactly who he is out of character because he played that role so well. And also Reggie. And everyone felt represented. The weird kid in school, the cool kid in school, the interesting kid, the one who's just famous for being annoying, which is Shy, of course. Everyone just felt represented. And also, big shout out to the teachers. Adesuwa told me she is fine. God. I saw on this one, I was like, this one is fine like this. I was surprised because I've seen several movies of her before, but this one she was just extraordinarily fine. And Erica, she played her role very well. 2 scenes, but I mean you already know that yes, Erica was in the show. She had just 2 scenes in the movie. And also I just say big shout out to everyone that was involved in this series. They did great. They tried, they brought their A game. Yeah, that's it.
All right, thanks, Kwame. Anika, please tell us some things you enjoyed about Far From Home.
Okay, so the first thing I'm gonna say is make it like a prescription. I think that this was better than Blood Sisters in a very specific way. Like the whatever, like writing and plot wise, and it's not plot wise. What's that I mean? Like they keep increasing the situation, the dramatic tensions, but it still was like tied to the story. Like there was no random person that wants to steal your organ out of nowhere. It still kind of made sense with the story that started. So in that kind of way of like, I felt that the writer was still in control of the story. It still kind of makes sense with what it started in. So that's kind of one of the reasons why I felt in that aspect it was better than Blood Sisters. So good job, Ed Writer. Good job, I guess, with that one. The acting, love it. A lot of like these new actors or younger actors are pretty good. Very, very good. Bucci Franklin did very well. The guy that played Frank, even the guy that played Daniel or David, even I don't forget his name. Sorry, David Daniel, did very well. Like he's supposed to play this, but you could see that he really wanted to be in and wanted to be part of something. And I think the guy that also played Michael, the friend, did very well. I kind of like how this story is not necessarily about a likable person. Most of the characters here are like not necessarily being likable, but like kind of like the story. It was nice. I like the fact of Adufe, right? I like the fact that the writer tried to give her some dimension. She's still stereotypical, but she has more, what's it called? There's more empathy for our character, for our type of character. If it was written in some other and there wouldn't has been as much empathy as it was. So I'm giving points for the sort of empathy that they tried. It's still a stereotypical character. It still has very stupid motivations, but the story wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. It was like, it's what you kind of expect from an entertaining teen crime drama. So again, anybody that gives me Bimba Akitola, who is one of the best actresses in Nigeria, just in the world in general, Bimba Akitola is amazing, and she did very good. I also have to say a lot of the like older actors did very well, and I like the acting in this. It was good. It was really good. It was good for the story. I also want to give a shout out to the costume, to the costumer. I like the school uniform. It's like it's inventive. It's an inventive school uniform. Um, the characters, yes, are the characters stereotypical? Is this a typical story that you kind of expect from the high school something? Yes, but is it done well? Yes. Will this get people to watch it and be okay with it and not necessarily be as frustrated with it? And they're not going to write home about this, but yeah, yeah. This it wasn't bad. I didn't scratch my eyes out. I never scratch my eyes out for movies, except for a few movies. But yeah, so I like the fact that I didn't waste my time. I just want to ask one question. Um, I know it's been a long time since I was in secondary school. I went to secondary school in Nigeria. I know my accent doesn't sound like I did. I did, and I came to high school over here in America. But I did went to secondary school. But like, I, I, I don't. This, I guess I can say, good world building. Good world building. I don't know. Maybe Nigeria has changed. Maybe secondary school in Nigeria
We'll
has
get
changed so
we'll,
much. But
we'll get
like,
we'll
it's
get
it's.
to there.
I'm just saying it's a good world building. Okay, good world building in that case. And this writer, you could see the influence of what they wanted, and I think they did that influence justice. I think the writer, at least I will have to say, she's in control, yeah, and I'm glad about that, and it was entertaining, and I love it, and it was good. Reggie is indeed a fine man. Reggie is fine, and that's it. Everybody did very well. It's a good show.
All right. Thanks, Inka. Omar Juju, please tell us the things you enjoyed about Far From Home.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I think I'll be repeating what almost everyone had said earlier. So, I like Frank. I like the character Frank. I like Ishaya's best friend, and I like Bushi. Is it Bushi or Bushi? Yes, I like Bushi. I think they performed well, and I will try to make a case for the rest of the actors. I think if the script was good, if the show was well written, they would have performed maybe better than that. But I think because judging from the dialogue, they were kind of like restricted in their performance, and the way the dialogue sounded, you would know something is off. So I think if the script was good, they would have performed well. So I think the performances were the only thing I liked about this show. Okay, I like the screen form. Um, what else? Nothing else. I think. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks so much, Juju. And if we go to Edwin. Edwin, please tell us some of the things you enjoyed about. Oh, sorry. Before Edwin, it's Ikade, please. Ikade, please tell us some of the things you enjoyed about Far From Home.
Hey, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So, Far From Home, thank God, our first young adult Nigerian series on Netflix. Yeah. So that's the idea. I like the idea that we had our first young adult series. Yeah, that was a good thing. So I was excited. Oh, this bunch of youth or teenagers, yeah, let's say these young people. The idea of young adult, that's what I like about it. It brought a new, like, fresh year, right? Compared to what we've had on Netflix recently. I was really excited to watch it, and that idea itself got me excited. And then the second thing would be, yeah, a little bit of the code switching. Yeah, they think they could have been better, but then that's also something I would praise, right? I'll put under my likes. Yeah, the code switching at some point for Ishaya, most especially. I think it was natural to some extent, yeah, in some places, and then they were funny for me, yeah. It's code switching. I think they worked in those places that they did, yeah. Credit to whoever did that in the writers' room or wherever, yeah. Or if it was maybe ad libs at some point, who knows? So credit to Mike Afalari also. That's it.
All right. Ikade giving credit to some code switching. Nice. All right. But I just want to reiterate, if you do want to speak, you can request to be a speaker, please, if I pick you out again and it's time you want to come back on, just request again. Also, if you just want to make a comment, you can either review on Nolly Data, which is the pinned tweet up top, or you can just make a comment underneath this tweet and we'll be reading some of the fave, or use the hashtag Nollywood Film Club. All right. Edwin, please tell us what you enjoyed about Far From Home.
Okay, so the first thing I enjoyed about Far From Home, as far as acting performances, was Bucci's performance. For the most part, I think first two and a half episodes, he was in character. And Bucci does a great job of, embodying complex, layered characters who have multiple motivations. And he brought that element to this. So I really liked that. I liked Moshood Fatah's performance as Michael. I think he was the most believable young person in the entire show because he was grounded. He seemed to understand his place in the world, whereas most of the other characters didn't. And he found a way to express anger, disappointment, grief, and frustration in one scene without it being over the top. That was really, really hard to do, especially because of who he was acting beside. And so that was really great. I liked Rahila's performance because she seemed like an actual teenager in a show that was full of, people pretending to be teenagers. So she felt genuine as a teenager. Her anger, her frustrations, her hopelessness, it all felt believable. So I liked those three people. I liked that they used Lagos Business School because I know BIS would not allow anybody in, or American University. So, at least they got somewhere, and it looks like a rich school. So I liked that. To some extent, I liked the camera work. The camera work was interesting. They didn't make a lot of mistakes that they didn't make in Nollywood films. Even though I didn't like the drone shots. The drone shots were overbearing, but generally I like the camera work. And I don't know. I think what I liked the most about Far From Home was the audacity. The audacity to even attempt it and think that it would be successful. I love that so much. And, more kudos, more grease to their elbows. I want more audacity like that. So I think that's all I liked.
All right. Thanks, Edwin. And Mr. T, please, do you have do you have things you liked about this? Mr. T? All right. In the essence of Mr. T, Mr. C, you actually...
I have to read someone else's thingy first.
Speak into the thing.
You didn't put it in front of me, no? Okay. So I'm reading someone's likes. They liked Moshood as Mike. He acted very well. Bucci Franklin as Government. Emeka as Frank. And in the few scenes she was in, I enjoyed Chioma Chukwuka. Episode 1 and 2 were all right. Okay. So for my life, I think it's basically the same thing. Well, except I didn't think episode 1 and 2 were okay. I did like Moshood as Mike. I did really like him, actually. I really did. Yeah, Moshood. I did. I really did. I wanted to punch Ishaya every time he fucked him over. Bucci Franklin, I always love. Oh my God, I love him so much. Like every time he's in a show or a film, I love it. He's just so good. He's good. I did like Emeka as Frank. I mean, I didn't like... never mind. But... sorry, I still have a cough. But I did like Emeka as Frank for the most part. Yeah, Rahila as well. I did think Rahila was quite believable as a teenager. She did seem very young. Even when they put her in the pink wig and the, small dress, it felt like they put a really young person in, like she did seem young still. So which was good. What else? Reggie, of course. Reggie was really serving stoner rich kid, like cute stoner rich kid, which was great. I think he really worked. I wish they'd used him more because he really sold it, and it's not just because I think he's fine, but I think he fit the part. Of course, Angel, of course.
lovely hyena. Every time they threatened to feed someone to Angel, I was worried about Angel's well-being because I don't think Angel should be just eating people. They should cut them up for her into pieces. But yeah, that was about it, I think. Yeah, that was it.
All right. Okay, so for let me get my notes. I've got notes. Okay, so I have the love triangle. I think in principle, the love triangle between what's his name? What's that main character's name? But Ishaya, Carmen, and Atlas. Yeah. Whatever. I told you I don't remember names, even if they're obscure, even if they're obscure. I like that love triangle. I think in terms of the way it played out in rushing and not rushing it, and I think they teased the both Ishaya and Carmen getting together long enough, because that's how it's done usually. But sometimes when we try to copy some things, we don't usually play them off very well. I think they did decent with the mechanics of the love triangle. As I think I've put in here, the beauties and bosoms in this show. Yes. Okay. I think a lot of people have talked about. If Vanessa can gasp about beauties, I can gasp about bosoms. There's some beautiful beauties and bosoms in the show. Right. Some of the blocking is nice. I think I'm with Edwin in terms of like sometimes the cinematography does interesting things with the camera. I do like the color. I think it's sometimes we. Outside of some of Nee's projects, I usually don't like the way our films tend to look. I thought this is almost double-edged. There isn't as much like sound, like clipping and peaking. I said this in the first two episodes. I put this note in the first two episodes. It does peak a little bit, starts clipping and peaking a little further down. But the sound, I mean, there's a reason why there's not as much clipping and peaking. There's the ADR stuff, which we'll talk about later. But I guess there's that. I think they set up that the children were into drugs. That with the bathroom scene, I guess they did that. So I guess it could have been easy to go, oh, these are children. Of course, these are young children. Of course, they're going to buy drugs, but it's good that they go, they've already started testing, experimenting and trying things out. I've got, I think feeding people to a hyena, I like the idea on paper. I like the idea on paper. Funny enough, this is why sometimes I wish filmmakers don't talk too much about. Apparently, it wasn't supposed to be a hyena, but maybe whatever was replacing the hyena would have been just as wacky and just as interesting. But I do like the idea of feeding people to a wild animal that is unusual. We can talk about Angel later. I might break some people who like Angel hearts later. There is I found Rambo to be somewhat charming in his way. People have talked about Butchie. He's always good. It's nice to see him play like a more controlled character. A lot of times Butchie like playing the eccentric guy, but like with this one, he calmed down and chilled a bit. I thought that they gave Carmen high socks when she was, because like the school uniform is a short skirt. So like that, the fact she was covering her scars with her high socks was in character. they do have quite a few locations, so it's like very engaging. We're shifting from one. Often is usually rich people's homes that we stay in. But yes, locations. The difference in locations were nice. I think RMD. Not usually a fan of some. Not he's good. He's very good. But like sometimes I think he gets into relaxed gear. But I think in this he has a couple of really, really great moments that don't even use words. There's the point where he's looking at the fire where he takes off his hat and the look he just gives. I'm like, oh my god, this guy is giving it. There's the point where he asks after Atlas's mom when Atlas is with Carmen at the beginning, and he goes, "Oh, she's fine. She's in Paris." And there's the look he gives her, and it's just subtle enough to tell you a story behind what he really thinks about Atlas's mom. And also when he spots his daughter as part of the protest, I thought that was he's got very great subtle looks that you look at and it's like, man, this guy really can act. So yeah, I enjoyed a lot of those parts of it. I think also this is generally an easy watch, no matter easy in the sense that things keep on happening. Things just don't stop happening. They keep on happening, so the plot is moving along. Some might say too fast, but we're not there yet. But things keep on happening, and so like you always, and that combined with always having pretty people to look at, I think that's part of, especially with a lot of decent, strong lead actors. I think that's part of why this is doing somewhat well. Doing well. I don't know how well it's doing. I haven't really checked numbers, but yeah. Anyway, so that's that. We're going to go into the bad now. We're going to go into the bad now, and Mrs. C, please put your hand down. No. Just one. No. One thing now. You have to be a gracious host. I'm gracious. All right. Okay. So let's give it to Vanessa. Vanessa, please. What did you not so much like about Far From Home? But before we even start with what you didn't like, if you want to make your comments known, either comment underneath the space, either tweet using hashtag Nollywood Film Club, etc., etc. All right, Vanessa.
Okay. So I just want to preface this by saying I'm gonna go for a second round. I have 2 A4 papers full of back and forth of things that I think were wrong with this. So let's begin. For much of the time period leading up to the release of the show, I bit my tongue. Let it be said that I didn't give this show a chance. And in all honesty, I wanted this show to work. I wanted it to prove all the naysayers, including myself, wrong. Mainly because it starred people that I actually root for, like Olumide Oworu. I refuse to let the response of the filmmakers to people's opinions about the show color my own opinion about it, despite the fact that I had many misgivings from the trailer and the promotional poster. But I told myself, there's no way that this could get worse. But Nollywood said to me, wow, Mio, come and look. This was by no means, and I mean not by any stretch of the imagination, a young adult series. This was a crime drama and should have been treated as such. Actually, no, scratch that. This was the Adufe show. But we'll get to that later. This show falls into the trap that much of Nollywood does. Telling and not showing. And boy, oh boy, did this show tell. It told us that Ishaya had a dream so many times in the first episode, I was nearly blue in the face with it. And while the first episode does an okay job of introducing some of our mains, it fails to build this world. And I'm sorry to everybody who complimented the world building because that shit wasn't real. It failed to build this world that we're supposed to buy into for the next 4 episodes. Film/TV require that the audience suspend belief for the duration. and we're supposed to immerse ourselves in this reality to fully enjoy the experience, Abby. Well, you have to give me something else to believe in, otherwise I'm not suspending my belief for you. I'm going to go into a few things that made it impossible for me to fully buy into this world, and in effect made it hard for me to connect with and root for any of the characters. This show was set in the world of the 1% of the 1%, right? They're supposed to be wealthy, privileged a-holes, right? So why did everything look and feel so cheap? I may be reaching, I know I'm not, but why were the students' outfits to their founders' ball so cheap looking, poorly made and matronly? And don't get me started on those crowns. Lagos Market has more realistic looking tiaras and crowns. And if the trip to Lagos Market was so hard, AliExpress exists. But it went beyond the horrible costuming. Sorry, Onyeko, the costuming was trash. Nothing was done to sell this idea of wealth. One trip to the Lagos Polo Club where Carmen doesn't even get on the horse is, pardon my French, horse shit. I'm assuming that they're members of Lagos Polo Club. So why weren't there any other scenes shot there? Where is the luxury? No shopping sprees? I trust Nollywood. We would have gotten a scene shutting down Alara Lagos in the style of The President's Daughter. Honestly, if this was a Child's of Play production, we would have gotten at the very least one yacht scene. Where is the bloody luxury? I actually lied. The costuming was shit. Instead of using Afrobeats as a torture device, they could have spent that money on putting these so-called rich kids in Nigerian designers. Where's the orange culture? The Fruche, the Andrea Yama. That pool party would have killed if those girls were in Andrea Yama. Where is the Lisa Folawiyo and Larry Da Silva for the mummies? Where is the bloody luxury, guys? But let's move on from costuming because it will seem like, but honestly, it gets to me. How is government, and I love him by the way, a drug baron, and he doesn't know that Molly and ecstasy are the same thing? They're both names for MDMA. And while we're on the subject of drugs, why is Carmen's drug addiction to painkillers intentionally mentioned in the first episode for only 2 seconds, and then everybody forgets about it? Like a light sweat in the morning is supposed to convince us that baby girl is addicted to drugs. How did she jump from painkillers to Molly? Also, who wrote this show? Don't worry, I know who wrote the show. But how are there students in this show asking for Molly to study? MDMA is a psychoactive drug and is nowhere near the same thing as Adderall, a prescription drug that improves focus and reduces impulsivity. I'm sorry, I just went on a drug rant and I never thought I'd see the day. But that's not the most egregious thing here. Art was a big subplot in this, and yet the art wasn't even that good. Why were drawing and painting used interchangeably like they meant the same thing? We all know that those are two different things, right? Right? And speaking as someone, I'm about to toot my own horn because I have to. Speaking as someone who went to the art school in London, I'm saying graduated with an MA in fashion journalism from the University of Arts, London Central St. Martin's, I can say with all certainty that Ishaya and all those other artists in that school will get nowhere near the admission portal of a supposed London Art Institute. Hyperrealism with pencils cannot and should not be the only art form in this supposed premier academy. An academy that we don't know whether it's a secondary school, A-levels, or whatever the heck this was. I've noticed now that it's like sort of a pattern for Nollywood to write unlikable mains. I don't know if it's because they think that means that their characters are complex and layered. And I'm sorry, because this was one of your likes. But newsflash, I hate to break it to Nigerian writers. Your characters aren't layered or complex. They're just severely unlikable. Ishaya is selfish, wicked, and stupid. A dangerous combination that makes it even harder for me to root for him. What was the story progression in this? This show was taking quantum leaps. The progression of Adufe from loyal/expectant girlfriend, who was expecting marriage, mind you, to Rambo's baby girl, to crime boss, Bikaye Finikini just in me, a mirage. Apparently, time was just a construct in this show. Nothing was happening in time frames that made any sense. I'm sorry, is my 6 minutes over?
Yes, 6 minutes is over.
Don't
Yes.
worry. In fact, I tried, Seth. This was the perfect place to end it. I'm coming back for round 2 because this was half of my one foolscap sheet.
Okay. All right. Yes. Thanks, Vanessa. Omojuji says,
Wait,
Poema Lily, you. This is well written than the script. All right.
sorry, I'm just going to hop on because remember we can hop on and follow up and whatever. Following up with Vanessa because this is what I wanted to say that Kenneth did not let me say at the beginning. Yeah, I know, but it's just one point. Oh my God, that drug thing bugged me because yes, no, I have not done drugs, but I did study drugs in uni and interchanging an opioid addiction with Molly it just blows my mind. It just blows my mind because if you're going to use a drug as a focal point of the story, you should do some research into the drug, how it works, and if you're going to interchange it with another one, make sure it's a thing. You can't interchange an opioid addiction with Molly. Molly doesn't do what opioids do for you, and you're not using Molly to study. Molly is a fun time, fun drug. Thank you. God bless.
All right.
Can I say something? I wanted to like do a correction real quick. I was very, very specific about what I mean by it's better than Blood Sisters, and I do think that all of the characters are one dimension. I just think they have a little extra than the regular one dimension that they have. Sometimes it's just and just add fair, I don't, and what I meant by like better than something is that everything happens in this, but this one is not like it's still within reason for the story that they wanted to tell. That the things that happened, that's what I meant. It didn't completely run away from the hand where like crazy thing is happening that doesn't make any sense for the story. That's what I meant. Before people think I like this drama.
All right. Okay. Thanks. Elizabeth, you don't here for your good. Do you want to, if you want to say you're good, we can give you some 6 minutes
Oh
there.
my God, I have 12 minutes, but you know
No, no,
what?
no,
I'm
no,
going to
no.
give
No,
Vanessa
no. No, you don't have 12 minutes. No, you don't
I
have 12
do
minutes.
have 12
No,
minutes
no,
because
you
I have
don't have
6
12
minutes
minutes.
for good, 6 minutes for. I beg now. What's this?
It's 6
Is it
minutes per
Buhari
talk.
or Abacha?
It's 6 minutes per
Okay,
speaker.
all
Go
right,
on, go on.
no problem. I'm going to do my good anyways.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do I like about this show? First, I like all the fresh, almost new faces, and a couple are no longer new to me, like Gube Meje. I like her in Covenant, so that's my Talia baby. I like a couple of the acting. So I say couple because I think Moshood, that's his name. The guy that played Michael, the role of Michael, I really enjoyed watching him. And then the guy that played Frank, I thought that was good. And the thing here is that it's actually very, I mean, okay, with the little personality that they were given, these characters, at least they are the ones I sort of liked the way they acted their roles, and of course I will always like Adufe, so yeah, whatever. So that's one, and yes, I like the meet cutes in the library between Ralia the sugar girl, and what's his face, Frank. I thought that was cute. And then one of that romance scene, even though some of the a lot were contrived, but that scene where oh my god, my brain. Reggie with the fine face when he sent people to give Zina um flowers. So one thing I like is that these are tropes that are normal, usual, easy tropes. I'm sure everyone has seen a million other bump into somebody in the library, meet cute scenes. But I thought this was well done. This is one of those tropes that you're just very happy when it's done well. Well, okay, that's my good. So what don't I like? Am I supposed to do what I don't like? Because there are people before me, Sha.
No, well, you have 6 minutes. Anyhow, you want to do it, do your 6 minutes.
No, I don't. I'm not going to share my. What do you mean? I have 6 minutes. Don't worry. I'm done with my good. Go
Okay,
round.
thanks. All
My
right.
that's 6 minutes.
Okay. All right. Otas, do you want to tell us the things you didn't like about Far From Home?
Gladly. Okay. So, I always like to point out when I take shows and movies apart that I don't like, that I am a story person. You could do literally anything else, and I will forgive it as long as the story and the plot makes sense. That doesn't happen here. The direction of the show and the writing is probably the worst part of it, which really is most of it. So, and the problem starts right from the beginning. I will say that the first episode does do somewhat of a better job of trying to set up characters and a timeline, but it starts to abandon all of that very quickly. The drug operation, first of all, is a joke. The fact that Ishaya can walk into the money and drug room when he's just a waiter up to that point underlines just how careless the show was. There are no barriers in the drug world or trust earned. So he walks in to ask for his salary after being a waiter, and he sees a crime, like literally murder, and no one cares. No one makes an effort to do anything. Apparently, it's whatever. No one is going to get caught. The timeline doesn't make sense. They do try to keep the time sequence vague and act like it's happening over a few months. But in some episodes, they seem to forget that they're doing that. And then they give you definite timelines, which makes it hard to ignore. Towards the end of episode 1, when Ishaya is asking his principal for his grant, I don't know what she is, principal, head of school, whatever, for his grant, she tells him he's going to get it in a couple days when school starts, and he submits his transcript. At some point, he submits his transcript and everything is fine, and they tell him that he's going to get the money at the end of the day. In between that time, he goes home. His sister is kidnapped. By the time, which is like the next day, literally, by the time he gets his sister back, Adufe is so enthralled in Rambo's world. She's in the inner room when all she does a few episodes before is dance for him. It doesn't make sense that Rambo, like a week later, is so in love with this woman, this strange woman he just met in his club, that he lets her as well into the back room, like the inner room, the money room, the drug room, the hyena room. She's witnessing murder, she's witnessing threats, and it's been like 4 days, guys. Speaking of Adufe as a whole makes no sense as a character. I don't understand why people find her so enthralling. She's not multidimensional. She's just hastily put together. Adufe makes no sense. They have an argument about him going to London. He's obviously wrong in that argument. All of a sudden, she's dancing at the club he's working at to make him jealous. And then she's dating Rambo. She becomes number 2, overshooting government very quickly. And all of a sudden, she's selling Molly, and she's so hardened. She's planning multiple kidnaps, and then she's taking over Rush. And based on what? Like, what did this character do in any of the episodes where she ends up the season as a drug? Like, what is happening? All the characters just keep doing things with no explanation. And there's a reason shows that handle these tropes, the drug dealing, even cheerleading shows, they spend episodes developing characters. It takes almost 3 seasons in the show with the drug dealer, the Spanish one, before she even has her own drug empire. And like 4 episodes into the show, where Adufe is just a girlfriend for most of it, she's taking over Rush with the bodyguard. Why? And that is just episode 2. Anyways, there's just so much wrong with the timeline. It makes it hard to ignore the rest of the story happening. And even if you pull yourself out from that and try to figure it out, there's just so much happening that's not fully fleshed out or developed that you never quite know what is happening or why. Things are just happening. And then the art was shit. Ishaya's art was terrible. It wasn't terrible, it just didn't make any sense. I guess for pencil drawings it was okay. But when you're competing and you're saying you're competing amongst, like, even Atlas's art was better. It doesn't make any sense that Ishaya's art is so moving because he draws his little brother that we have to buy it. Like, I don't know. I had hoped the age thing would be the biggest problem with it. I know we want to say, oh yeah, thank God they're more appropriately aged, but the reality is, like, they shouldn't have been selling the posters with them the wrong age in the first place. But it just doesn't get better from the poster, which I was really hoping would happen. And I will be back.
Oh, you still have a minute.
You still had a minute,
Oh,
but
I
yeah.
still have a minute, but a minute will not be enough for just an episode 2. I still have 3 other episodes.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, Jesus.
Oh my god. Okay.
All right.
That means we be sleeping.
Okay. All right, Mr. T, do you want to go next in terms of things you did not like about Far From Home?
Okay. Hi guys. Sorry, I'm just watching the World Cup. Um, there were quite a lot of things I didn't like about the show. First of all, the cuts were terrible. There were a lot of stories that were not flushed out properly. Um, I couldn't really buy what they were trying to sell. And how did his ex-girlfriend go from one girl from in the trenches to being the whole leader of a gang within under 9 months? Because I don't even think they did the whole school year in that show. It's just a whole madness, really. A couple of things they could have actually done right, and actually they just tried to pack too much in the show. I wasn't just buying what they were selling. It was just too much, to be honest. And and that was that really. Thank you.
All right. A lot of people thinking it was very packed. I can't say I disagree. In my good, when I was saying things happen, I mean, like, I guess it's part of the reason why one may not get bored, but also, I don't think, I think have to agree with a lot of people in terms of these things weren't that well laid out. All right. Ika, did you want to say some of the things you didn't particularly enjoy about Far From Home? Ika, are you there? All right.
Yeah, I am. Sorry, I was trying to get my notes out. Far from what the first couple of people that spoke already mentioned things I was going to say. I think the music, right? Or what do you call that? The felt like in Nigeria music pop culture fest or something. Yeah, right. Some people would say, "Oh, it's so fitting. Oh, that's perfect. Oh, there was a point where there was this thing that there was this dialogue like, let me take a picture or something, but then this girl's song started playing. It's quite, I don't know, it works, but then I don't know, it's just, it's, yeah, you'd get dancing or you get happy, that kind of thing. But then when you look back, I don't think, looking back at the series, like maybe watching it in a few years or even watching it right now, it was just a little bit of a mess. Like almost every minute there was a new song. There was no even chance for like an original score or some form of emotional stuff, right? Also, I didn't like the idea that we didn't get to see much of the young adults being a young adult series, right? The only night I tweeted about the movie, I know, except on my retweet, was that I would love to see a Christmas special episode or something. Yeah, and that was because of the potential I saw in the do I call that like an epilogue, where they showed the students, like the young adults, in like a Christmas party. So I would I would love to watch that. Even I don't know what it would be like, but then I would love to watch like the young adults doing their thing. It could be like a Christmas thing. So I think if we had, so we didn't, in this particular 5 episode series, right, we didn't get enough of them, in my opinion, right? We could have had more of them, right? The series seemed to do more stuff other than do young adult shit or young adult stuff, right? Getting to spend our time with these people. I just did so many things, which it only got 1 or 2 things right while doing everything. It seems like it wanted to do so many things, which has kind of become like maybe a staple of Nollywood. Maybe this is what they want to be, because we've always mentioned, right? Oh, Bollywood does this well. Bollywood, what does Nollywood? Maybe they want to make this thing like they want it to become Nollywood's identity. Okay, this is what we should be known for. That we just mesh every single. I complained about it in our review right last year. Not me, I didn't write it, but I of course echo the person's opinions, the writer about Superstar. Like there was this movie, also Inkblot, right? I think Inkblot, they're like the perpetual offenders. Superstar, like feel like, oh, so many things are happening. Just focus on one thing and let's follow Nancy Sime's character. She does this thing and let's do that one thing. But then so many things happen to Nancy Sime, while we didn't even get to know the superstar herself as she rose to fame, right? Her rise to fame, we didn't get to understand. And that time I was saying, oh, maybe they needed like a series to like do this, flesh these things out, and we would get to see all. But then now they have a series and they increased the number of things they had to do. So now do I say, oh, they need like an 8-episode series? It seemed like they would increase those number of things going on. And I don't think it will ever get enough. And at this point, I can't say they need more time to do these things. I think it's just maybe bad writing or inadequate writing, right? Wanting to touch this and touch that. Yeah, we have a lot of things going on in Nigeria. You don't have to share everything at once in one project. You get a lot of projects to do that. I don't know. They just need to learn how to streamline their idea. You have ideas, it's flowing. Yeah, the juice is flowing. Please develop it and also these things, a lot of things just feel forced, honestly, because up to the point that even there's this post exhibition or post screening engagement and interaction that happens, like the ships and the stuff. You don't force these things; they come naturally. For Christ's sake, you show us these things. Like the ships. I mean, since they do spend with Zina and Reggie to call for a ship or whatever, right? For a fan account. If you write these things well, when it's so emotionally grounded, it's so beautiful. You would have seen maybe 10 accounts popping up and doing these things for you on your behalf. You don't have to even do any work, I guess. You haven't put any more effort into these, like they're trying to create like maybe an artificial engagement or interaction concerning these things, this relationship, and I think it's going to get worn out after. I don't know. Maybe I might be wrong. I don't hope to be wrong, but let's say it's going to get worn out because it's not natural. It's not pushing itself. You've not really done much in the story, in the series to make people really want to push these things on our own. And yeah, but then I'll keep quiet for now. Let's see where all of this goes, and yeah, maybe we get the season 2, and then we are stuffed with more stuff. Yeah, and also we can't keep saying, oh, they did this because they would like to create a prequel sometimes and explains this thing to us that, oh, Adufe has a brother and he has shown her a life of crime before, and so that's why she has the nose for it. No, it's not possible. We can't keep saying this. We said this about KOB. Of course, KOB is much better than this, but we say, oh, KOB would do so well as the prequel. We have these lives that we would see. Their past lives. Oh, these people also can see their future life, but then we can't keep saying this about these things every time and every time. Let these projects be their own thing. Form that single idea and then make it so wonderfully well. It's painful at this point. It's so painful because I was really excited, and I don't know. Inkblot 2022 has been like disappointing. Yeah. So next year, I think I can only be surprised. I can't be disappointed any longer. But then people who enjoy it, I can understand. And yeah, thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Ikade. All right, still, I think Ikade did well in fleshing out like problems with trying to fit a lot in short times, and yes, and that it might not even be an episode problem. Like it feels like if we give more episodes, we'll just find more things to pack in there. All right, I think that's fair. Ahmad Dudu, please. What did you not like about Far From Home?
Okay. Thank you. My thoughts might not be well put together, so I would like to be going. I'll be going around touching a lot of things. So my first point would be that don't compare this show to Blood and Water. Never in your life compare it to Blood and Water. This show is shitty. Don't ever compare it to Blood and Water. Blood and Water is well written, even though the main character is kind of like stupid, can be so annoying, but she had motivations. She was likable. The main character in Far From Home, I was like, why should I root for this guy? Why should I root for this guy? He was annoying, shitty, and unlikable. Everything. Because I don't know why you would give us a main character that he kept doing bad things, even when he was supposed to make things right. There was a point he actually exposed everything behind the kidnapping, the whole thing, the whole stuff, and I was like, why didn't he do this bit earlier than now? Why did you have to drag the whole thing to that point for him to do the right thing? The writing of this show is very bad. The dialogue, very bad. I don't know. I kind of felt like, okay, why are people speaking like this? Why are these people speaking like this? The character development is very bad. At a point, I was like, is this a young adult show or a drug cartel kind of thing? Because you left the young adults and you went to Rambo and what do you call it? Rambo and government's business. We didn't see all of a sudden we saw Reggie and Zina. They are a couple, and later we saw them faking a breakup, and then the whole thing. You didn't explore that part of the story. You didn't explore the release part of the story. You didn't explore other supporting characters. Even the main characters you are trying to give us, you were just cooking up things for things to move. Like, this writing is very bad, very, very bad. The plot twist, God, the flashbacks, because I didn't understand the flashback. At the point I was like, okay, what's going on? The accident, there was an accident. We didn't see someone, the car didn't run into anyone, and all of a sudden there was someone who was dying, who is in coma. Atlas's flashbacks, they were not well explored. Everything was easy. I like, okay, I couldn't even see anything happening in the flashbacks. I was like, okay, what happened? What just happened now? Adufe's character development, the hack of Adufe's subplot. How old is Adufe? How old is she? Because I don't know if any teenager would pull all those things she did. Would pull, like, how old is she? If Ishaya is a young adult, if Ishaya is a older teenager, how old is Adufe for her to do all those things? Because everything this show now, I think in the from what I could, come up with, I think everything happened within 2 to 4 weeks. So, oh my God. Should I talk about the soundtrack, the score and soundtrack? Everything was just bad because at the point you would want something emotional to that could actually speak, because your score is more like a character on its own. So it would actually relate with the scene. But all of a sudden, you just come up with one banger song and, like, okay, what just happened? I really don't want season 2 from this show because it will be worse than this. The performances, Funke was good in Miami. I've seen her in Miami as a mother. I've seen her in Yoruba Nollywood as a mother. But in this one, at the point she was switching between Jennifer's role, kind of like gangster, all this, because I when she was like, I don't know what she said when she asked him to, get away from front. I was like, how did she switch from mother to that kind of thing? Her performance was bad. Even this guy, Tari, or what? I was Atlas. His performance was bad in this show. At the point, I felt like he was reading the script. Okay, I've talked about the plot twist, right? So there are a lot of things that would have said, but oh my God. Well, for now, this is all I have to say. Thank you.
Wow, 5 minutes and 54 seconds. Thank you, Omo Dudu. Yeah, all right, okay. Just in case you're joining, we're at the bad section. We've done the good, but if you do want to join the conversation, please request, and there is a queue. There's a long queue, and there's some people waiting for a second round. So apologies. We will definitely get to you in due time. Also, you can just, if you don't want to speak and you just want to tweet, hashtag Nollywood Film Club, or just comment underneath the tweet. All right. So this is from Vivian saying, was so waiting to hear someone talk in Nollywood Film Club talk about the absolute lack of wealth in Far From Home. I guess that's a shout out to Vanessa. All right. Okay. Let's move on. Cynthia, do you want to tell us some of the things?
Oh, yes. So my bad is in 3 sections, and I know when my 6 minutes will end. Okay, now I'm Mirabai. Anyway, so I'm starting with minor things. I don't know if it was the color grading, but something did not work for me. Every time they showed Ishaya's home, I always felt it was shot in the afternoon, or we are always in the afternoon. And every time we got to the school, every scene in the school felt like everything was happening in the morning. So I don't know if it was the color or the time they shot the film. Honestly, I got tired of the drone shots. So these are my minor dislikes. They are quite forgivable anyways. I got tired of the drone shot. It got to a point in this season or in this episode that it felt like every 5 minutes we were getting 1 or 2 drone shots. I got tired of the video transitions in between scenes. They were very distracting. You are watching something, and the next thing they're flipping the page, they're zooming out, zooming in, fade out. 3 screens, 4 screens, 5 screens. I don't know. The transitions were distracting me from what I was watching. And also, I also found it odd that the flashback transitions were similar to the hallucination transition. So there are some times that they're giving me that flashback transition. I'm like, are these people high or are they remembering something? Then at the end of episode 1, they were talking to Ishaya, and then they were showing us this Lagos road scene. I don't know. But the whole video transition and editing took me out. But I mean, they are forgivable. They are not a big deal for everybody. Then the sound, which this one is a personal dislike. So in episode 1, we had this camera clicking sound that matched with Ishaya's dream, where we see this paparazzi in this art opening or whatever they were doing. I was like, okay, this didn't match in episode 1. By the time we got to episode 4, when the camera clicking introduced a Netflix series and in plot production, I do usually used to have migraines in the night. At this point, this camera clicking intensified my migraine. I was wondering why they decided to use this camera clicking for all the beginning of the episode when I only felt it made sense in episode 1 because it was matching the paparazzi camera capture. Then there were some ADR issues. That's not a big deal. The music. So I honestly felt that someone decided to use their Afrobeat Spotify playlist as the score of this series. Okay, so the choice of music did nothing to the plot. So I think Ade said it in episode 2. They were trying to rhyme "baby rhythm" with the dialogue "take a picture of me." Then when they went to the football trial, they started playing "Is a Go." Then over in the main football match, they were playing Olamide Science Students because they had a scene where they were putting already made drug in a petri dish and and grinding it in a mortar and pestle and with mortar and pestle. Now the thing is with music, music are supposed to like draw your emotions to the movie and you connect to the movie. You're already showing me this scene and you're playing a song about the scene I'm seeing. My emotion is not drawn. I do not feel anything, but I mean, they felt it was smart or the easy way out, or maybe the right way to actually score a movie. So the music took me out, honestly. Someone played their Spotify playlist. You can't tell me nothing. Then we got to another minor dislike, the London travel agent. So when he was chatting with the London travel agent and he was talking about bus, I'm like, bus to where? Where are you using bus to? Is it to London? And I'm in episode 1, the rush theft scene. So this movie gaslighted me. It's not even about the audience. This movie gaslighted me. The rush theft scene. I was watching the Rush Step scene. So this guy chatted with the London agents and they spoke about 300K. So when Ishaya was stealing the money in episode 1, I was like, okay, Ishaya is going to steal 300K because he wants to go to London. And I honestly saw Ishaya put 1,000 bundle inside that bag. Even though the second one fell, he put it back and he picked another bundle. He got to a toilet scene, he eat 1,000 bundles. So I'm assuming he eat 200K or something. Then we got to a scene and he's saying that it does not have 50K for what? To edit documents. And Wima's something is 150K. Then we now even got to Buchi Franklin coming to gaslight me in the ending of episode 1 that what Ishaya stole is 150K. I was angry, but anyways, I took it that that was how it is, or maybe the 1,000 bundle was not really 100K. But I mean, the movie already gave me an idea that it was going to steal 300K, and I saw him count 3 extra 1,000 bundle. But anyways, they say it's 150K. I took it. So when they did the whole 6 million to 5K comic relief, it didn't work for me because of this money calculation that took me out. Then, yes, this is how we're ending. Then I have a question. What is an A-level school? And this is a very serious question because everybody was very condescending on the timeline to the audience. And not even everybody that was condescending on the timeline to the audience is even in the movie, they were very condescending. So what exactly is the curriculum of an A-level school? I mean, you people cannot be insulting the audience saying, it's A-level school, you people don't know anything. It's about the rich people, and you people do not even know curriculum of an A-level school. Abana, figures of speech. Okay, I took it in. Latest SS1, they'll teach figures of speech, but we're in an advanced secondary school, above SS3. 3 forms of non-finite verb, transitive verb. I think what pissed me out, or what pissed me in the transitive verb was that the question was, why is mouse not a verb? Why is now 6 minutes is not done?
The 6 minutes is done. Yes, it's
Let
yes,
me
it's done.
conclude. Okay, so let me conclude. What pissed me off is when they said, why is mouse not a verb? And because this movie was also condescending with Linda's character saying that this is not is it Isaleko secondary school? I just want to tell you people that Isaleko secondary school will not teach JSS1 student why mouse is not a verb. So I wonder why an A-level school is doing this. Okay, I'll be back.
All right. Thanks. Thanks, Cynthia. Just a couple of things. I think I remember having the same like, did he pick up 3 bundles? And I went back to watch it, and I think they don't show us put him. They don't show us. They don't show him put the 3rd bundle. It does like directly. They show his hand is doing something, right? But you don't actually see him put another
Okay,
bundle
so
in
even
his
if
hand.
he did not put the 3rd bundle in the toilet scene, he hid 2 bundles.
Yeah, it's the extra 2 bundles he puts inside the bag. So he's putting it
Okay, so
inside.
why does it not have 50K? Why are they lying to me? It's 150K.
I've reached the end of my this thing. The other thing I wanted to clarify is, okay, I think I was a bit taken aback by the very trivial curriculum that was going on, and then I was thinking about English as an IE, what they call it, IELTS. Did they do that for? Why would they be learning IELTS? If you want to prepare if you want to take courses from a they call it non-native English, where English is not a native tongue. Yeah. And I know it kind of is in Nigeria, but I don't think that's how some people classify Nigeria. You do have to, I think sometimes they ask for evidence for like, I don't know.
We that we got IELTS, they did not ask us Boya mouse is a verb.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
they definitely
Okay,
did not ask
sorry.
you that in IELTS, yes.
Okay. I was just putting it out there. I'm trying my best to also, be fair to the show. All right, but thanks, Cynthia. All right, let's give some new people a shot. Dami, do you want to have a say about we're currently at? Well, it's currently got a Michael Omona Oscar
Oh,
nomination.
okay. I wasn't sure. You said Dami. I was like,
I wasn't sure you were talking to me. Okay.
We haven't
like
heard your good side. I don't know whether you want to.
so.
Yeah, Shah,
Yeah,
this is
I
you.
might do that. I missed the good side.
Yeah.
The thing is, I may see. I may be stoned for this, but I actually really enjoyed this show. Um, you know, and like, oh wow. So here's the thing: a lot of the things that are being said right now about the show, about some of the details and everything, a lot of that I actually missed, like the calculation of the money, for instance. Yes, the mouse for a verb thing, I felt was kind of elementary for what I thought the level of the school was. I don't think they ever really mentioned what level they were at, but I'm assuming it was an A-level school because some of the students did look a little old for secondary school, and they asked for what's his name, uh, Dr. High's school leaving certificate, right, or transcript or whatever, right? So I figured, okay, this is post secondary, but it's somewhere in between secondary school and university. Anyway, a lot of those things I missed because I was actually kind of invested in the story and the plot movements and everything. I felt that the plot was actually pretty decent in terms of like some of the twists and turns of the characters, right? The one problem that I have, and I think it encompasses pretty much everything, because I think that led to most of the problems that are being said. And I think everybody has kind of said it, at least I've heard it like 3 times, is that it was clearly rushed. And I did tweet about this. I was like, my thoughts on this was just like somebody, I don't know whose decision it was, but it didn't feel like it was a writer's room decision. It actually didn't feel like the same people who decided they were going to write this story then decided to wrap it up in 5 episodes. It almost felt like an executive decision. And I was like, I don't know who is responsible, but I think that was unfair because this was actually a decent story. And if it had been allowed to really breathe and just take its time with coming to a resolution, I think the payoff would have been a lot better at the end. So I, for one, as an audience member, just felt a little cheated by the way everything seemed to be progressing so fast. And I think that led into like, so even with the lines, you'd hear characters talking about one thing and before you know it, they're on to the next thing. It was rushed. It's like, why are they moving on to this thing when the thing that they're discussing right now hasn't been properly fleshed out? A student gets kidnapped, then he comes back to school, and in 10 seconds he's crying in the bathroom and having his breakdown and everything. It felt like it should have happened maybe even in another episode or something. Do you get, like, he's dealing with we could have had a whole episode on just him dealing with the trauma of being kidnapped and just going through his school day. It would have been a good episode if written properly, in my opinion. So it did feel like, and so that's kind of like the one thing that I didn't really like. I just, because I feel like it led to all the other problems. That's what I'm going to say about that. But I did like the show, and I'd like to actually speak in defense of some of the things that have been said in terms of criticism, like Adufe's age, like, oh, is she a young girl? Is she a teenager? At no point, I think, was Adufe's age actually mentioned. Neither was Dr. High's age. For all we know, he was older, right? And I don't know about anybody else, but I had students in my secondary school who were clearly older. You could tell because they were faster, stronger, smarter than everybody. They'd clearly been held back 2 or possibly even 3 years, right? So all of us are struggling at 13 to 14 years, and this kid who is clearly close to 18 is obviously the strongest kid in class because he's pretty much an adult already, So, and then also because of the kind of life that they're living, like being less fortunate and stuff, I think that some of their exposure might be more. So, for example, like even Dr. High, so even like things like Dr. High walking into like the back room and seeing a crime being committed and stuff, he knows these guys. These guys are guys from his hood, and he knows about their come up. He's heard stories about them. So if he walks in and sees a crime happening, he's not going to run to the police.
Sorry, this is my rebuttal to your rebuttal to my rebuttal. No one is letting your waiter in.
Wait now.
No.
We'll wait for him to finish.
So,
Then
here's my rebuttal to your rebuttal to my rebuttal to your rebuttal. When he came to his house to threaten him, he spoke very familiarly with his father. He knows this family. This community is clearly whatever it is, it's a close-knit community. They know these guys. everybody knows everybody. And these guys have been conducting their criminal operations for a while, and nobody has gone to the police. Again, because they mentioned it at least 3 times, they have the police in their pocket and whatever. So there's no point in reporting them. So these guys actually do feel untouchable. They would let anybody into their back room because they have cameras, so they know nothing is going to be stolen, or even if it is, they'll just feed whoever stole it to their hyena. And they didn't even think anybody would actually dare to do that. And I don't think that is far-fetched for a criminal overlord who is not necessarily trying to be anonymous with his with his whole operation and everything. In fact, at the time that they got arrested, and I know that some of these things don't necessarily come together because, again, a lot of this development feels like it was rushed. But if you notice, like, a lot of the police officers that came to arrest them were military. They weren't even like normal police officers, because the normal police officers, they mentioned it a few times, are in these guys' pockets. So in order to even like get these guys arrested, you'd probably have to go federal, you'd have to go military to get any kind of, enforcement against them, because that's just how big they are in their own locality and everything. So I don't think though some of those things are that far-fetched. Adufe dancing in the club, she's been part of that community for a while. She's exposed, she knows these guys, whatever. Like, she's upset because her boyfriend did something, so she's having a night out, and she's trying to make him jealous. And of course, Big Boss has now decided that Adufe is the one that that has his eye and everything. It's not like she's gonna say no. First of all, because he has the money. Second of all, if she says no, he could probably hurt her. So there's a lot of. I don't think that some of those things are that far fetched. I think that a lot of those problems that we're seeing are because at some point this story was not necessarily allowed to breathe. And I don't think it was a writer's room thing. It didn't feel that way when I was watching, because it started off pretty well. And it felt like, when I saw it was only 5 episodes, I was like, this can't be right. Like, they can't possibly wrap this whole thing up in 5 episodes. This is minimum a 10-episode thing. And so maybe, I don't know, maybe there was a budget issue. Maybe somebody decided, you know what, we don't like it and we want you guys to wrap it up quickly because we're done with this, actually. We're moving on to the next thing. I don't know. But I did feel cheated. And I think it robbed the audience of a lot. And even the writers themselves, who I'm sure would have loved to explore a lot of things, But all in all, I actually don't think it didn't do what it was supposed to do. And that, was a big letdown for me. But I still think it's pretty decent. I guess maybe I'm being too lenient because of the potential of what I hoped it could have been or whatever, but that's just my own 2 cents on that.
All right. Okay. Thank you. we can do rebuttals in a bit. There's so many people want to talk. But I do allow rebuttals. Otasi did say something to you. If you want to respond, please go ahead.
No, because he's talking about Adife dancing, but like literally no one cares about Adife dancing. Her dancing in the club is not the problem. Even if you want to assume that he just lets anyone into the back room, whatever, fine. He lets everyone into the back room. How is she his number 2? It doesn't make sense. Like, regardless of how you choose to explain it away, there's no timeline that this show exists in where Adife is his number 2 and he's taking her side over government. It just hasn't been established and it hasn't happened yet. That is a problem with Adife, not her dancing. And the assumption then is that Rambo feels so untouchable, and so does government. But government is shown throughout the series as being more cautious. He doesn't want this because it will cause these problems. He doesn't want to kidnap rich people's kids, while Rambo is more careless. There would be no reason for government to be that careless with Ishaya at the beginning of the show. They hadn't even established a relationship yet. He was just collecting his salary.
I'm sorry.
I want
I'm
to
so
support.
sorry.
I want to support Mel's thing with.
Sorry.
No. Sorry. We do have to. We do have to get to other people.
Nah.
Timmy,
This is not gonna work because Michael is about.
Vanessa, I will mute you.
See,
I
this
will
your
cut down.
dictatorship is not working for me.
We'll get to this. Trust
Please,
me,
just
there'll
two
be plenty
seconds.
of time.
2 seconds.
There'll be plenty of opportunities. I promise. I promise. We are here tonight.
See, we will sleep here.
Yes, no worry. But we'll get to that. Let's just get some people. Timmy, please go on.
Okay. The first thing that I would say I didn't like about the show was the title, and that's because Far From Home. I mean, the first thing that'll come to everybody's mind is obviously Spider-Man Far From Home. Heck, even trying to find the stuff on IMDb, I had to like do a little bit more work because, well, they kept on giving me Spider-Man. And telling people to watch Far From Home was also not helpful because everybody kept on bringing Spider-Man. But anyway, um, the one thing that I really didn't like about the show was the expository dialogue, especially the fact that they didn't really do much with the expository dialogue. Because why are you giving out so much information in dialogue when throughout the story, like you just throw out this huge, like important something that's supposed to be important in the plot, you just throw it out and boom, at the end of the day, we don't do anything with it. I mean, the girl that they said that they had an accident, something. We never saw the accident happening in the flashback. They were talking about the what's it called? They were talking about the accident, this, that. What was the point of bringing the accident in the whole situation? Why was Carl trying to cover up for Atlas? Like, should be last. At the end of the day, you're the one who ended up spilling it out. So why were you even holding it? Like, why didn't you say something earlier? Like, what was the point? Also, oh God, number of times Ishaya was saying that, oh, I want to chase my dream in that first episode. I wanted to rip my ears out. I was like, okay, yes, we get it. Not only you get dream, but like, yeah, we know you want to chase your dream, but they just kept on repeating and repeating. Also, the transitions, they were very jarring and all over the place. It was giving victorious on Nickelodeon. Just pish, pash, push, pash. Why? Also, I noticed a few continuity errors, especially in the party when what's his name? Ishaya was using a phone. I think at the beginning of what's supposed to be a sequence, I believe, the phone wasn't with a pouch. It wasn't covered or it wasn't the case or whatever. And then in the next scene, we see it happening. We also see at the beginning of the series where Ishaya and Patricia, and I think I've forgotten the exact orientation they were in, but I shall know in the next scene it was in the wrong. I don't know if I don't know how to explain that, but also the soundtrack was also very disappointing because why were you repeating songs? This is a Nigerian something. Nigeria has a lot of songs, a whole lot of songs, and I feel like is it that Johnny Drill does not exist? Because if you wanted to play if you wanted to play songs for like romantic scenes or what's supposed to be emotional scenes, why are you putting all these hippie hoppy Afro bitty? Like Cynthia said, the soundtrack was giving someone's Spotify playlist because it was giving my Spotify playlist, to be very honest. And yeah, the music was also very distracting, very, very distracting. Like I said, why was Carl covering for Atlas? That also didn't make sense. Ishaya dating Adonfe, that was I didn't understand because first of all, we have no idea how old either Ishaya or Adonfe are. But the fact that Ishaya is still in school gives me the idea that Ishaya is kind of young. And Ishaya dating Adonfe, I don't know. I honestly don't know. But also, who saw the chemistry between Ishaya and Adesua Etomi? I mean, the two of them, the way they looked, it was given like as if okay, these people could be in a relationship, which to be honest was kind of giving me pedophilia vibes. But I don't know. I'll keep that one side. The character of Patricia and Funke Akindele, it was very disappointing. I don't know if it was the character or if it was Funke Akindele's acting. It was just very disappointing. Her character, I don't get. I was expecting a lot more Yoruba from her to give a little bit more authenticity, but like someone said, it was giving ghetto and yeah, it just wasn't giving what Miami was giving. So Um, okay, what else? What else? Yeah, the fact that Patricia was like artist banned in the house, like, why? Kilode, it didn't make sense because it wasn't art that killed your son, it was like your father's carelessness. That boy could have stayed with that man. The man that offered to keep the son, he could have stayed with him, but like, you still put him on the Okada. It wasn't art that killed, your son. It was it was your husband's carelessness rather. Also, at the first acting, first of all, her Yoruba, it was not given. There were even some other Yoruba too that was it government was saying that also wasn't given. But yeah, Adufe, her acting was almost giving me a slight touch of Sharon Oja. But I feel like, yeah, we're kind of glad that she didn't like, cross that barrier. But yeah, it was giving me uh-uh. Glamour Girls and Chief Daddy definitely had more display of wealth than Far From Home. It was given the lifestyle of a 200k USD earner in American standards. I don't know how accurate it is, but it really wasn't giving that 1% of 1% or whatever that they wanted to pull off. Has as everyone else has said, the story was rushed. They needed a lot more time to explore a lot of things, especially the characters, the backstories, their motives, because a lot of things they weren't adding up. Another thing I really didn't understand was why Derele or that guy, Shah, I've forgotten his name, why he changed his mind with using the chokes that his father gave him. That also I didn't get. Another thing was Emeka's parents housing Ishaya and his family. Like this guy literally just told you people that, oh, he kidnapped your this thing, oh, and now the guy needs your help and you're suddenly helping him. I really don't know how. Sha just didn't feel reasonable. It didn't feel realistic, and yeah, I think that's all I can say on that 6 minutes. So yeah, thank you.
That's just about in time. Thank you, Timmy. All right. Okay. The queue is quite a bit. Please, if you struggling to get on, and you can just leave a comment or Nollywood Film. Use the hashtag Nollywood Film Club. We'll still keep on going. Elizabeth, do you want to tell us the issues you had with Far From Home?
Yes, I'm here. I'm ready. Okay, so first, let me be quick so that my 6 minutes will not. Okay, so never seen a show so vague about things. Like, I need the people that wrote this show to tell me the reason why they were vague about what exactly Wilmer College was. What the heck are you? Like, this thing is so easy. Like, everybody has told us it is A levels on the timeline. So what part of this show restricted Radley the Sugar Girls from saying, oh, I really wish to attend Wilmer College for my A levels? At what point? At what point? Because I think what's happening here is the Hollywoodification of Nollywood. You want a college that works for all the tropes that you have already planned to throw into the plots. Now, not just all the tropes, all the American high school tropes that you have planned and cooked. But you're looking for something that makes sense to fit the geriatric people the attractive people that you intend to use. So you have old people. Now at the same time, you're like, you know what? We're just gonna roll with it. So this thing was vague. What the heck? Why are you vague about your Wildcat football team school that only has year one, year two? Why were you vague? Now, everything in the plot of this. Okay, don't let me start with that. Let's go straight first to the editing. So I'm going to start with the opening scene. I think I got miffed with this scene, with this show from like the very first scene, the editing. So now we've seen Isha, click, cameras, lights, and then there was no proper segue between that and when he woke up. Either bad camera work or editing. the lens, the shot was from far, like you're looking at Ishaya from afar, then somebody taps in Ishaya, and then I don't know if it was the sound, if it was the voiceover or whatever, and then he opened his eyes. There was no suspense there was nothing there. That's just give nothing. In fact, when I saw that, I was like, nah, okay, you know what, this should have been on YouTube. Like, yes, let's just roll with it. And I was not wrong, because that was what happened throughout the segue. There was no segue, like the scenes, the transition, they were just rolling with it. If it sometimes it fades, sometimes it does that thing where it twirls and just twirls into another scene. I'm like, oh my god. Anyways, that's for the editing. Now, every plot in this show was contrived and circumstantial. And I mean it. Every single plot. Oh my god, is that me? Like, every single plot was contrived and circumstantial. Art is evil. As in, I think the writers of this show had things, they had maybe things written on post-its, and decided to work their way backwards into things. Art is evil. Now, why is art evil? Art is evil because my husband, who was a painter, put my son on Okada, boss hit him, and then now art ruined our home. The leap from that to why they hated Ishaya for doing hyperrealism pencil work, it was just crazy. Like, I was not buying it. This woman was visceral, like she was visually mad, angry, hurt over art. And I'm like, are you guys sure this is what you're supposed to be showing me? Ishaya disliking Frank for dating Ralia. Oh my god. How did that come up? Okay, now you have a trope about a guy fighting his roommate for dating his sister. You have that written in your bingo card. You just now need to work a way out around it, and that was the best to come up with, because Frank is this guy who is cute, who is a nerd, who likes his roommate, and all of a sudden he's the bad guy for dating your sister. We don't even know if you have like some form of low self-esteem. Maybe you hated all rich people. There should be something. Give us something to work with. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And then we have Aduke's arc from that babe that our boyfriend didn't tell he was going to. She was just pissed. And then you do they started from when she bought that blue shimmering dress for Ralia, and that was like, this is Ashewo clothes. You know, Ralia, at first I was pissed. I was like, oh, what was that? Calm down. Are you a slut shamer? That was not, he still slut shamed the sister when she was dating Frank. He was like, you want to be like this, and then pointed at Adufe. I was like, what the heck is this guy? Okay, let's not even talk about how extremely unlikable, that's the shittiest character on TV. And then, how did he move the arc? And the next thing they showed us, Adufe was dancing in the shimmering dress. So now we know she's an Ashewo. How lazy are you? How lazy are you? You think that's the best way to show me that this was how Adufe was going to end up? I'm not buying it. So I need somebody to connect the dots. From my boyfriend did not tell me he was going to London to kidnapping somebody and putting them in a cage. What the heck? What did you smoke? That's that. And then it was so tedious because there were no high stakes. Sorry, that's all. He stole 150. Now he has to go and sell drug. I did not buy it. It was bloody 150K. Go and start. You better go back. You better leave that store and start sweeping or doing waiter for the rest of your life for the 150K. Or sell some. Oh, no, you can't sell. It's actually talentless. But still, you had all of these things, right? And nothing was. Have I done 6 minutes?
You have. Not where you are. Not
All
where
right,
you
no
are.
problem. I'll be back.
Thank you, Elizabeth. All right. So many people coming for second round. Jesus. All right. Shuji, do you want to tell us what's on your mind? Far from home.
Hey. I don't even know where to start from, because a lot of the points I had in my head, I think a lot of people covered it already. I mean, there are a lot of issues with this show. I'm not really sure what the aim was, because I thought it was like meant to be like some sort of John Hughes type teen drama, with some comedy. But then
has some parts that are like Narcos Mexico. Like I was like, what the hell is that hyena in a cage for? I and I guess it just goes to highlight the extraness of like us as Nigerians. It even goes down to our writing. Although I did find the writing quite lazy, in many aspects. For instance, when it came to really fleshing out the whole Adufe arc, I didn't really get that. It goes from her liking him and giving him back hugs, to sort of like looking down on him because he's not able to take care of her. I don't know. Does she have multiple personality disorder? Because that's what it seemed like. I mean, is it possible that we were watching like different personalities here? Because she played like three different characters. That's the actress. I mean, the woman at the end, was completely different from who this character started out as. I mean, she ends up in her shimmery silver dress with another kind of hyena in a cage, which I didn't get. You've got the whole for for me personally. I mean, I did mention this on my Twitter. Like, I think when it comes to like the whole idea of the school is meant to be this elite school, maybe like a Nigerian, like, version of like Hogwarts or whatever, really rich people. Oh, by the way, I also wasn't really sure. Is this school meant to be just for rich people, or is it meant to be for intelligent people? Is it meant to be for artsy people? Or that also wasn't really established. What is Goma Academy? Is it like a school for the just the uber wealthy or what? I couldn't really establish that. And the football thing, I thought, okay, could it maybe would have been better if it wasn't football? Because I mean, okay, the guy already is meant to be a great artist. You want to make him a great footballer as well, and fantastic. Oh, yeah, he just wins at everything. It could have been maybe a sport that he probably would have just been introduced to, like maybe polo. I know they had the budget for polo because there's a really cringeworthy scene with him and horses, in the stables of what looked like maybe Lagos Polo Club or something. But that's just like that's just something I would have preferred to have been in there. When it came to like the last half, it seemed like they just rushed everything. Like, how can you kidnap somebody in the premises of an elite school? That didn't make any sense. And of course, when he supposedly gets abducted, you can hear him banging on the boots of the car. And I was thinking, I mean, these security officers, who later we discover are complete ninnies, because I mean, you've got the people who come into the school and they have tasers and they're all jumping. I didn't really understand. You've got like the abduction happening and nobody it's like it's not like, oh, there's somebody banging on the boot of the door, on the boot of this car. Like, yeah, let's. It just didn't make sense. I don't know how like how they're trying to write that out. It just felt like it fell flat there. That just felt strange. Then you've got the whole like the sister Rahila and of course the his roommates. His roommate seems very. I mean, it's written to be like a lovely guy. I didn't get why he didn't like him. I just didn't understand that. I don't know if it's just, as somebody said earlier, is it that he hates rich people or he what doesn't want his sister to be with anyone? I didn't get that part. That felt rushed as well. I didn't get why he had to go back to apologize to whatever his name is, that guy in the jail. I didn't get why he had to go back there. I didn't understand why he was being an asshole to the kid that used to clean his room. I would have thought that being that you stole the answers and everything and he discovered you, it would have been better to write it that he would have been avoiding him because he knows that this guy knows what he did, or at least like try and beg him to keep quiet. But then it just seemed like, oh, was just being like an asshole. Like I love that. Felt very like tiring. And of course, the so-called villains like government and all that, the performances were great, but it felt more like a vaudeville. Like I expected him to go like, "Oh, I'm about to do evil." Like I expected that kind of sort of like scene reading, like that kind of thing. It just I don't know. It felt a bit too much when it came to the way government handled it. You've got the scene where he's boxing in the middle of his office and he punches the guy and tells him to get up. Like I love that. Just felt like I don't know how they direct these things. It just felt weird. Hopefully there's no season two. I'm really hopeful for that. I don't think there can be one because of the way it's ended. It's like, oh yeah, he got everything he wanted. The artist who shunned him midway through the TV series, all of a sudden is like, oh, he's very gifted. I'm like, you establish this character not being impressed at first and only being like, oh, yeah, well, you should have gotten a ticket to come to London, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, it's amazing, it's great, with his bloody pencil drawings. Like I don't know, I didn't like it at all. It was it's really bad. But yeah,
Thank
thanks.
you. That was just 6 minutes. Thank you for that, Shuji. I think just want to say, again, there is quite a bit of a queue. If you do want to get on, if you do just want to make a comment, you can just tweet under this or use the hashtag Nollywood Film Club. I'm just going to read some comments under here. Lucas says, do you know where Dufe will fit in perfectly? Riverdale, the character arc is chaotic and wild enough. Haven't seen Riverdale, don't understand the reference. I'm sure it's funny. Cynthia's Agbalanhan says Cynthia is a hoot. Some speakers on here should have more than 6 minutes, and she should be one of them. There we go. There's the Cynthia fan base. But Badamasi says no. Miss Rotimi says Miss Ojo has started talking about the real problem. All right, okay, that's I guess Rotimi's prerogative. And he also says Snaggerpuss is onto something. What I heard, there might be some issues in the production process, but the filmmakers are in a better position to say what happened, considering what I heard, what they delivered is actually good, but the show, though entertaining, has small K-leg. I do have to say, like, I don't know whether we should be judging a film based on what it could have been. Like, I don't think that's anybody's. It's not my problem. As a viewer, I don't really care what happened behind the production. Like, it's not to say, you should take all the feedback evenly because of if you had problems, but like I don't care. From an audience perspective, if you have all the problems in the world in production, that's not our business. I'm sorry. We're just here to watch films and just give our opinions on what we thought. All right. And then lastly, 10% Teapot says Frank couldn't deal with his trauma because his kidnap was not about him. It was about Ishaya. Everything in the series was about Ishaya. Yeah, all right, okay, but again, if you do want to comment, you know what to do. All right, we're going back to our people on here. Waka, do you want to tell us some of your issues with this? Oh, sorry, before Waka, sorry, Edwin. Edwin is. Edwin, are you there? Can people hear me? All right. Okay.
Yep.
Mel, are you there? Do we have Mel?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. All right. So I forgot to say during my likes, don't start the clock yet. I'm still doing my likes. I forgot to say during my likes that I liked Choma Chukwuka. I thought her as her character, her acting, I thought honestly that it was one of the only things that I could 100% say that I enjoyed. No buts, no little lies along the way, no commas. I thought that like it was a solid performance through and through. And I cannot believe that I was really racking my brain for something to say about likes, and I completely skipped over her. But I really enjoyed her performance, and I'm just super happy because I think the last time we saw her was lockdown. And she was really good there as well. Yeah, City Girls, we up. Okay, so my dislikes now. I don't know. I don't have a lot of things to say. I don't have constructive criticism. I don't have criticism. I feel very bland concerning this. For instance, okay, I lied a little when I said I didn't have a lot of likes, because I do have a lot of likes. They're just not likes for the right reasons. I mean, I like the science student scene. I especially liked the ad libs that somebody recorded post shooting. Love it so much. I liked Darren Lee getting tased. Leave her alone. Bzz. Ah, ah. I've watched it like 6 times. I thought it was so good. It made me laugh out loud. I like the show ending with Rambo in the cage as this, and we're all pretending it's this big dramatic irony. I guess. So I liked a lot of things. Anyway, so I think I'll make a lot of general statements. And I think that this is only because a lot of things that I had a problem with are sort of endemic to Nollywood. And so I'm after a year of doing this, I'm a little exhausted, I'm a little burnt out, and I think I might have given up. I really second Adi on this. Anyway, so I think, for instance, that this show had a directing problem. I think it had a characterization problem. I think it had continuity problem, an audio problem, a dialogue problem, choreography problem. I think it had a music design problem. Definitely had an editing problem. Oh my God, it had a morality problem. It had a logline problem, which I don't even know if we have the space to talk about that. It had a poster problem as well. We all saw that go down. And then it went on to have a story problem. So what did the show get right? I don't know. I really don't know that. I don't know if I can point to something. I'm like, this show did this thing right. No commas, no mistakes, no forgive them. They're just starting out. No forgive them. Nollywood is growing. No, you're always looking out to like super heavy criticize Nollywood. Give them. I don't know one thing that the show did right and did right for me. Um, I think, for instance, that the actors were set up to not succeed. I just think that shoddy characterization and subpar directing at best meant that even their best work, even the best work from actors, was just set against like the tide of like just things looking and feeling wrong. And I watch films with feeling. Once something feels wrong, I cannot get past that. Doesn't matter what you're doing, I cannot get past that. I think, for instance, that there's something powerful about government and Ugarambo. I think that the characters that they could have been, the juxtaposition that should have been, there's something there, but it doesn't carry through. To start with, government's name is a misnomer. He doesn't do anything that identifies with that name. He gets pushed over by his brother a lot. Decisions get taken over him. Far from home is also a misnomer. He's not far from home. He's not struggling to settle in. In fact, he settles in just fine and shoots right to the top of the hierarchy. He many times he feels like he's more at home in the school that should not feel like home than he is with his parents. For instance, his dream of drawing finds home there. Anyway, I think that Rambo is set up to be this larger than life character, but again, it doesn't carry through because his characterization is a little wrong. But it also dances between who he is and what his aspirations are and what he cares about. It's never consistent. So he never moves past being this guy who says angry things in like Lilton Yoruba and a sketchy accent. He never moves past this a caricature in many ways, but I'm not going to defend my use of that word. I don't even know if that's the right word. Anyway, point is, I disliked the first episode. I thought it was incredibly boring. I thought that it immediately showed me how unfocused the story was going to be. I think I especially disliked it because it was pretty clear that this was not a YA show, and I came in ready for a Nigerian YA show, and I don't even care about YA shows like that. If you tell me this is what I should expect, that's what I'm going to expect, and I didn't get that. I honestly think that should be a much bigger problem than it is right now in Nollywood. Log lines are always wrong, posters are a bit deceptive, titles are misnomers, just everything just feels anyhow. Anyway, back to this not being a YA show, for instance, I thought that
Yo,
it
6 minutes.
is up.
Yes, it is up.
Oh, I didn't want to come, but I just have like a few seconds to go. Oh,
Okay, go ahead. Just round it up, please.
okay. You know what? Let me come back. Fine, that's fine. Let me come back.
Good. All right. All right, so we're going to have another person coming back, but thanks, Mel. Actually, a theme that is being repeated is that it doesn't feel like a YA show, and I have to agree. And Mel bringing up that right from episode 1, there's some people who don't mind the first couple of episodes, but some people disagree and didn't like it off the bat. I have to say the first 20 minutes has, what's her name? Zafwe. Go from Adife, whatever her name is, Ishaya's ex. She starts as being the lowly girlfriend who is helping him in his poor house, plan his sister's birthday, and in 20 minutes time, she's Rambo's second hand. Like you guys are talking about like the whole thing being rushed. That's 20 minutes of the first episode. 20 minutes in. So I don't know what anyway. I saw those warning signs right from episode 1. There are other people. Mrs. E, you can get the next turn if I don't want to keep us on here too long. All right. We do have Shagun, please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Hi. First of all, I think Mel has already given a lot of my thoughts on a broader scale. But what is always important to me is that I always like to just point out things that are a bit more technical, especially for hoping that people involved in the project will take note of it and avoid it next time around. Like the speaker before Mel, I think, or was it the second person before Mel, said there was it seems like it was rushed. The story, the idea behind the story and everything was good. It just seems like there was an executive decision to just really rush it up and cut it up into what we were presented with, and I suspect it was done that way so that there is not maybe content for a season 2. But I mean that's as far as that is concerned. So for me, I'll just point out a few things that just stuck out to me, because when I watch all these things, most of all these things, it's not like I'm watching to criticize, but once I press play, a lot of all these things just jump out and I see them. Not like I'm looking for them, but I just see them. First of all, the opening scene where he was dreaming. He was obviously dreaming. The outfit that Etienne was wearing, was the same outfit he was wearing in the dream. He was wearing the same outfit in the announcement video where he announced Ishaya as the winner of whatever the competition was. And I don't understand how that is possible. And that aside, I feel like artists generally are recluse. They are not as flashy as they presented this essence to be. I might be wrong. I don't know so many artists, but I don't think artists would be as flashy as SN was. There's the keke ride from their house to the house where they work. That one was an obvious blunder, where she was sitting on the left, he was on the right. When the keke arrived, he was on the right, she was on the left. And the way the audio was even done, she was saying, come down, when they had already alighted from the keke, and she was still, the audio was like, come down, we're going to be late, and they had already come down from the keke. That one too just stuck out for me. The what's it called? Even in the house, where the owner of the house, the derelict dad, was like, yes, who are you? For me, that was really weird, because you saw somebody cleaning. Yes, you should know that this is a cleaner as part of your staff. Okay, maybe you did, because you did not hire this person directly, you are confused about who it is, but the way he asked the question was just off for me. And then from where he said, oh, okay, and he walked away and walked across and walk into the soap that was on the floor didn't make sense for me. It just seemed like the man had a psychological issue, because no matter how rich you are and how condescending you want to be, you're not going to stick your expensive shoes and step on soapy water and then walk all over your house just because you want to show. I don't know what beef is like. He already had beef for a shire from before. It just, that whole thing didn't even make sense for me. The part where he was selling his art on the street, that one just was just wrong. Who in that locality vicinity would buy framed art? It doesn't make sense to me. There was the birthday celebration for his sister. And Nollywood is very, very, how do I call it? They're very, very notorious for this. When a TV screen are showing a newscast or an advert or something on the television screen, it seems like, to me, it looked like post-production, because with the kind of TV set it was, the quality of picture was HD quality on that thing, and it just looked off, especially where they were now just showing it from a direct front angle. That one was that was really off. Where there was the open day didn't make sense. Where the man, Derile's dad, almost ran them over. The open day didn't make sense, because how did they get access? Because that school is supposed to be 1%, the 1% of the 1% from what they're trying to portray. So how did Ishaya and his sister gain access into the school at all? And they were the only guys walking through the compound from the main gate. The level of security that is in that kind of school, they shouldn't have been able to even gain access at all. So that whole him even gaining access to find out about the whole thing and all that didn't make sense to me. Even at the time when she even came back to come and look for him, how she gained access to the school was just something else. It didn't sit well with me. I might be wrong, but that stood out to me. The strip club, the Rambo strip club, was as bright as a church in Sunday service. It didn't make sense. And that's another thing Nollywood is notorious for. It always seems as if we create sets. We create we create characters and then build a set around the character, rather than decide on what you want to build as a set, build it in the best way possible, and then fit your characters into it. The whole thing was just a mess. There are easier ways to create a strip club effect than what we saw. Even the back room, the money in the cages, I know they wanted to create that whole gang thing, but in any setup, even if with the whole cameras and thing didn't make sense, even with that kind of establishment, even in a strip club, there is an accountant. In any establishment, whether it's crime, whether it's a restaurant, whether it's anything, there is an accountant that handles money. Random staff, even high level security people within those institutions are not dealing in cash. They will not even go near cash. Well, so for him to just go walk in there and then have access, he even came and said somebody wants to change money, and then he said to him straight away, go and change 10 bundles. I don't know whether he saw the amount of dollars that he wanted to change or he counted it or something, but he just immediately said, go and take 10 bundles and get out of there. That stuck out for me. The breakup was confusing. The London travel agent for me was very confusing. Now the accident, what's the name? Carmen and Atlas. That flashback and the accident for me didn't even make sense, because after the car crash, the car overturned. We didn't see what it hit. We didn't see, and as the car was crashing, we heard ambulance sirens and everything. But when they now showed the overturned car with the front wheels spinning at a ridiculous rate,
the 6 minutes is up.
Oh, it's done. Okay. Yeah. There's still a lot more, but in closing, I just want to say that I think Nollywood needs to have a better handle on how to handle feedback and PR, because all these things are things that we've been pointing out over and over again. And the pushback, because I have friends that were part of this project as well. I have friends that are in Nollywood, and for me, every time we criticize, the pushback, nobody has come, even the actors, producers, nobody has come out to say, oh yeah, this is what happened. Yeah, we couldn't do this. This is why this happened. Nobody has actually come out to say that. The response at every point in time is, why are you rubbishing our work? And what I keep telling them, especially my friends, is that, look, it's not on you. If you're an electronics engineer on a Tesla car project and the car crashes due to negligence of the people that supply the tires, it is not on you. You've done your best. Do you understand? So I think there's a better way for Nollywood people to handle criticisms and negative PR and feedback. Yeah, thanks. That's all for me.
Thanks. I just, I guess from this Nollywood Film Club's perspective, I don't expect any artist to respond. I don't think it's the obligation. It's just like if you want to do any pushback, if you do at all want to address or do any pushback, I mean, like I guess by right you can do whatever you want. But if you say anything other than addressing the point they're making, like, oh, you're a hater, or why? What about in Hollywood when they do this? You're not really, you're not really helping anything. But it's good. I think that's part of conversation. There's going to be pushback. There's going to be pushback to the pushback. But like, if you want to actually be creative, if somebody is giving constructive criticism, you can address it, or you can just leave it alone. Just ignore it. To be honest, or I guess if you call the person an idiot, I guess that's one way to go about it. All right.
If you think the person is
all right. We just got a Edwin. Edwin's here. Edwin, are you back?
Yeah, give me like 5 minutes. Sorry, I'm not quite ready yet.
All right. Tammy, sorry, before Tammy. Wacko, did you want to tell us your views on Far From Home? You're only here for the good, so whichever way you want to go, but you have 6 minutes.
Thank you very much. So, first things first, I think I struggle with ADHD, or maybe just forgetful spirit. So all my all my thought process or everything I was thinking of just disappeared as soon as I unmuted. But I liked it. I'm not gonna lie. I know people are attacking it. I liked it. People are arguing the editing is bad. As someone that has ADHD, I loved it. It was fast. It was like pa 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 pa. Again, it's a university. Someone said elitism. They don't used to allow people. Bruh, we had the biggest scandal in Nigeria where they stole babes. Sorry, the Chibok thing. People can enter any school, especially when they are what they call it. They're having an exam. You can just say I'm here for the exam and you enter inside. It's not because you're in a jeep they would give you more. It's like it's a free for all. Enter, I guess, because the last thing anybody wants to be doing is entering a school. I don't know if it makes sense, especially when it's not like a university. So I understand why they allowed them enter, because later on, everybody that entered, when they were asked why were you allowed, they said, I said I'm your sister. Do you understand? So I think you can give them the benefit of the doubt there. Adufe is probably the biggest flaw for me. A rise to fame doesn't help women out because it's like my boyfriend did not like me. Now I'm going to stay with Rambo. I loved Rambo. The contrast. First, Rambo he's impromptu in nature, and he's just angry, and he's a bad guy, and he's confused, and he's probably taking drugs. So he's not thinking in a sane way. That's why when another girl comes and that is able to persuade him to do this and that, he forgets his brother. So I think all his actions, because his idea to raid the school is one of the dumbest idea ever. So when he came back and he was like, oh, it messed up, and I was like, what were you expecting? It's not as if you've shown any sign of like you have a brain all season. So like it made sense that did not work out. Wait, I have a note here. I was writing things down. Give me a second, guys. Okay, yes. Someone said Isaleko. First things first. I think Ishaya is like every Yahoo boy. If you've ever spoken to any Yahoo boy, they are prepared. They have like their "you did not believe in me" statement written, and they've put it in their notes. They're just waiting for them to cash out, and they'll post it. Bah! No one believed in me. So him coming from Isaleko, I feel he's a very passionate person about drawing, and he even wore his shirt. Literally wore his shirt saying Isaleko, my hometown. That's to show that. That's why I said the name Far From Home, because he's far from home. He wasn't trying to belong there, but I think he likes the streets, but he wants something better for his family. His family was useless. I know I'm everywhere. Why is Vanessa coming down? But I can't believe the Far From Home name makes sense. It's bad because if they are just taking out time, they'll know that they can't beat Spider-Man. So because that is useless, they should have given it something else. But I believe the Far From Home makes sense. Next in my notes, I'm rushing these 6 minutes. Yeah, I think that is all. I liked it. I actually liked it. The editing was nice for me. I feel.
All right. Thanks, Waka. Just in case also anybody out there, we are in the bad section. We've done the good section, so it will seem like attacking. That's sort of the point of this section.
Too many caveats. You should know the drill by now.
He didn't know. No, that's what I'm saying. And there might be new people.
Sorry, Waka doesn't know the drill by now.
Yes, that's why there are also new people.
I don't care.
Sorry.
Yeah. So this is the bad section. We've done the good section. So we've said the good stuff about it. So like in the section where we're talking about the things that bother us.
This is the section for hate.
Also, it's not a university.
It's an A-level school.
It's supposed to be an A-level school, even though they don't really say.
It's a lie. That school
Pre-tertiary institution.
Huh?
It's a pre-tertiary institution.
Yes. Okay. Right. That. Okay. In the log line, this thing says A levels something. All right. Okay. We'll get. I guess we'll get around to our second round people in a bit, but we still have. We do have a couple of people who haven't spoken yet. Edwin Ray.
Yes, I am ready. I don't even know where to start. Honestly, I am flabbergasted, I am disgusted, I am irritated. I feel like, it feels like I'm being gaslighted with how much noise was around this film about how it's good, how it's special, how it's different, moves Nollywood forward. Forward to where exactly? But let me even go to my feelings. Let me use facts to allay whatever I'm saying. First of all, Far From Home, from episode 1 to episode 5, was basically a litany of contrived drama. It was just a series of contrivances to justify plot points that had already been written in the writer's room and it needed to get to. And the first and most important contrivance, which the entire series is hedged on, is the idea of Ishaya, a poor boy from Isaleko, which, by the way, Isaleko is home to some of the richest and oldest families in Lagos. So it's not a poor part of Lagos. It's not a mainland versus island. That's, first of all, a contrivance that makes no sense because people from Isaleko are extremely proud of their heritage. And they're like, who are all these newbies coming to Lagos? Come and drag space with us. So it makes no sense that anybody will look down on somebody from Isaleko. That makes no sense, number one. Number two, the whole point of the show is that Ishaya is a poor boy who somehow ends up in a rich school. Now, if Ishaya had forged his SSE certificate and then applied for this thing and he was extremely brilliant or something, that would make sense. But Ishaya, who clearly doesn't want to go to the school, has no interest to go to school, he wants to go and do his art thing, which, by the way, anybody who has gone to any art school abroad knows that you're not getting into any art school with sketches. It doesn't even happen. Like, nobody's even going to take you seriously. So that was already a contrivance that made no sense because hyperrealism is like, I don't know, it's like the basicest of basics as it comes to art. So that makes no sense. But anyway, his sister wants to go to this school. They never tell us why she wants to go to the school. She just wants to go to school because it's her dream school. Why? Is it Covenant? Do they have like a chemistry lab? Is there something that she wants to go and do there? No reason. It's not, first of all, because bear in mind, Wilma Academy is not a university. So it's not as if, there's a degree that she's going to get from there in particular. Wilma Academy is supposed to be a stepping stone to somewhere else. So why is it your dream school? Your dream school to do what exactly? Anyway, you do all of that. Her brother says, okay, we'll get you into the school. They go to the school, and apparently the scholarship for the school is 150,000. Another contrivance, because anybody who has applied for any scholarships, and majority of the people who are on this space know somebody who is applying for some scholarship to Jakba. Nobody asks you to pay 150,000 naira for a scholarship form. The whole point of a scholarship is that you are poor. You don't have money to pay for the school, which is why you're applying for a scholarship. So if they had said, okay, you need 150K to email your admission to the US or something like that, makes sense. But a scholarship form for 150,000 that apparently they don't have, and then Shia supposedly steals enough money for the both of them because he stole 2 bundles of money. And then he goes and he pays for the thing. And somehow, conveniently, the answers to the entire thing falls in his lap, which is another contrivance because there was also the Femi Branch character who, for whatever reason, seems to hate poor people so much that will literally spoil your shoes and walk in muddy, like in like soddy water. For what reason? Part of that, like, then we do all of that. He gets the answers, and they do the test, and it's a world-class university where the billionaires go, but they don't have CBT. They're writing with pen and paper for multiple answer test. They don't have CBT. They don't have any computer that they can do it on. They write on pen and paper in 2022 in a luxury school that billionaires allegedly go to, because apparently that's the reason why Mr. Femi Branch wants his son to go there, because somehow his son is going to miraculously get him clients for his realty business. By the way, what kind of rich man is rich enough to bribe a teacher, which of course it cannot be the 150,000 naira for the test, so probably upwards of 500 to 1 million. Bribe a teacher to get test answers, knows who exactly stole the test answers, knows who used it, and doesn't have enough money to fuck the boy up. Are we joking? Is it a joke? That they're even walking, that Derrila is walking around the school going, oh, I have to talk to you. I want to talk to you. And Shia is there like, what do you talk to me about? Are all of you joking? Is it like, am I going crazy? It's something like, I was confused. I was mad confused. Then on that contrivance, he gets into the school. They ask him to bring his SSC results, which they call transcripts. Transcripts is a university thing, it's not a secondary school thing. You bring your secondary school results, not your transcripts. But he brings his first transcript, and all of a sudden, the woman calls a number that he can't even reach the person, but miraculously, the person knows to answer and lie for him. From where to where? And then you go and collect your $10,000 graft, which is, according to them, the reason why he actually forged his way into the school. And then conveniently, they use 9,950 of the $10,000 grant to pay for uniforms and books. Are you joking? Is this like, what manner of contrivance is this nonsense? And then of course there's the subplot of Derrila's music career, which they hint to the point of painting his room with guitars and sound waves, and we never hear about it again. Then the thing that really, really pissed me off was the drug subplot. If you are going to touch drugs, if you are going to mess with drugs and addiction, and I'm saying this from a personal point of view because I have family members who have dealt with addiction, please do your fucking research and come correct. This is not a joke. People are dying. And some people, your TV show, whatever it is, will be the first time they experience drug use. Drug cartels, drug syndicates have clearly defined hierarchies. But in your show, Rambo and government are just 2 people, and they only have one thug somewhere. And then Joe is the person selling drugs. So it's like 4 people in this drug syndicate that apparently all the police are afraid of, and everybody in the whole of Isaleko knows them, but there are only 3 of them. Are you joking? It's a joke. And then, of course, because there's no hierarchy, Adufe can basically sleep with Rambo, and in 2 days, she's second in command over government, who apparently is supposed to be his adopted brother that they've been doing the business together for 25 years. Who does that? Like, Rambo and government, the first time we are introduced to them, they are killing somebody for using their drugs without permission, but they give 500,000 naira worth of drugs to Ishaya, who is a waiter who has no experience with drug use, has no connections in the streets, has no guarantee he's going to sell the drugs, and somehow miraculously sells the drug. Are we joking? Like, they have a nightclub where they use as a front to sell their drugs, but they leave the nightclub and the successful business and this thing they built to go and sell Molly to children. Are you joking? Are you like, they're grounding Molly in a lab? They're using Molly to study. Like, are you joking? Then there's a whole opioid subplot with Carmen. Sorry, can I finish this, please? There's the Carmen subplot where Carmen apparently has an addiction to prescription painkillers because she had an accident, which basically you just watched maybe House or Grey's Anatomy and heard some snippets about drug addiction. Didn't even bother to research it. And her mother seizes her tablets in the beginning of the episode. It's like, "Mommy, give me back my tablets." And then all of a sudden, she forgets that she has an opioid addiction. Are you joking? Do you know what an opioid addiction is? Do you know how it works? Do you know that people are dying of overdoses because they have opioid addiction? Like, what kind of misrepresentation of drug use or opioid use is this? Like, why? I see. I could just keep going on, and like it was so contrived, so poorly researched, so poorly executed. It was just it was terrible. Like, and like apart from Bucci, of course, and Moshood Fata, Michael, who did like great jobs, but everybody else was trash. Like utter
Thank
trash.
you.
All right, thank you, Edwin. Wow. All right. Okay. Let's see who we reduce the temperature
Thank
of this. Oh, Yinka, please. Yes. Yinka can reduce the temperature. Go ahead.
Um, I don't know whether I can reduce temperature, but okay. Um, when I first started this conversation, I was like, oh, for what it is okay. Indeed, I wanted to talk about the Aduke character, and some of the questions I had, they said this is A levels. I guess it's A levels because I don't know what imaginary secondary school this is. I'm so sorry. It's like, guys, the old age thing. That was not even my problem with this. My problem with this is I want to know one thing in regards to age, not the actor's age, not anything. I just want to know how old Ishaya's character is supposed to be. Because Ishaya's character is having a relationship, because I'm very confused if this is secondary school or not, is having a relationship with Cameron. And if Cameron's character is supposed to, if one of them is past 18, past 19, because this guy is around hanging out in like club rooms, working in club rooms, all those things, and I'm supposed to be okay with the relationship that may be 60, a relationship with like somebody that is technically an adult dating somebody that is technically a minor. Like, you need to clarify that up a lot. You need to even clarify the age of Aduke too, because there is, I think somebody has already mentioned it. There is a little tiny thing that is like, is this pedophilic? And especially if you want to do a young adult show, and a lot of young adult shows nowadays have had like that old since, because Pretty Little Liars, they've had that chicha relationship with the something. Okay, but at least they are clear about the age like limits and everything, and that's just one thing that was a little bit strange in this entire show. Aduke's character, I said there was some sort of emotional depth, some sort of emotional, not emotional. What I meant was empathy. Like, she wasn't completely like made to be completely made to be like a hoe, betraying hoe. And I'm getting that the head writer of this is a woman. I don't know if it's the actress that gave some sort of like empathy to the character, but Aduke characters is written very, very badly. And motivation is bad. Even what's his character? The main character guy, his motivations is also very bad. Very, very bad. It's a lot of American Western something, which is okay. Like, compared to, if you compare this show to Riverdale and all that stuff, it is in the same format. Riverdale may be a little bit slightly because it has a longer season. They put too much into this show for the number of episodes they have. By the way, you should know the number of episodes you have so that you can know how to like spread out your story and know how to do that. But like, that's one of my issues also with like Korean dramas. Sometimes I'm like, don't you know the number of episodes that you have before you start writing this thing so that you can know how to spread it out and end it? There's a lot of things that happen outside of what we see, right? We don't even see. I didn't see government get arrested. I didn't see government get arrested. I'm told government got arrested. Apart, huh?
They showed them taking.
I think we did see it. Yeah, everybody escapes. Yeah, but the so police coming to get government or whatever.
I saw police, but I didn't see him get arrested. We saw police, we saw something. I didn't see him get arrested. They told it was what's
They
it
came to
called?
the room. They came to the room where he was, with guns,
Oh, okay. Maybe the editing will make me confused. And usually I pay attention to like what's going on next in the scene and everything, but like to even come back to Aduke's character, her motivation of actually going to meet and be with Oga something is because Mr. Man was like, oh, can I take care of you? Or like, oh, something about he can't take care of, just not to say what he said was like, not to say that I can take care of some girl. And Aduke was like, me, I'm some girl. And the next thing we see, she's dancing in the club room. And then she's now with Mr. Joby. Okay. I mean, you can write that story, but you can write the story of the fact that Aduke is scared that if she says no to Mr. Joby, there will be something happen. It will actually mean that you have to give the actresses and the actual time and actually have to write it and give space to like for us to see that emotion and see that like, oh, that's why she's saying yes to him. Not necessarily because, out of like, some jealousy. It is a very, very reductive way to write a female character. Even Carmen, I don't even get Carmen's character at all. And even the other girl, Neka, I don't get it. It's very badly written. It's a very badly written female character. It's so stereotypical that it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
Sorry, Anka, 6 minutes is
My 6 minutes up.
yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. I'm coming back, I guess.
Okay. All right. Another wonderful part.
Nobody is giving good motivations in this entire something. It's just it's bad. It's bad. But it's typical of teen dramas.
All right. Okay. I'm just going to read a couple of comments that have come through. You can also reply either to the space or you can use the hashtag Nollywood Film Club. All right. So Yeti Johnson. There's some criticisms to some of our speakers. Yeti says, if you watched it, speaker, you will know why the sister wants to go to the school. So whack. And she does follow back with the reason she wants to be a neurosurgeon, and Wilma is a prestigious school, one step to her dream. Thanks, Yeti. Ricky says, these criticisms doesn't make sense at all. I'm sure these ones have never written a script. Majority celebrated Wakanda and Batman. If they had written the script just the way you pointed out, you won't even watch it. Okay. I don't know what criticism that's pointed at or if it's relevant, but that's part of the whole, hey, if you want to attack, like Yeti pointed at poignant criticisms, yes, about the way the sister wants to go to school, and thank you for responding and answering. But yeah, I don't know what, Ricky, you're responding to, if it's relevant. All right. I think a couple of people still haven't gotten off their first phase of this. So Tammy, please, if you are still there, go ahead.
Hello.
Hi, Tammy.
Oh, hi. Okay. I actually thought the movie was pretty interesting, although there were certain things I just didn't get. And I've got to disagree with one of the speakers who spoke earlier, Omodudu, I hope I'm saying that properly. He said that the writing wasn't good. I think it was okay. Well, maybe not good, okay. Where they went wrong was the audience, or rather the characters. They weren't really written for teenagers. In real life, teenagers don't actually speak like that. They were a bit too mature for children, or rather teenagers that young. And of course, there was a bit too much swearing in it for my liking. I'm not a prude, but that's the way I feel. Definitely not a YA movie. And the funny thing is, years ago, Funke Akindele, she used to be in a YA series many, many years ago called I Need to Know. And that's the perfect example of writing for teenagers. But they just didn't do it properly here. And some of the things were pretty unrealistic. I understand that this was a school between secondary and university, so yes, the kids are supposed to be a bit more mature. But I didn't understand Atlas's character. Why was his hair pink, red, green, blonde? You're in school. Act like a kid. I mean, over here in the UK, if you wore your hair like that, even in college, they wouldn't accept it. And another unrealistic aspect I discovered in the movie was using art to support your family. And I'm sorry to say this, but I do know that over there in Nigeria, unless you're truly established and maybe you have a family, I don't think you can use art to support a family of 4, 5. It just doesn't happen. Cynthia said something about the transitions, and I agree with her to a certain degree. Some of the transitions did work. For example, where Ishaya was taking drugs, the psychedelic references, that worked. But I do agree with her when it came to the flashbacks. Had they used a quick fade to white before and after the flashback, and I'm talking about when Atlas discovered that he wasn't exactly his father's son, which explained why he was cut off. Had they used a quick fade to white, that could have worked. That could have been sufficient. Why did it have to look blurry? I just didn't get it. And speaking of being unrealistic, Atlas's mother, when she attended the meeting, why was she dressed like Jessica Rabbit? I didn't get that either. You're not even rich. Why are you dressing like that in broad daylight? And I think the movie was trying too hard to be like their American counterparts. I don't care if they're rich. It was too much. For example, the girl who was shagging Atlas behind Carmen's back, her name is Nenna, not Nenna. Get it right. And Carmen Willoughby. Seriously? A Nigerian bearing that name? That's a bit too much. And another thing I didn't get was, well, didn't like actually, was how condescending these characters were. I mean, you do come across some really condescending rich people. Let's not lie about that. But I think they overdid it. For example, Femi Branch's character, calling them gutter rats. That's just rude. And even Mrs. Willoughby, she referred to Ishaya as a welfare kid. Having said that, Femi Branch's son, Demele, I like how he had different names. His name was actually Demele, I think, but they called him David, Duncan. You know, they were playing on the fact that nobody really knew who he was because he had no friends. He got exactly what he deserved because he was rude, referring to Ishaya as a cleaner boy. No chemistry between the couples, especially Ishaya and his dancer girlfriend. I can't remember her name. No chemistry at all. But I like how she became a boss bitch at the end of it. And finally, another thing I found unrealistic was the house they lived in. The poor houses. I mean, thumbs up to them for using real poverty situations. The exterior shots were good, you know, because it looked like they really were in dire straits. But the inside of these houses, I mean, they looked like abandoned warehouses with furniture stuck in. I didn't get it. Couldn't they have been a bit more realistic? And don't get me started on Ishaya's friend. His house was even worse. So in conclusion, I think the movie, or rather the series, well, and I've got to say the name was really disappointing. Far From Home. That's the name you come up with. They sold it to us like it was a teen movie, when in reality it was a teen movie 1 minute, action movie next minute, drug. Make up your bloody mind. But it wasn't bad. The writing was okay. The cinematography was decent. And the costumes, they went a bit too far, but I found it pretty entertaining, if not non-Oscar winning material. That's it.
All right. Okay, all right. Thanks, Tammy. Just a couple of people left. Just yes, if Ichika and Rotimi left to say their bats. All right. If Ichika, please go ahead. I know you've been waiting a while. So tell us that you ain't here for the good. So if you want to say the good, feel free.
All right. Good evening. Okay, so I'll just be mixing it up, whichever one that comes out. Yeah. So first of all, A levels has no upper age limit, right? So I heard someone say something about him dating Adufi not balancing up because of his age. And a lot of people have really been talking about Ishaya's age and all that. So really, A levels has no age limit. It's not like secondary school or anything. So I think that's quite explainable. Then yeah, Duffy taking over government business didn't really match up with me because I thought in situations like that the police locks up the place. So I was really wondering how she got access into that place, how the police doesn't know that the place is still running and, not go back, even though, yeah, the movie ended there. So yeah, but that was just a bit of a cloth. Then the camera thing, it felt like the it was a selected places that they put cameras there, right? Because I mean, if camera is to be put in the school, the library should be like one of the first places. Outside should be like the first place. So camera not being in the library didn't quite make sense to me. And outside as well, because are you trying to say you put camera just in the hallway, you didn't put camera outside? Because if there was camera outside, then they should have captured the whole Frank being kidnapped thing, and there won't be a question on was he kidnapped? Did he just go away and all that? Then what else? Okay, then the Frank kidnapped thing again, yeah, if really there was a police investigation, it should have pointed out Ishaya there. I was expecting that from the moment Ishaya sent that text message. I was already like, okay, during, the whole investigation and stuff, that's what happened. The text message should have, they should have asked him questions. Why was it the moment you sent this message that this happened? Ishaya totally didn't come up. Then, I heard people say things about Ishaya having a problem with Frank dating the sister. We all have friends that really they don't want you to have anything to do with their sibling, whether you're good or bad. They just don't want that because it just feels a bit creepy to them. Then Rahila wanted to go to the school. Oh well, someone already talked about that in the comment section. But regardless of Rahila wanting to go there, be a neurosurgeon or anything, we have dreams, right? That we don't really have a strong reason that backs that up. So you can just want something, it just catches your interest and you just want it, and that's just it. You must really have a very serious explanation as to why you want that. Then writing on pen and paper is still practiced even in developed countries. So the test must not be in a computer based format. Writing on pen and paper makes complete sense. But what didn't make sense to me was the fact that what's his name again, Mr. Wilmer, RMD, and the principal, it felt like they were both involved in giving Femi the answer or something, because there was a comment RMD made somewhere and it wasn't so explained. Like I just didn't really understand that part. It just made me feel, oh, does it mean he was aware, or did he find out later? I didn't get that part. Then yeah, the cause of the fire as well. How they check the cause of the fire, because I know that if there's a fire outbreak, right? That should be checked. And really, it felt like it was checked, which was why they started the whole stop and search thing. Now, if you checked and you found out it was drugs and you said stop and search, if that was actually the reason, I just felt at that moment that the first thing to do would have been to run drug tests, all those very quick drug tests and all that on the students, and just ascertain it, because it's not like it's a big school. So if it's like a school with 2,000 students, 1,000 students, it can be like, oh, this is a bit, not going to work out like that. But it's a small school from what I saw. So that should have been done. That should have been an approach, right? Then what else? Yeah, there's something else I'm missing. Okay, yeah, someone talked about Femi's character. Yeah, Femi is rich. His character is that Femi is rich, and Femi's character not matching up with buying the whole test form and all that. Yeah, he's rich, but he's just that guy that is rich and he doesn't want to spend the money to get more money. He just wants to get the money. And then another problem I had with the movie was the wildcat thing. Like, why do you have to use wildcats? What team is this? Wildcats. Put your head in the game. That was so High School Musical. Like, that was so High School Musical. Immediately that happened, I just laughed out. I'm like, okay, this is High School Musical. It's been years I saw that movie, but that is something that I can never forget. They could have just used some other line to just show that off. I don't have anything much to say. So yeah, I'm just going to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ifechukwu, and thanks for waiting. They're done in about 5 minutes, 18. Library one, yes, that was something. Mrs. C, you wanted to say something about age?
Yes, sorry. I do want to say I do think the age is relevant. There's obviously there's no upper limit for anything. Actually, I don't think there's an upper limit for being in secondary school, an upper limit for being in university, nothing of that sort.
Maybe nursery.
I mean, you start when you start, right? But first off, it has been marketed as a YA series, so we are supposed to be following young adults. That's why their ages matter. We need at least a range. I'm not telling you to show me everybody's birth certificate, but secondly, see, the way the relationships in this show have been set up, one person at least, is potentially a pedophile, and the show has refused to tell me who. Because if Ishaya's age is irrelevant, or Ishaya is potentially older than the rest of them, because, I don't know, some background, whatever reasons, right? He's old and he has come back.
Careful.
No. Careful?
No, just, okay, go on, sorry.
Okay, it's just one point. Like, if potentially he has come back, there are multiple things. There are a bunch of things. First off, this school does not request his birth certificate. They don't question his age. They don't question why he's older, right? If he's supposed to be older, it should show. Secondly, he's dating Carmen. Carmen? Is that her name? Yeah, he's dating Carmen, or he starts dating Carmen. Carmen is held back a year, right? But again, these kids' ages are ambiguous. They're doing their A-levels. They're probably 16, maybe 17. We don't know how old he is. This guy could be 25 years old, and he's dating a 17-year-old. In a YA show, it's problematic. Second, we have his ex, Adufe, who is dating Oga Rambo. Is Adufe a smallie, or is Adufe an adult who is dating Ishaya, who is way too young? That's a problem. Is Rambo dating a smallie? He's a drug lord. That's not too crazy for a drug lord to be dating a smallie. But is a drug lord making a smallie his second in command? It's like the ages are not irrelevant based on how they have decided to plot the story.
All right. Okay, thanks, Mrs. C. Rotimi, close this off.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. First things first. The worst performance for me, and it's weird because it's not even a human being, is the hyena. That hyena holds no threat for me. It was very passive. I know that the only thing that was like, oh, it's a hyena, so it's like, oh, it's a wild animal. But I just thought that like if you say you're threatening people that are going to feed them to an animal, at least the animal should show some form of aggression. So it was very docile. It was a very domesticated hyena that had no aggression. Second thing, that is a very obvious glaring like a mistake, and this is a small thing about camera work. There's a point where Carmen steals Shaya's art book, and she sends him a picture where she's like, "Okay, I'm going to throw your art book into the toilet." Now, the picture she sends him is the frame of all what we are looking at. It's not the perspective of our phone looking at the book. So it's almost like they took the same frame and they put it as that's the image that she was sending to Shaya. So there are some things with camera work, but those are preferences to me. I just think that like the camera work when the drugs were being used. I maybe because I have so many visual representation references of how drugs are being used. They tried to create an effect around it. I just don't think that was the actual best way to show it. You understand? The editing for the cheerleaders tryouts with Zima. Like if you are showing somebody doing a tryout, like no, it has to go. She's trying out and she's dancing to a beat. So just like that movement has to match with the cuts. It was just like a wide shot. It just that editing around that side didn't work for me. The strip club was cringe. Like I was cringing, I was laughing anytime I saw who was going to the strip club. That was just it was a bit cringy for me. Um, there are a lot of things that have to do with now, like plot convenience. Like I think was it I can't remember who mentioned it, but it was like how do, this is from the beginning of the show. I don't have a problem. Why is he Shire? The same guy. This same thing happens to one guy, this particular guy. How does the guy that happens to work at a drug dealing place that has he got access to where they keep their money and steal money because he happens to need money. He has access, okay, he has one convenience one. Then he happens to work in the same rich man's house that has answers to the particular school that is going to give 10,000 ways. So that for me just it was very convenient for the plot to happen in terms of the writing. So that one is just okay for me that like those things were too convenient. Now this is now the other overhead thing that's probably I think Elizabeth mentioned is that this is really the biggest query with this show. Somebody described Nigeria as a third world country that has first world aspirations, and it shows in our filmmaking. And I'm saying this like even with this with respect because I found this show entertaining, but it wanted to be Hollywood so bad like cheerleading tryouts, like the team running through their banner. And I'm like, the drug dealing, like when this guy does the drug dealing through his app, Ishaya starts, okay, how am I going to get drugs for my people? From the, and was trying to use the app, Blink. And I'm like, this is straight up from Power Book 2. There's nothing, that was not, anybody can tell me, I'm not angry. That's Power Book 2. That's Tariq. That's how Tariq was getting his drugs to his people. Straight up a lift. And I'm like, okay, then you have this girl taking Carmen at the end, you take her to rehab. I'm like, okay, this is very Hollywood like. So now, this is now my problem now. This is the bigger issue. And I think it's also what I keep saying about this is not just about filmmakers, it's also about Netflix and what they are choosing to go on and what they are approving. Are you trying to tell me that they kept saying, oh, this is not a Saleh Eco school? And I'm like, maybe I would have preferred to watch a show about an Saleh Eco school, not a 1% school. Because I don't know. I went to a federal government college. And I'm like, I don't know what happens in the pipe. So I don't even know what drugs they're using. I don't know if they even sell drugs there. I don't know, honestly. So everything. But I'm like, I know Hollywood tropes because I've watched too many shows and too many movies. So I know I can recognize the trope. So I'm trying to say that is it that we can't tell Nollywood stories from a Nollywood perspective, from a Nigerian perspective, and it will be a great story? Or in order to get approved, you have to write this thing in a Hollywood format. So they're like, I know this, I know this, I know this. Oh, you are approved, your show gets done. Because if it's that, it might not necessarily be on the filmmakers. They're just doing what they have to do to get money out so they can do these shows and make their attempt. But it goes to a question that I don't know if we know how to tell our stories anymore, or whether we are even interested in telling our own stories anymore. I don't know if we want to be Hollywood so bad that we now want to throw the baby away with the bathwater. That Nollywood has nothing to offer. We can't tell Nigerian formats. That Nigerian format has no space for in the international community. That it cannot be fitted into the universal story. So let's just go from the Yankee template and arrange it. And then the audience found it entertaining. A lot of people like this show. Me personally, I found it entertaining. But the fact is, it's very Hollywood YA type. And the reason why I said I thought that Mel might like it, because I remember once Mel said she has her friends that they like watching Blood and Water, that, she can show it to her friends. So I was like, okay, they have now done a show in Nigerian format that fits the high school format that we are familiar with. But I'm like, does that work for us? Is that what we want to see? So, but it's well done. And I'm sorry, there's one issue I just have. I don't know how much time I have. There's one of somebody that made a mention that these people were trash. And this is the things that I have small issue and I have to push back with. You can criticize somebody's work. When you say that people are trash, that's you attacking them. There's a difference. I can say what I say about the work, but I'm not insulting anybody. And when I'm in a group where people insult, I feel uncomfortable because they are trying to. There's a difference between attacking somebody's work and attacking them. Let's separate the two. That's all. Because it makes us all. Yeah. Okay. It's my time up.
Yeah. Your time's out. I'm just wondering, did somebody say somebody was trash at the work?
No.
Yeah.
They were speaking about
Yes,
everybody spoke about
yes,
anybody
someone
in
did
person.
that.
Right. Okay.
Somebody was bad.
Nobody. I don't think anybody said anybody was.
Nobody said
Someone
anything
did
No,
about
that.
the
Somebody
makers
did
of the
that.
film
someone
before
Somebody
did
the
did
that.
that.
news. They
Somebody did
spoke
that.
about the
The
work.
Somebody did
guy
that.
that spoke, the last three speaker, yeah, he did. The last guy
He
that
did.
spoke.
He did. He actually did. That's
Okay.
all.
He said somebody was trash.
No, he said
Yes, he did.
he did.
Okay. All
That's
right.
not wrong way, but let's not get distracted by that. Oh,
All right. Okay. I mean, like, I don't know how many speakers we've had. Speaking about an average 6 minutes for about 3 hours now. I know this is going to happen, and it's fine. Honestly, like if we did miss somebody saying somebody's trash, please
he was
call it out.
entertained,
Call it out
but
immediately. So
we are
like,
still not. Somehow insisted
hang
on
on,
the
Rotimi,
Nollywood that
Rotimi, Rotimi,
Rotimi,
hang
please,
on,
can we move on to the next part of this, I
hang on,
beg?
hang on. So
is that
yeah,
sorry.
wait now, wait. So I'm just saying it because like it's important for the conversation. If somebody does say insult somebody, because like I'm trying to pay attention for that as well. So if I miss it, you anybody else is fine to call upon somebody else immediately. I'm not going to be mad at that. Nobody should insult anybody in particular. I am only hearing people's work generally being said, called out, and I'm not policing how you want to speak about anybody's work. Anyway, but that's that part. Okay, I think we had Lawal. All right, so Lawal, I'm going to give you a chance to speak in a bit. But we've been talking about Far From Home for about 3 hours now. We've done the good. We are doing the bad, but because you haven't spoken about either the good or the bad, feel free to say what you heard, whichever side you want to. You do have 6 minutes. Lawal?
Hi.
Hi.
Time. Good afternoon, everyone. I think I just came across this and I was listening to Rotimi speak, and that's why I joined. And I think I watched it Far From Home, and one thing I can say, it was a good movie. And on even the concept of not telling our story well, I feel this is globalization. We just saw Davido perform at the World Cup. We've seen Burna Boy perform at World Stage, and also this is not 1995. This is 2002. All these things exist in Nigeria. There's Lekki British School. There are really these expensive schools in Nigeria that do all these things. But I feel like from a commercial point of view, they have to sell the story, so that the world can relate. I'm not saying it's the best, but for me, one of my favorite movies has been Power. Power, the 150 Cent did. I mean, to be unfair to start comparing this movie to like Power with kind of money they have, but I feel like yes, we can do better, and you can always have variety. Like there was this film a lot by Shin. They can go to the olden days and talk about the cultural part, but this film is something a lot of people will be able to relate to. You've seen something happening in Nigeria where I think a kid lost his life, where they beat him in a school. You've seen where they took some kids to Dubai and they're talking about rape. But so these things happen. These are Nollywood story. Yes, it
Sorry,
might sound like
Lawal, sorry.
yeah.
Sorry. I don't usually interrupt, but like, are you gonna speak about Far From
Yeah,
Home?
yeah. Yeah,
That's
so the
generally
movie just
okay.
the movie relates to what is happening in Nigeria. All these things happen in Nigeria. There are these expensive movies. At first, when I saw the critic, I was like, oh, maybe younger people should have been used. But honestly, the movie was good. I can't say it's like comparing to Power or something, but to me, I don't have much to say, but it was a good movie. I don't know what the agreement was, but at the end of the day, I think we're just trying to globalize. We're trying to be accepted worldwide. We have seen all these movies, just trying to reach other audience too. So I won't use all the 8 minutes, but so far it's a good movie. That's all.
All right, thanks, Lawal. All right, okay. So I think that's well, it was just about. I was gonna say it's just about everybody done. But we do have we have one more person, and I promise we'll get to the second round. Sorry, guys. In fact, like Mr. and Mrs. C are forgoing their.
Excuse me.
Well,
I
Mrs.
need to read someone's points.
Okay, we can do that, but we'll get people on in a bit for a second bit. But I think kids. All right. If I don't find. All right. whose point are you reading, Mrs. C? Before you read the points, let me just read some comments that have come in. Either reply to the space, or use the hashtag Nollywood Film Club, and then we'll read your comments up. Yeti was saying, this is 22 minutes ago, sorry guys. But example of constructive criticism, not being a damn hater. If Nigerians don't include insults in everything, they can't function. That's from Yeti. Okay, I don't know who she was praising. It's entirely possible that Far From Home was a well-written show. This is from Cranberry something. Cranberry Stain. All right. It's entirely possible that Far From Home was a well-written show with a decent plot and character development, and it was all botched in the editing because the editing was abysmal, horrendous, no sense of pacing, horrible soundtrack arrangement. All right. Otas says no angel hate allowed. Vanessa basically echoes the same thing. All right, I'm going to use this chance to say my thing about Angel. Angel's a small dog. I'm sorry, it's not that. It's supposed to be this terrifying, but like I know Angel is not terrifying. I like the idea of having but like it's when if you put me in a cage with the little hyena. All right, it's not the best place to be, but I will beat that dog is not going to live to tell the story. One person is going to die, ain't me. It's not going to be me.
Yeah, says he can take on a hyena.
I will fight.
You get mouth. You get mouth.
That's a little top hyena. Please. I don't know. I didn't find Angel terrorizing.
Like I said,
also, it was
to cut up Angel's food.
Yeah. Yeah, like when they say feed him to Angel, like what do you mean, Angel? Yeah, I mean like hyenas aren't hunters, from what I understand, and they like notorious scavengers.
Lion King told me they're scavengers.
Yeah, that might be a Lion King. I don't know. I might be.
Hyenas are hunters. It's just that's a Lion King thing.
But
It is. I will say this.
Don't they move in
Angel is significantly small for an hyena. I don't think that's a fully grown hyena.
It was a cub, and it was
honestly, be scared. If an hyena's teeth to grab your head, hyenas are actually very scary. Even lions hide from hyenas.
I'm talking about
and they're very smart.
I'm not talking
They're
about
very
any
smart and very social. They're very social and very smart. And like even lions are kind of sometimes they hide in carcasses if they see a group of hyenas. So,
all right, my point was
Angel is very small for hyena.
I was not terrified of Angel, not even in the slightest. All right, okay. So
when was the last time you saw?
I was about to
when was the
introduce
last
you
time
guys.
you saw a wild animal on screen and you were actually terrified?
When was the last time? What?
When was the last time you saw a wild animal on screen? Not like a monster or whatever, but just an actual wild animal.
There are some times we've seen dogs, and dogs have given up terrifying looks, right? Because they're getting close. And you see the dog, and maybe the dog is like foaming in the mouth. Like Angel was shot from like up top, so like it made him look even smaller.
Cameraman
It's just like and he just looked cute. He looked like
only pay up close.
All right. Okay. Anyway, you want Mrs. C, you wanted to read somebody's.
Yeah, let me read someone's someone sent in their dislikes. Color grading, use of music, performances from the girl who acted as Nina. Also, her characterization wasn't great. Bimba Kintola's performance, Elsa Mbadwe's performance, Rahila's performance, Adufe's story arc. There was no proper setup. The jump from her being good to bad felt unrealistic. It was somehow. Funke's performance was not it. Compare this to how she was in TK's Mammy. This one, no gel. I'm finding it hard to reconcile the backstory with regards to the death of the younger boy. I don't know, but I didn't buy the whole art is this big bad wolf thing. The protest was something. Femi Branch's performance. Part of the dialogue was Episode 5 was somehow. It was rushed. It didn't make a lot of sense. Are these weekly boarders? Abby, is the school day and boardings? Very good question. It could be both. It doesn't care. It really doesn't care. There was no setup for a lot of things in this film, Sha. I can't lie. Episode 5 was really the weakest episode. That was when the stakes were supposed to be high, but it really wasn't. It was supposed to have this big bang on final resolution, but ... Also, that whole drug to kidnapping thing storyline did not give.
Okay, all right. So I guess if you want us to read out your comments also privately, you can send us a DM and we can do that. If you don't want to leave a comment or use the hashtag Nollywood Film Club. All right, let's. I want to say let's go to the second round. I have to bring up some people as well in a bit. Second. Vanessa, you
Yes, please. My God. But before I start my second round, I want to address the trash thing because it was Edwin who said, and he said it was the plot contrivances that were trash. He didn't speak about any person in particular. You people should be listening. Now, on to the second half of my bad. This was supposed
We're
to be a
listening
show
to
about a young adult.
Refer to me
Okay,
now.
I'm
You know
speaking. Please do
better.
not interrupt me. This was supposed to be a show about a young adult, highly debatable, acclimatizing to life among the elites. Or did I read the plot synopsis wrong? Ishaya was not far from home at all. In fact, Ishaya felt right at home. He fits in so quickly, one begins to wonder where are the a-hole rich kids who were supposed to be mean to him? Where was the culture shock? Why make his being the scholarship kid such a big deal if it had no bearings on the interactions that he had for the rest of the show? Who were these characters supposed to be? Nothing in this show was set up. Multiple subplots just floating around like some multiverse of madness-ish. 1 minute, Carmen is supposed to be a mean girl, but she scowls at Ishaya twice and then is smooth sailing from there to the extent that they are comparing scars. Be fucking for real, you guys. Atlas Nko. At least Atlas couldn't even be a bully slash irresponsible young man with trouble at home. And this is not an indictment on Olumide, even though this was not him at his best. This is an indictment on the writing. I am laying the blame at the door of the writers. Who was Zena again? We literally don't know who this girl is outside the fact that she knotted Ishaya's tie in the middle of class and somehow deceived herself that she could dance. I'm supposed to be shipping her with Reggie. That wasn't a ship. That was a rickety canoe with holes at the bottom of it. You guys have given me your cough. The secondhand embarrassment I felt when I watched that cheerleading audition scene. I shudder every time that I think about it. I'm going to go back to my initial point where I said that this show wasn't YA. Because you know what would have made this show a young adult series? If the show was actually about the young adults and not a power tussle in a criminal enterprise. As a generous queen, I'm going to give you guys solutions. See, the first episode of this show could have set up the two worlds in which the show was set in. The Omolos and the Talikas, the haves and the have-nots, if you will. Introduce us to these people in their habitats. Carmen, Atlas, Nena, Reggie, Zena, Frank, at the Lagos Polo Club. Oh shit, I almost forgot about Derele. Him too, before the new session begins at Wilma. Tease Atlas's and Nena's secret romance with lustful glances when Carmen isn't looking. Show Carmen feeling out of place, especially because she's repeating the session again or she missed out on half of the year because of her accident. But place Derele, Zina, and Frank in the periphery so that even if they're not interacting with each other, what it does is set up the fact that they're actually bloody rich. Because how do Frank and Atlas know each other to the point that Frank is calling him frankincense if this is Frank's first year at Wilma? Set some shit up, honestly, guys. On the other side of town, show us Ishaya, Mike, Rahila, Adufe, and his parents, and how life is hard for them. You can even set Ishaya up as a dreamer, I'll allow it. In each episode, this show could have done a deep dive into multiple characters and how their lives intersect. A Carmen, Ishaya, Atlas, Nena, and even Adufe episode. Show us the accident. Show us the reason for the fallout between Nena and Carmen. Give us what is going on in Atlas's home. Why is his mom AWOL? What is the deal with his dad's will? Why does he need the Arts Institute placement so bad? Why is he troubled? Show how he reacts to Ishaya and Carmen getting closer. And show Ishaya struggling to fit in, save for maybe Frank and Zena. Show Atlas working to keep Ishaya out of their circle. Give us the aftermath of Ishaya's choices with his family and friends. Show how his choices affect his family. See how I didn't mention Ijoba and Rambo because they're not supposed to do this show. Show Adufe feeling left behind. Give us a quadrangle, not a triangle. Show the push and pull that Ishaya experiences between his new life at Wilma and his real life at home. Show us the trauma that his family has. Give us an episode with Derele, who is the rich kid that should fit in by all rights, but is somehow on the outside looking in. Give us a backstory as to why they ignore him at the polo club, why he's never invited to things, even though by all rights he should be among them. Give us the pressure that he feels from his father. Show his resentment build over time. Give him motive to want to sink Ishaya and get into Atlas's good graces. Give us something. You know what? I'm tired of telling you people how this show should have been. But the point is this. Young adult problems are real. And maybe to the writers, young adult problems are pedestrian and inconsequential. And so they overcompensated with drugs, kidnapping, crime. But no matter what age you are, we all deal with issues of self-esteem, feelings of inadequacy, trauma, issues with our home life. These are universal problems that everybody globally can relate to and would enjoy. Not all the time, basbos. Sometimes human interest and depth. The end of this series was so rushed, it gave me whiplash. What do you mean that Frank was kidnapped, government was arrested, Rambo attacked the block, tasers were in the school, Reggie's a black belt? How is Carmen going to rehab for an addiction that we forgot for the entirety of the series? What happened with Ishaya again? Why is Shine Roseman on the TV? Rambo is in the cage? Where is Angeli? P.S. Ijoba and Rambo deserve their own show and should not have been in this. And much of the acting in this show was horrendous. Thank you, everybody. Mic drop.
Wow.
Thank you.
Almost felt like this was timed.
It was timed.
5:57. All right. Okay. Some people have been sending comments. I'm going to go there. Mel says, not the God of Angel, embarrassing Mr. C immediately. An angel for real. All right, whatever. I feel like if I threw it at Scooby Snacks, it would have been fine, to be honest. I thought Angel was a puppy till the 3rd episode or so. Oh my God. Is that someone on my side too? All right. Thank you for that. 10% a teapot. All right. People did have pushback. All right. Somebody, Yeti again, our favorite critic. If you all watched Save the Last Dance, you understand why the age should not be a topic of discussion. Yeti. Also, Wilma is like Gilead, which was a secondary school for entertainment. That was what they were going for. I don't think Yeti.
But you see, that's a lie. Because how is Rahila supposed to want to be a neurosurgeon and that is the school of her dream if it's a school for the arts? Can you people stop shifting the goalpost, for God's sakes?
Sorry, I just want to say that in Save the Last Dance, it's established that Sarah is 17 and all the other characters are of similar ages. They celebrate, like they mention it a couple times.
It's like, can you people actually be honest? All these things that people are
The Save
saying
the
is
Last
not
Dance knowledge. I didn't expect people
Sorry,
to.
I'm like a Save the Last Dance buff. I've watched all of them, even though I love it. I love all the dance movies.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Fair enough. And I think that's the thing the show does do a lot in terms of it doesn't want to commit to anything, and it feels like it's in fear of tripping over something like this. But that's not an excuse not to like actually know.
Decide on something and stick with it.
Yeah, because like it will govern the rules and how you think about things and how certain things play out, the power dynamics of certain things. Like you just have to know. Yeah. Anyway. All right. So, oh geez, Damala was on here. He was person providing pushback for us. He's gone. All right. I'm going to go to Red to me because he also. No, he didn't. I didn't.
Yes, he did.
President, have you spoken?
Rosemary spoke a lot more recently. The trash comment came up.
Like people like Cynthia and Mel have been raising their hand for second round. Don't
Okay,
let me box you.
all right. Okay. Mel, do you wanna?
I do, but Otas has had her hand longer than I have. So I'm very happy to let her speak. And then I speak right after her.
All right. Whoever wants to speak, just speak, for goodness sake.
I'm actually I can't remember when my hand was up. I know I had. Yeah, I think honestly, I'm just going to summarize at this point. I just don't think there's any point in going through the episodes and saying what was bad or what wasn't bad. There really wasn't a commitment to story development or plot. And maybe that's an editing problem. But it's badly put together. We meshed together like all the tropes we can think of and don't do any of them justice. And if we had stuck to less tropes, we would have less of a hard time with what is happening. But I think for me, the most spectacular failure is Adufe and Rambo's characters. Adufe, for the reasons everyone has pointed out earlier, but when they end with her as the drug baron, it means that if there is a season 2, then that's where we're starting from. And maybe they will at some point interlope there with backstories. But everything with that character and that arc is wrong, from the speed of the arc to all of it. So like Rambo likes her, doesn't like her, cares for her, wants to spoil her, but she also can't afford 1 million naira. She's like his baby, the coordinator, second in command, but then she's slinging Molly on the street. Even government isn't selling Molly. And so now we have this character who's this top character, top right-hand woman, whatever. And he's supposed to be training her to sell Molly, but she has 1 million worth of Molly by like 10 minutes into the episode, which she loses. However, no one punishes Joe because fuck Joe, even though they go to Shia's house for 150K. But someone steals 1 million from your girlfriend who you just love so much you want to marry her, and you dunk her head instead in water. Like, I'm sorry, there's just no point to it. And so for that reason, I just don't feel like going back and forth about this is even worth the time. My summary is that it's not great. It could have been better. It was clearly a lofty idea. And I hope they get a chance to do it out better, but there's no redemption for any of the characters because they haven't earned it. Nothing is resolved, just push along. If my friend kidnaps me, he's not staying at my house later that day. It just was an American trope orgy, and that's really just the summary.
All right. Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Tess. So you don't let kidnapped people stay at your house, you bigot. All right. Damala, did you want to? You had pushback. You're a pushback person. Please give us any pushback.
I've even forgotten what I wanted to say. I just think I've forgotten a lot of what I wanted to say, but not everything, but a lot again of what I've heard just sounds like it kind of feels like it stems from them rushing. And you know what? I'm actually going to recant one of the things.
This show was 2 years. Stop being rushed.
No.
Edwin, quiet.
I'm going to recant some of the stuff I said, which is that it must have been an executive decision or whatever. You guys are right. Like, some of the writing did not feel like they really put, their back into it, right? Like, the development in itself felt, it was all just happening way too quickly. And a lot of things were skipped. So that's why, like, some of the questions that are being asked, like, oh, your girlfriend did this and now you don't hear anyone. I understand, though. I'm not criticizing anyone's criticisms. I'm saying that, like, for example, so first of all, let me say this. When it comes to Adufe and what's his name? Rambo's relationship. Speaking as a guy, I can tell you that a lot of guys, no matter how tough they are, can be easily manipulated by women, even if they have access to women. When there can always be one woman or whatever, for whatever reason, that can manipulate them. I think it would have improved the story if when Rambo and Adufe first started doing their thing and everything, if we were able to see Adufe suddenly kind of get the eureka moment where she understood that this Rambo guy actually likes me and he has access to money and power. And we now saw her evolution from this seemingly innocent and, lovesick girlfriend to, Ishaya, to her now becoming this manipulative queen of the underworld. I think that we could have seen that evolution, and then it would have again, the payoff at the end, seeing her sit at the desk with him in the cage, would have just made more sense. Again, it just feels like we went through a time warp and suddenly found ourselves with these characters all just in place. And you're right, some of the events, even though I liked the twists and turns, I just think, yes, you're right. Some of them were contrived. It all felt a bit too convenient. But that again still goes back to rushing through a story instead of really asking yourself questions like, oh, isn't this coming up a bit too soon? How do we get from here to there? We know where we want to get to, but we need to really, really flesh it out. It didn't feel that way. One thing I'll actually say that I actually liked that I wasn't able to say before that I liked was that this show was that I'm not big on Nigerian comedy a lot, but this had genuinely funny moments. And I know it's not necessarily a comedy and that wasn't, the be all and end all, but it actually had me dying at some points. Like, I think Mike Afolari actually sold the character and he was funny in places. I don't even know if that was the intention, but he was funny. Like when they really was like, I want to follow you to the party. And he went, I want to follow you to the party. Am I your daddy? Like I just I lost my shit because that was just like such I don't know. It was such an unconsciously funny moment for me. So that was another thing I liked about it. But I don't know. Like maybe I shouldn't be speaking in defense of the show or what the potential of it, but I can't help seeing the potential of what the show could have been. And I guess that's why it kind of feels like it doesn't feel like it was bad, bad, bad. It feels like they started off, they had this idea and they started to do it and it was actually going well. And all of a sudden, like somebody just capsized this thing. Something happened somewhere. And whether that happened right out of the writer's room or whether it was in the middle, somebody stuck their head into the writer's room and said, we're not doing this anymore, cut it. I don't know, but yes, something went wrong somewhere, and I just think that, but I can't help seeing the potential of what it could have been. So, sorry if that is upsetting for some, but yeah, and yeah.
All right. Okay. It wasn't the pushback I was hoping for. It just, yeah.
I know. I forgot
Again,
a lot of my points because I forgot what people actually said. I didn't make notes or anything, but I don't
all
know.
right.
Yeah, sorry. I'll probably do
Okay.
comments if somebody wants to tag me and maybe tell me. Then maybe I'll try and answer some of those things.
If you have any pushback, just put your hand up and give you chance to say something. Yeah, it's just like for me, episode 1 was rushed, so I don't see this as a. It's just again. I'll tell you, Adif, what's her name? Adufe or whatever. Her journey goes from nice girlfriend to Ishaya, helping him arrange Raila's, her boyfriend at the time, sister's birthday, to being the girlfriend of a crime boss in 20 minutes. This is not, I reject that this, that somehow down the line that, like it definitely gets crazy. It definitely gets crazy as a lot of people have pointed out. But like, I think there were huge symptoms of the script being really rushed much earlier on. 20 minutes is a little too much time to go from second in partner or whatever it was from where she started. All right. Mel, do you wanna?
Yes, please. Okay. So when I was speaking at first, I sort of stopped at where I had a problem with the shoe not being YA. And the next few points that I would raise are points that are uber important to me. So how do I start? So the show by itself, and Tammy has touched upon this, feels mature. The themes that it deals with are so mature. And I know that mature is the right word, but I also want to say dated. I think, for instance, that the color, I didn't like it, and I didn't like it because I thought that it should have felt at least light and refreshing and in sync with, I guess, the youthfulness that the show was supposed to embody, but rather it feels heavy and aged. And I know that we might not be able to see it now, but I'm really convinced that in a couple of years, somebody somewhere would try to watch this and it would feel so old because of that yellowness. And I think that that's just the opposite of what a youthful or a young adult centered show should look like and feel like. Anyway, I also thought that the music design adds to this idea of it feeling dated or going or agedness or maturity. For instance, we have all of these popping Afrobeat songs, but they're only popping today. Some of them, in fact, were popping in what 2019? I don't know. When was War popping? So and the way that Afrobeats works with the million songs that come out each year, it means that in 3 to 5 years, someone is going to play this and hear all these songs that are popping today, or were popping in 2019, and go, oh, that was such a lifetime ago, because so many songs have come by. And the this is also a shift for the industry, and the industry has taken on a new phase, and this is just going to feel so old. Again, the opposite of what a youth-centered show should be concerning itself with. Anyway, another thing that I'm really just super invested in, but is a lot less articulate to me in my mind than the first point, is just the morality of the show. It's There's something there. There's an entire essay, I think, to be written there, but it's all a mumbo jumbo in my head. I've watched this 3 times and it's still not clear. I'm really struggling with it, is the point. So we have drugs, we have sex trafficking, drugs. Edwin has really gone into depth about. We have sex trafficking, we have kidnapping, we have animal abuse, we have what else? Betrayal. There's a ton of this just very poverty as well, or poverty politics, or poor politics. There's a ton of this very heavy, just heavily moral issues that do not get any sort of justice at all. I think that this and overemphasis on spectacle, and I think that this is super clear in the way that we run through subplots and storylines. Very little amounts to anything. Cynthia likes to call it pick and drop. Really just pick topics and we immediately drop them. Anyway, my point is adding poverty to such a show in the way that it got added just makes it morally dubious at best. There isn't any deep dive into what this means for the people as people, right? There isn't any deep dive into the systemics that have caused this to be an issue. Rather, we're really over focusing on the idea that I take away from it anyway, is that the desperation of poor people would end us all, because that's all we see. All we know about Ishaya is he's poor and he's desperate, and he does a bunch of desperate things, and it fucks up some people's really safe spaces. This, I don't know. Who was it that was talking about the lines from the show that, like, if you hear them separate from the show by themselves, it's just some really terrible things to hear anybody say. The thing about calling him welfare and gutter rat. Oh my god. So there's also this fictionalization of elitism. I don't know. It's not fully formed. Anyway, I think that my point is that the thing about the spectacle is that it extends to us as audience too. Because now when Nollywood says the things that we've heard the person at some point listing, we believe them. We're not questioning whether or not this is true of the next poor person we're going to meet. We believe them because I think that's how propaganda works, right? That's how media works. You buy it hook, line, and sinker. We're believing these things about poor people, and it feels like we're in on the joke as well. So the spectacle here is not just all the big, funky things that they're doing on screen. It's also us as innocent audience members, from the safety of our homes, watching these poor people who aren't real. We're watching them be led by Shire. We're watching them infiltrate formerly safe spaces. And it's impossible not to be on the side of the wealthy and the rich, even if you're not materially, because you can clearly see how Isha's desperation is. Again, look how safe Wilmar was when we stepped in, and look at the absolute chaos that he leaves it in when we're leaving. Oh my God. What else are we supposed to take from there?
6 minutes.
Anyway, I want to see research on whether or not poor Nigerians identify with new Nollywood pomp and circumstance and glamour films. I want to see people actually talk to them and see how they relate to that. I feel like there should be something there. Another morality, the end of it is what? Let's take a look. Ishaya apologizing. He's done so much. He led to the kidnap of his sister. He kidnapped his friend. He was about to kidnap his lover. He basically fucked up Adufe's life. He almost killed his father. I don't what. And the end of this is Shai just apologizing. We never go in depth into. Uh Anyway,
All
I think it's the rich in this house. Thank you.
right, thanks, Mel. Elizabeth, do you have a moment? It's been a while we heard from you.
Okay, thank you, you guys. I was just enjoying everybody. So, a lot has been said, and then I'm no longer angry about this. So let me just run quickly through what I think, and then I'll summarize. Another thing I wanted to talk about is I don't know what you people mean about the writing in this show. It was abysmal, was hardly there. It was lackluster. It wasn't like anybody put in any work. Sorry if we did. Because the dialogue here is the weakest point. What do you mean by those corny lines? Almost every single line in episode 1 was cringe, like physically cringe. Somebody mentioned that old dream thing. I don't think people understand how bad that dream part thing is. Because if you understand, because there was a point, he painted the sister in Wilma, blah, 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 uniform, Kenny, and he's like, oh, I'm tired of drawing your dreams. And she goes, dreams, unrealistic dreams are destructive. I'm like, oh my God. And then something happened, then she goes again. And he too now said, I'm too busy following my dreams. I was like, get these people out of here. Get out. Get out. Nothing in that one scene, that one single scene. They used dreams 3 times, and they were almost as if somebody was trying to write in an ambitious line, and everything just sounded pedestrian. There's nothing quotable here because I think the writer was busy looking for one-liners to shine, and that is not how you write. And it didn't end there. There was that thing about Atlas. You mean like the map of the world? Who comes up with that? Or London? You mean Osapa, London in Lekki? Oh my God, who speaks like that? Because the response is as per Osapa. That is it. You keep it moving. But you felt the need. It's almost like, this is one thing I hate about Nigerian writer. Almost like all those abroadians that are trying to write about Nigeria and they are busy explaining glossary in the middle of the lines. That was what that sounded like. But anyways, the lines here were corny. They were horrible. The lines were just bad. This movie is an amalgamation of tropes. And because of that, it is derivative. And the problem with things like that means they are unoriginal. And because of that, the writing cannot gel. We are complaining about the plots not plotting, nothing not making sense. It is because nothing in this show is original. Everything in this show was plucked out of something. And that is how to write a terrible movie. I mean, or terrible show. Look at Riverdale. Nobody likes Riverdale, even though some people watched it for all of the disastrous seasons. But the problem with Riverdale is everybody went in there thinking, oh, Archie comics. And the next thing we are seeing Sabrina the Teenage Witch. That is what this felt like. And that one, at least, they even managed to flesh out characters. These characters were just doing things that did not make sense. And because of that, characters. We even had characters that were pick and drop. Let me borrow Cynthia's language. We had pick and drop characters like Dean Really's dad. Like even Reggie just appeared later to come and like Vanessa said about Carmen and her drug. Next she was going to rep. Things were just happening without us seeing it. It made absolutely no sense. And I see what Mel was saying about the thing, because at a point while I was even watching it, because I was live tweeting, the first thing I was like, I hope there is a point to the celebration of decadence in this show. because I don't think you people understand. Like, you watch Elites, you watch all of this, like, you watch Sex Education, you watch all of these shows, that these YA shows, even the ones that are sexualized. You see that when they start using drug, there is a police case, there is somebody chasing them, there's something around. It wasn't exactly about somebody selling drug and the person, being caught. There is some sort of comeuppance happening. It's not like some form of celebration to the extent that Reggie was helping you to sell drugs, and then Carmen was excited when she found a new way to help him sell drugs. Oh my God. And now you are not surprised somebody was kidnapping somebody, and the next thing, like, oh, sorry that I kidnapped you. Can I stay over? Oh, yeah, come in. This is the problem with us, because I don't think, and when we raise this issue, I'm going to digress a bit. When we raise this issue, people start trying to clap back. And I'll always reference this show that came out after Blood Sisters. I remember the last time we did Blood Sisters, and somebody mentioned how the use of drugs. Look, and how it was just blatant and nothing, and everybody was defending it. When I watched, what was that show that happened after the South African original that happened about the revenge thing? We had a character that was using drugs, and not once did they show the character use drugs. Do you know why? It's because they have sense. Do we have sense? I don't know. Not once did they use it. Like, we knew this character was using, because once they found a drug on his table, is that found one, and then he was supposed to be buying drug, and guess said, no, you cannot buy. This is how you do. But we have a way where we do some displaying of things and without thought. We hardly put thought, because half of the time we are writing show for shock value. That is the problem we have with writing. You're always trying to, let me shock the audience. How your plots go plot when you're busy thinking over, let me bamboozle the other day, let me wow you. Is that how you write? Anyways, that said, the music was nice at first, then it became DJ rotation, and then the stop music just annoyed me, and then it was just intrusive. What was that dance routine? Sorry, I will be done now. What was that dance routine? First, we had a dance routine to the Hollywood troupe high school tryouts, and then when it was time for them to perform their cheerleading, these old women, these aunties, they were doing the most lackluster. There was nothing in this show that seemed like anybody wanted to put in the work. All in all, the show has no heart. It is not relatable for me. I've seen too many American high school movie. I'm not trying to watch another one that is Nollywood. Get it out of my face. If it's not original, I don't want to watch. This was tedious for me. It was horrible. I had to watch like 2 other shows in between it. Let's not do this again. Thank you.
Okay. I think Elizabeth's made her point clear. All right. I just realized we haven't even done our part. We'll get to, I think the queue currently is Cynthia, Yinka, Omondudu, and then Edwin.
Okay. So I don't have this like nicely written out because I didn't want to bother after my first watch. I think I watched this more than once. I didn't finish it a second time, but still. This, I remember Edwin saying in his likes that this show had audacity. And that was it. I think the show was intentionally, is bombastic the word?
Probably a little bit.
It was bombastic. It was these they had all of these plot points that they wanted to hit, right? And it's the kind of thing that pleases the Nigerian audience.
Oh God.
Sorry. It's a lot of things are happening. You get what I mean? Like Prince said, Wako said he has ADHD, and it was nice to see things just moving, right? Instead of stalling, which is great, right? I'm glad he enjoyed it. But there were all these bombastic elements, which I think are fine to have over the course of a few seasons, not in 5 episodes. Because what has happened is what you end up happening with something like this is when you have all these big bombastic points to hit in 5 episodes, things suffer. The characterizations suffer. The plot suffers. The getting from A to B suffers. Wanting to hit these bombastic elements is why we have Adufe going from a supportive boyfriend of a broke potential teenager, maybe early 20s person, to the number 2 of a drug lord in 20 minutes. right? Wanting to hit all these plot points is why we see governments, we basically defang government, because it's why we open with government. Our first time we see government, his knuckles are bloody, right? He's wiping blood off his knuckles. Reminded me of King of Boys, right? When we have that opening scene where she's murdering somebody, wiping her hands on her wrapper and going back to her party, right? That was a powerful introduction to a character. But it's why we see that guy, right, who beats someone and feeds him, kills someone and feeds him to a hyena for getting high on his supply, right? Hitting bombastic plot points is why we see that man not give any proper consequences to this, our lead character, who steals from him and gets high on his supply, right? This is why we see Adufe having the ability to stop this execution from happening within 3 days of her being in the bosom of this, drug family, right? This is why we see Adufe moving from somebody's girlfriend to drug lord's girlfriend to a Molly distributor, right? No reason why Oga Rambo makes her a Molly distributor. No reason.
Apparently it's promotion from
because he has asked her to quit her job for him to take care of her, right? Dealing Molly is not in that deal. Is the reason why we move her to that point. Is the reason why instead of telling her man that, what's his face, Joe, stole from Oga Rambo. We've seen that stealing from Oga Rambo should have consequences. But instead of Joe getting murdered for stealing from Oga Rambo, Adufe is kidnapping Frank. Right? We need this. This show wants to have these big bombastic plot points. It's why we are kidnapping Frank. It's why Ishaya is helping them kidnap Frank. Is why Frank's 20 million ransom paid just like that. They've kidnapped him, ransom has been paid, he has been released. What is the time frame of this show? Is why the timeline doesn't matter. Because we are trying to hit all these big plot points and then it fails to tie. It's the reason why Frank gets kidnapped, he's dealing with his PTSD at home, he comes back to school, right? And there's this big blow up at school. Before we even get to that point, it's why this big drug lord is about to pivot to kidnapping because his girlfriend got terrified and kidnapped someone. Right? It's why government, who is his partner, is now moved to less than a number 2 and cannot stop him from attempting to kidnap somebody from the same place. It's why there are no rules to this world anymore. There's supposed to be rules. There are some things set up and there's nothing. There are no rules. The rules are thrown out the window because we want these big bombastic plot points, because we want him to chafe at them trying to kidnap Carmen. His best friend is fine to be kidnapped, but we can kidnap Carmen. We can't kidnap Carmen, right? It's the reason why we have this big invasion in the school, because no one can explain to me why he had to be at the raid arresting Oga Rambo. He didn't need to point anybody out. You understand what I mean? But he had to be there so we can have Rambo coming to invade the school. A student got kidnapped from the school premises. These are wealthy people. They are the creme de la creme. And a student got kidnapped and they have no security. We literally hear Ishaya telling Frank that security has been upped. But we have this big bombastic break-in where Reggie gets to show his black belt skills. Why? It makes it make no sense. You can't just have big, humongous plot points to hit in 5 episodes and make it make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't work, right? And this was my major problem with it because it carried on throughout the whole film. Nothing worked, nothing made sense, and it really just stressed me out. But besides that, just backing up what Mel said about the politics of poverty in this film, right?
6 minutes is...
I don't care. I let my turn go. This is round 2. Just let me do this thing. The politics of poverty in this thing, right? It's just almost all the poor people are awful people. And our lead, Ishaya, right? We just show him going to greater and greater lengths because of his poverty. He's poor, he's desperate, and he's stupid. Right? And he continuously puts at risk the people that embrace him and help him and try to look after him consistently. And he gets away with it. But it gives this implication that if you let poor people into your space, The first scholarship student they let in, and the school gets invaded by thugs, and he sells drugs, and it's fine. But it feels, I know that wasn't the intention, but it just feels so mean-spirited towards poor people, which is what most of Nigeria is comprised of. So yeah, that's an excerpt of my problems with Far From Home.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Mr. C. I'm not following that. I'm going to give some. I just like to say that Wilma Academy is done, right? Like, it doesn't, like, you can't have a kidnapping and then, like, people rub, like, close down.
It's done.
Nobody should, like, want to go to this place ever again. That kind of thing. All right. Okay. I do want to get to my things, but I just realized I have not put my notes together. So let me gather that. I see some people do want to come back in, but I can't remember what I said the cue was. Did I say Cynthia? Cynthia?
Cynthia,
yeah.
then.
Yeah. All right. Go.
Okay, yes. So since no one has said it, among all the guest appearances, I also find DM's performance, or DM's performance was one of my least favorites. Then when I saw this Essien painting in Wima's family house, I just want to say that there's no way Ishaya would have gotten an apprenticeship with this man. Okay. Then this movie also did something with extras. They were so disposable. I know they had an example of cast, but we have watched Eyimufe where there were extras, but they were parts of it, and you could not just like appear and dispose them the way you like. Okay, I'm still quite shocked that Oge Okoye. I still don't believe that Oge Okoye is in this movie. Then with the writing, a lot of times this movie kept telling us things, and they were showing opposites, or they will write a character and they will forget about the character. Okay, so for most of it, the good thing about the young adults is that they had beautiful faces, honestly, because their character arc were not impressive. So let's start with Reggie. His characterization was making sense. So he's a rich kid, host parties, do drug. I could stomach his performance. Then later it went into thin air, and in episode 5 we're seeing him doing taekwondo. Okay, we have Unena. So Unena kept telling us that, my parents are pastor. Do decent, do this, do this. They kept telling us to tell us things. But this lady walked in front of adults with bikini that knows her parents and can actually report to her parents. But I think she did it twice. Okay, but she's still telling us about this decent thing. Like, why do we care if you are not going to follow the plot or follow the character in your acting? Then we have Carmen. So I was not a big fan of her acting, but one thing I kept telling my friends is that I did not believe that Carmen repeated class because she had an accident. I know she told us that she was a year behind because of her accident. But what this movie showed me was that she repeated class because Ishaya had to draw her and Zina in 40 minutes. Okay? She repeated class. She's sitting in front of the class like nothing, no feelings, nothing, attending literature and English because I guess she really needs to learn what simile and metaphor is. Okay, then I also find the school vague because in this Ishaya's class with year one student with Carmen and the other, they also had a art class with only Ishaya, and all the extras were new. They were not from literature and English class. I just felt that this was an opportunity to tell us the kind of arts this school have. Maybe Carmen, because I mean, since I did not see Carmen in the art class, I just felt that she was there because they wanted to draw her, and the other people were just there for other things. Okay, but maybe they are not taking this artist or pencil sketching class. Maybe they're doing another kind of artwork. So this was probably an opportunity to tell us what makes this school prestigious in terms of their artwork, because it cannot just be pencil sketching. Then I also, another thing that made me did not believe that Carmen was repeating because of an accident, even though she told us, was when she came, when they were doing the cheerleading tryouts, she was like, I was captain of the cheerleader last year. Okay, she was captain of the cheerleader last year, and this is what happens when you try to pick things from a story, or you try to be very unoriginal. You pick Hollywood trope, and you just miss it. So she was captain last year. Okay, so maybe she had the assistant in between. when she was captain, but she had to start repeating from the first semester. But then you go back to that accident, and the accident does not even look like it happened during school because she was on a red wig. And during school session, we can see that everybody is braided, even though they are using attachments to do their hair. So why is she repeating class? I don't even know. Then also in the accidents, we're going back to this episode 1 with the flashback of the accident, and the car just flipped. There was no victim. They didn't show us any victim or anything. So in episode 3, when the woman carried her to go and show her this babe, to tell us that this babe has had 8 surgery, I just eased. I was like, no, this is not it. You have showed us what happened in the car accident. I also did not believe that happened during section. I also did not believe that. I also did not believe their level. I also believe that Carmen is there because they had to draw her. I did not believe that she's having a year behind. So who is this victim? You did not show this victim. I don't know, but I just feel that since the accident was so important in driving so many things, putting Carmen, a boyfriend not having to cheat with Nena, maybe start from there and make everything clear so that we can follow the movie, okay? Then this movie was also good in introducing Hollywood trope, and they did not do any development, or you are just wow. So we see this drug scene in the chemistry lab. The only time they showed us chemistry lab because this school was all about arts, and they were putting already made drug in petri dish, and then they were grinding already made drug to do what? Just because they want to show us that drug led to fire. Then I also find the graphic of the fire odd because it felt like it was pipeline explosion that happened. Then we have this Carmen and Ishaya thing with Founders Day ball or Founders Birthday, whatever. And Carmen deceived Ishaya to become planning committee of Founders Day ball, and that was it. 1 episode later, we're seeing Founders Day ball. Let me tell you guys something. Vampire Diaries, where people had to stop to go and suck blood, we not do that to a Founders Day ball. Okay, we saw the planning committee, we saw everything. So they were just bringing Hollywood trope and they just left it. It's the same reason why in an A-level school we are seeing cheerleading tryouts, we are seeing High School Musical white card for football. Okay, and over the cheerleading tryout, I begin to wonder if you people know what the essence of cheerleading, because the main football pitch and also the cheerleading, I also kind of feel like it was worse than the prophetess football match that I actually bashed. Now I feel bad for bashing prophetess. Then there was also, what did I even write? Yeah, there was so many things about prestigious. What?
6 minutes has passed. Yeah,
You said I want them more these, please. How did my 6 minutes pass?
Yeah, 6 minutes has passed. How many more things? Just round it up quick, please.
Okay, yeah. So this is why we're saying activism. That I don't understand why we're saying activism, especially in a school where church is regulating by giving them donation. I did not understand why we're saying PTA meeting again, because they did not know where to fit A-level, so they have copied Hollywood. Now they have to go back to Nigeria secondary school. There are so many things with Adufe character. Everyone has said it. I also had a problem with the parents in this movie. I felt a lot of them were useless. So we did not understand. I did not believe Ishaya's father had sin. I did not understand why this woman hates her daughter. Then yeah, maybe I'll come back for Ishaya. Right.
All right, thank you. I just want to read a couple of comments that have come through before we go on next. All right, so Tosin says, I feel like a lot of Nigerian film critics do so from a place of privilege, so everything seems cringe. Meh. I feel like this works if you just say Nigerian filmmakers. I feel like a lot of Nigerian filmmakers do so from a place of privilege, so everything seems cringe. Yeah, maybe it was one of those, Swiss Army knife type comments. What else? Vanessa says, Mr. C saying bombastic elements unironically makes me happy, gives me peak old Nollywood vibes. Taz says, a trope orgy. A trope orgy. We're going to have to add that to the vocab. All right. There's just so we have a couple of new, I think El is dropping off. We do have a couple of new people I will be taking at some point, but let's go back to Anka, I guess. Anka,
yeah. So everybody has already talked about the characters, so I'm going to pivot to the moral and political underpinnings of what the show showed us. This show, I put it as like 1980s America, because it's hyper individualistic. And I understand that in Nigeria there is this new old thing that is about also you're going to make it your if you also it has no systematic critique, even though it's pretending like it has systematic critique about the rich and the poor. It is the idea that, oh my gosh, you should pull yourself by the bootstrap, which actually started as like as making fun of the idea that you're no matter how hard you work, you're going to make it. Like there is no system that pushes people out. This guy is supposed to come from some of the poorest parts of Lagos, right? And he's now interacting with the 1%. And in the end, he does get successful because you can see Essien talking about how he discovered him and all these things. How does he get successful? By being a selfish ass prick. The writer will, I'm so sorry, writer. And I have to say this. I don't think you know what poverty is. I mean, you know what, I'm not like true, the type of poverty that you're writing in this story. Why will somebody not give the money for rent or not even give the money for their father's health and be like, I'm going for artists. I want to be an artist. Like the money is only for you to fly to America. Like there is no eating. There is no other reasons. There is no other things. When you are poor, you often like more rely on your community. And that money would have, the mother didn't even have to go and find it. He himself, where is he going to live? On the streets? On the streets? He does stupid things. Really, really selfish things. Like the only thing that he can ever think about is to get his dream to become an artist. But anything else, even for his own something, we never actually get to see this guy worry about food. It's ridiculous, and it is very insulting because if you think about it logically, this is a character that is just a character. But if you think about it logically, this man is an idiot. Where are you going to live if you don't pay rent? You're going to live on the streets? No poor person will do that. No poor person does that. That is very stupid. It is something that rich people think poor people do. Rich people think poor people spend their money ridiculously. Oh, they bought Nike and you are supposed to be poor. What is that? That's very stupid. You could be fake Nike. Nonsense thing. And that's one thing. It's also it doesn't even talk about the system. It seems to want to talk about how systematic things are, but it doesn't. The reason why Wilma people, and by the way, the structure of the writing of this makes us in favor of the people who are rich, because guess what? The rich people don't kidnap people. The rich people didn't necessarily completely betray their friends. Okay, so one slept with another one. Hey, that's it. One's boyfriend. That is not completely morally egregious. There's poor people here do the morally egregious thing. The thing that is super morally egregious. They are feeding people to hyena, but we can say, okay, those people are drug lords. But then the poor person that we are supposed to follow, one, kidnaps his friend, betrays his friends, continuously. Even Aduke jumps from like level 2 to level 3 planning of becoming a kidnapper. When Aduke was not even started like that. It is even the framing on the mother, by the way, the framing on the mother is like, the mother is evil. The mother ruined this boy's dream by taking that boy's money. Right? But again, what does the mother spend the money on? On paying for the father's health and paying for the rent. But still, the framing of it is like, oh, how dare the mother does that? It is highly, highly individualistic and selfish. It is like Wall Street. And wait, actually, I shouldn't say it's like Wall Street. Wall Street is actually an indictment of that, but people took it the wrong way. People took Wall Street the wrong way. It is like Gordon Gekko saying greed is good, and that is the structure. It may not be what the writer wants to convey, but the structure of the story you wrote is saying greed is good. It's hyper individualistic. It's also telling poor people, by the way, because in the end, the boy does become successful, that it is your fault. You didn't pull yourself up by the bootstrap too much. I mean, you did not go all the way, man. You did not struggle. You did not blood, sweat, and do it. And it's a lie, because let me tell you something, yeah. Bill Gates was rich. His parents is rich. When the computers were first coming, like commercial computers, Bill Gates was one of the first people to get access to that, because he went to a really posh school. The same thing with the founder of Amazon. The same thing with Elon Musk. His father owns, what's it called, an emerald mine in South Africa. That's colonialism. Nobody's even talking about. That's what it happens. And I'm so sorry. I'm just saying, this is what this show is saying morally. And if you want to think about what I wrote about the character, think about some of the character, I already tweeted it out. But like, yeah, this is what this morally is saying, and this is what it's politically saying too. It's an hyper individualistic, neoliberal something. And I don't think that's what the writer wanted to write, but that's what the writer is saying. That's what the story structure is saying.
Okay.
And it's an insult. It's an insult. It's an insult to Nigerian poor people.
All right. Okay. Thanks, Anka. All right. Ahmad, if you go on. Ahmad,
Okay.
are you?
I'm sorry. Okay. I would like to say something, because the head writer of this show has actually said this show was developed for 2 years. So all the people saying it was rushed, I think you should go and check our tweet concerning that. It was developed for 2 years. So, like everyone has said, this show is condescending to poor people. Like, it treated poor people like trash. And I'm sure Women Academy will never allow poor people into their facility again. Will never give out even scholarship again. And this show did almost nothing to, like, next to nothing for anything relating to young adults. Because how would you have a young adult show? There was nothing like sexual education. There was nothing like a mental health. Like, the way they addressed drugs, there was no redemption. Then all of a sudden, Emma, what was her name? Kame was sent to a rehab. Someone who they are planning to kidnap. You went to keep her in a rehab. Does that make any sense? The shooting scene, Reggie taking down armed men. Are you kidding me? A teenager taking down, like, I think he took down more than 2 or 3 armed men. That was just out of nowhere. Someone kidnapped your son and you paid almost 20 million and you'd allow the person into your house. Does that even make any sense? I don't know. I don't care how rich you are. I don't want to know. The writing is bad. And this show it's actually presented all rich parents as if they are bad parents, because there was no parents in Women Academy, except I think Oge Okoye was the one who was trying to say those kids did something bad. There was no parents in Women Academy that said anything that could support, because I know Nigerian parents. I know some rich Nigerian parents that they would even support the school against their kid. That omoye baje, punish our omoye even kotonche. There was no investigation done concerning that school fire, and all of a sudden they started checking their bags. There was no investigation done. So how did you know the cause of the fire? Maybe they mentioned it and I didn't see it and I missed that part. I don't know. There was no investigation done. And all of a sudden, they started CCTV and all that. And in a private school, why are they protesting in a private school and throwing tissue paper at the school proprietor in a private school? Are you kidding me? In Nigerian private school, you are trying to show the school proprietor. I don't care how how sports every student is in that school. That would never happen. And people are saying this show is original. It's original. It's true to African. It's this and that. And their parents came to school to come and support them. God. The Yoruba, even Bolanle Nollywood, I think it's Yoruba. Why was he speaking like that? The Yoruba in this show is bad. I could even like forgive the Adufe, or what's her name, because I think she's not Yoruba, but Bolanle Nollywood is Yoruba was bad. I know we like to speak Yoruba in our it's okay to speak our language and this and that, but it didn't make any sense in this show. Maybe because part of I think one of the directors is not Nigerian. I don't know, but even Funke's Yoruba at some point it wasn't flowing. I was like, okay, why is she speaking like this? Ishara moving from just coming to somewhere he's not used to, and you didn't explore his struggle for acceptance. All of a sudden, he has blended in, and everything just moved on like that. I think this show doesn't deserve season 2. Seriously, it doesn't deserve season 2. But well, if they would do better anyway. But I wouldn't watch season 2. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay. I guess if that's how you feel, Sha.
You have to watch season 2.
I mean, I have to watch it. It's kind of what we do here. All right. I think Ike and then I think I will go next because Damara, I know you have some responses. I want you to be able to push back on anything I say as well. Ike, did you have stuff you wanted to say? Oh, sorry. It can't be you. Sorry, Edwin has been waiting. Sorry.
Do I
Edwin,
go next?
Edwin, if you're there.
Yeah, I'm here. So first of all, I want to clear up. I did not say anybody was trash. I said the contrived plots were trash. And I mentioned them. I mentioned no names. You know, there's a lot of emotion, but please listen. Let's not misrepresent whatever anyone says. And to start, I'd like to clear up something about the transcripts. Because I had a conversation on Twitter where people were like, oh, somebody came and she was like, oh, that she went to a school in the US and they asked her for transcripts. So she had to go to WIEC to get a transcript to send to the school. Now, this is what we're talking about when we say research. Nigeria is part of the Commonwealth. And in the Commonwealth, which includes 4 countries in Africa, which is Nigeria, Liberia, Ghana, and Sierra Leone, we use the West African Senior Secondary Certificate Leaving Exam, WASE. And what WASE is the equivalent of the GCEs, the General Certification Exams. In Africa, secondary school is separate from university. You graduate, you do a final assessment, which is the certification exam, to certify that you know the subjects you learned, and then you use that to apply for university. Whereas in the US, you have transcripts because in the US, they do a points grade system from secondary school, which is why they have 3 levels of secondary school, which is junior high, middle high, and senior high. And in senior high, those last 2-3 years of senior high, which is why American secondary schools go all the way to 18, you do a lot of technical courses, including metalwork. That is why a lot of Americans can skip university and start working straight because they learn a lot of technical skills in senior secondary school. And now, some people in senior secondary school do what they call AP classes. That's advanced program classes. And those classes are essentially university level courses, which is why you have a transcript so that when you go to university, you don't have to repeat those courses. You can basically show those courses to your school and they will add them to your CGPA in uni. This is why in the UK, because some people graduate really early, they have A levels. What A levels is basically is a version of the AP classes in the American school system. Everything you learn at A levels is university level information, which is why it is ridiculous that in the school at Wilma Academy, they are learning about figures of speech, because that is JSS 3, JSS 2 actually. You learn that in English and early English literature. JSS 2, JSS 3 level learning. So transcripts is not something you use in a Nigerian school, not even British International School, not in any of those schools, especially if you intend to go to a Nigerian university. So I hope that I've cleared that up and I've educated some people, because I know people don't like reading and research is hard. So I've done it for you. You're welcome. Let me go into my actual thing. I just want to clear it out first. Let's talk about Ishaya. Now, there are a lot of, and this is important because he's the lead character. There are a lot of contrivances in Ishaya as a character. The first thing is that they kind of brush over it. But Ishaya actually has 3 jobs. He works as a cleaner, he works as a waiter, and he's an artist. All 3 jobs provide him money. And on average, art in Nigeria sells anything from 10K to 25K. That's street art if you do it really quickly. So let's say on average, and Ishaya seemed to be selling about, he had a lot of customers according to them, because Michael was bringing in customers, he had a lot of customers. So let's say Ishaya was making somewhere in upwards in the level of, let's say 80 to 100,000. Let's even, because basically, who's on that contrivance in the show, if you do hyper-realistic art, anybody will tell you that one hyper-realistic piece of art will take you upwards of 3 to 5 days to a week to complete. So let's say on average, Ishaya can only complete 1 art piece in a week, which means 4 art pieces in a month, which means whatever he had in Michael's room has taken him upwards of 2 to 3 years to create, to have that body of work. Now, with 3 jobs as a cleaner, a waiter, and an artist, plus Patricia is a cleaner, rent should not be their problem. Rent should not be a problem with the kind of money that Ishaya is making from all these jobs, which, incidentally, another contrivance, Ishaya saves in a colo, but when he starts working for government, all of a sudden he has an account where he's putting the money that he's selling his drugs from. Why didn't he have an account back in the day when he was in his family house, to the point where Patricia could go and steal his money? He doesn't have bank. He can't tell them to do transfer. Why is he why is he handling cash? Why is he even paying for Wilma's Academy with cash? I don't understand. It's like an elite school. Why would they collect your 150,000 naira? They don't know where it comes from. Like, we don't know who has touched it. All of that made no sense, which is now really annoying to me, because when Patricia asks Ishaya for rent money, now, if the director had done the work to set this up, we would know that the reason why Patricia needs rent money is that when Ishaya did his crime and entered into Wilma's Academy, Mr. Femi called Patricia and fired her. So she no longer had a source of income. Now, if that was connected properly, we would not be confused as to why Patricia needs rent from Ishaya, because they would have tied this all together and it would have made sense. But because the plot was rushed and it was just like a jumble of things, this was never outlined, so the audience could not link action 1 to action 2. And so it is quite confusing to me why you would make that kind of mistake. So, and of course, that makes no sense either, because one of the things that Patricia did was that Patricia took what was at least 150,000 to 200,000 naira, and she said she paid for the father's illness, and then she used the rest for rent. She said she used it for rent. And in Nigeria, you pay rent annually, not weekly, not monthly, especially not in a house like that. So how much do they pay for rent, especially if they live in Isaleko, and Isaleko is supposed to be the poor part of town, and they're supposed to be desperately poor. It cannot be up to 20,000 naira for a month. So are you trying to tell me that out of that 200,000 naira, there was still not 20,000 naira to pay for that 1 month of rent in the 1 month that the whole series seems to happen? Because it takes literally 3 weeks between episode 1 to episode 3. It seems to happen all in 3 weeks, because they gave Ishaya 1 week the first time to sell, to get the money back, then another week to So it's like then sorry, this just final thing. So art. Let's talk about art. Art is incredibly expensive. Good pencils are expensive. Paper to make art, sellable art, you need to buy good cardboard paper, and that shit is expensive as fuck. So how is Ishaya able to do hyperrealistic art? Because hyperrealistic art, you have to have a number of pencils, A, B, B, H1, B1. There are a couple of you need to have an array of pencils. So it makes no sense at all that Ishaya is a hyperrealistic poor artist because it costs a lot of money. And then the final thing I want to talk about is the protest. Sorry, just give me 1 minute. So the protest, that was incredibly dumb to put the protest in because first of all, in Nigeria, drug use is illegal, which means the school has the law behind it to do whatever it can do to stop an incident of drug use because they can be shut down by the government. So the protest makes no sense. The school will prioritize itself, as we've seen with Dowen College and with Deeper Life College. They will always prioritize themselves and put themselves in the right at the expense of anybody. It doesn't matter how much you're paying. Once it is between you and the government, they will always choose themselves over the government. So the protest, where the students were protesting the right to hold drugs, because they try to make it that, they are protesting, we have freedom of speech, freedom of rights. No, there are no freedom of rights when it comes to drugs. If you are a drug user or you are a drug peddler, you are a criminal in Nigeria and you have no rights. You have abdicated your rights once you start to sell drugs or use drugs, which is unfair because drug users are addicts and drug addiction is a disease. But that's the reality of Nigeria. So it makes no sense that anybody would protest. Because for you to protest, is that you're telling the school essentially that I am a drug peddler. So do with me whatever you wish. So that just didn't make sense to me. Those are the things I wanted to clear up.
All right. Okay. Thank you. All right. I noticed L is new and hasn't said much. But let me get out my. I haven't said my part. Let me just say my own, and then people can go back. All right. I've written them down, so it's going to be relatively quick. All right. So people's mic packs are still showing. Hang on. Somebody is not on me. I think that's Adrian. If it's thanks. So people's mic packs are still showing. There's so much ADR, and some of them are at emotionally impactful places, and that the ADR at times kinds of ruins that. Sound isn't particularly great, but that's Nollywood. But one thing we can't stop doing is hugging with lapel mics. I don't know, maybe at some point I'll just stop saying maybe we should stop hugging with lapel mics. But it seems like a very trivial thing to avoid or like even remove. But anyway, don't play the drone shot drinking game. You get alcohol poisoning. Adefe is a Frankenstein of a character. I think that just means, I don't know, I read this, it's at 12 a.m. I think that just means she has different versions. She's just made up of whatever the plot needs her to be, and it doesn't quite work. I said that Reggie and Genevieve are awkward. Funke's character, we don't actually get to know what she wants for her kids. All we see is Ishaya's mom just complain about things. Her things, yeah, she's just there to just go, no this, no that, no this, no that. I don't know if this woman actually even loves I know like she she wants her child back when it's kidnapped, but there's not a lot in there because like the series doesn't set up a lot of rules it doesn't set up a lot of rules, and some of them is that because it doesn't want you to know when it's breaking them, but because it doesn't set up a lot of rules, like a lot of dramatic tension aren't allowed to be held because of all those things. So we don't know essentially what is allowed in the with the school. Are you allowed to go in? Are you allowed to go out? Are you allowed to are you allowed to I've gone off script. A bunch of things. Anyway, Angel is cute and not threatening. The artist forbidden in this house is almost parody levels bad. I read the dream transition. That's with the editing. Femi's, I wrote Femi Branch's worst performance isn't helped by the fact that he has to he has to say lines that is almost expository. The exposition, his lines are so expository, and they don't actually really mean or help or tell you anything about the show that you need to know. It's just not useful. Also, the sound design when he steps in the soap. Number one, I don't know why he's stepping on soap to show he's an asshole. Like, it's like soapy marble. You could slip and kill yourself just because you want to show you're an asshole. But whatever. When he steps on it, it sounds like he stepped in a deep puddle, which, I mean, we could see it's just like soapy marble. Anyway, drunk acting is bad. I don't know who was drunk acting. Somebody there. Carmen? Yeah, comment. Susu is. Oh yeah. She was doing drunk acting in front of parents. I was like, I don't know. I guess it's probably nice. Maybe somebody's Muslim and strict Muslim who hasn't been drinking, because like everybody knows if you're drunk and you see your parents, you sober the hell up real quick. You do not. I don't know. You've got to be high on something else that I don't know what would make you just go start in your state. Anyway, Susie is a smug teacher. I think that's just bad acting. Erica's not good at acting either. The way people use Dawda in this series is gross. Is Dawda his little brother's? Yeah. Like from his mother to his best friend, even his best friend. I'm like, what's going on here? Why are people using his brother as this bludgeon? And like, I think his mother uses it. That's how your dad killed your brother or something. But his brother, his friend, uses it on him. Like, I don't even understand what the point of that is. It's like the show was just trying to make everybody unlikable. Where am I? Searching their bags, infringing on their rights. That's interesting. It's just weird that they decided that was the line to, they wanted to draw the line at people searching their bags, but they were okay with cameras everywhere. I mean, like that feels like an American trope, and those two things are almost the same thing. Like Big Brother would have, he's like, oh no, Big Brother, but like the parents are like, oh yeah, that's fine. It just seemed like that's what they want and the script wanted to do. Ishaya was selling drugs on school computers. That's incredible, really. I know, like they broke his phone, but on school computers, that seems like a bad idea. If you use school computers, you know that you have to log in, and all those things are crazy monitored. Drawings. All right, okay. I've got a dementia part where the script has dementia. Why does Ishaya try to cram the answers only to take in the answers? Governor and Rambo backstory exposition in connection with Ishaya's dad is quickly forgotten. Maybe that's the reason why they're there. I don't know. My number one rule. This is Governor. It says my number one rule like 3 times. That you don't get high on your own supply, but like he does nothing about it. People have talked about that. When Ishaya is asked to sell drugs, we forget an opportunity. Oh yeah, when Ishaya is asked to sell drugs, he doesn't seem to remember it until like he's at a party and somebody's out of drugs. It doesn't. Yeah, it feels like dementia on the script spot. Rambo listens to Afua except when he doesn't. yeah. Something's like That's, I think this is one thing. This one thing that I think Damala said about, sometimes a woman has a man's ear. Well, it is one till it's not. It's just there's no rhyme or reason when he takes her feedback and when he doesn't. Anyway, I think I can stop there. This is crazy because I have sections. I have dialogue sections, and parents take comment. Oh, hey, here's some good ones. Parents take comment to rehab because I don't know. Did she start taking drugs again? I don't know. Maybe the show thinks it shows us. Ishaya obviously didn't come to see Rambo without a plan. Oh yeah, but he did. I don't know. They would have shared they would have shared it, but Adif has learned how to run a crime business, and she will do this with the bouncer. I think that's tongue in cheek. I think that's the bodyguard. Okay, that's about it for me. I've got, but no, there's this one part. Darren Lee is a future school shooter. 100%. In fact, I don't know why he didn't shoot up Wilma's school, to be honest. Here are the list of things people do to, everyone is mean to him, including his dad. We don't see his mom, but I feel like if this show had to explain it, it would be because she killed herself because she saw his face one morning. His father hates him. He has no friends at school. Zena airs him. They make him suck at football. Then they injure him during football in a humiliating way. Ishaya is mean to him. Inanna is like, what the fuck do you want? Carmen ignores him. Atlas is rude to him. And then the kidnappers electrocute him. That guy is a school shooter in the making. A guy is going to shoot up many. He's not going to end at Wilma. He's going to, I think he could be one of the goats school shooters. Anyway, all right, that's me done. All right, El, please, what do you have to say? And then Damola, and then Ikadi. El, please, go on. El, are you there?
Yes. Is this for me? Hello?
Yes, it is for you.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. And, I've been trying to speak for a while, but, I keep deciding against it. So I'm just going to go straight to the matter. When we have writers, we have a writing problem. I'm a producer myself. And everybody has already spoken about how the characters are not fleshed out enough. It's a shame. When we have writers come and beat their chest and say, I'm the motherfucking best writer in Nigeria, that's fucked up. Because the minor thing you could do, the most basic thing you could do is to flesh out the characters. The characters are not fleshed out enough. So I don't even see, they're going to struggle with season 2 unless we're going to have the same crap we just had. Yes, beautiful cinematography, beautiful homes. I love the use of Lagos, but the characterization is so missing. I'm going to go to the point of the drug dealings because a lot of stuff I would have said, everybody has already contributed a lot. I don't think those people are sat down or know anybody that does drug dealing. Now, so that they sell drug, their business has no structure. Two guys that looks like, okay, they no suffer, they themselves know wetin they swap based on the kind of car that they drive. Their business lacks structure. So you're telling me how many people is making this business? So you're telling me this business is relying on 2 school kids to push your materials. So you're telling me there's no other people, there's no other organization out there, there's no other ways the drugs you're selling that is bringing you that much money from that club is at the back of that place and you're relying on these 2 people. So, we have to speak on no matter what we're writing, we should try to carry other people along. If I'm writing about poor people, somebody has already said it. I don't think they have enough experience with people with the kind of background they're trying to portray. Poor people don't do that shit. My dad is sick, is on the couch. We're living in Saleko. I have money in Kolo to travel to London to go and do what? How do I get to London? Where's the visa? So I'm thinking, I'm not even going to excuse the people that wrote this script because they should know enough. I'm speaking from a producer standpoint. When they say producers, when writers come and say, they don't pay us enough, that's why we write shit. That's why we write crap. Sorry, those 2 people on those scripts were being paid enough. Are we going to say the fact that they're not exposed? We can't say that. How do Adufe going to be the queen pin? Now she has known enough about the business to want to run her own show. Not be small pikin work. To go from a drug, dancing, or the guy's girlfriend to now be your own madam. And, the person you're now going to be your right hand guy will be the bodyguard. No, be like so that they do that kind of thing. So I'm just basically saying, if writers are going to write stuff that are not it's not their immediate reality, they need to bring people with more experience in terms of the kind of characters they're writing into the room. I know we all want to sit on credit and say, I wrote this, I did this. You should bring other people into the room because they know more about the reality. That script was a slap in the face of poor people, because nobody like that they run the thing. Even the drug thing, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's annoying, and I'm just putting it out there to say, now we've seen this thing, we have seen the noise on social media, and I'm saying, are we still saying because they were not paid enough? Is that why we have this poor delivery? The show was okay, but in terms of the characterization, everybody's character was flawed. Look at this guy's father that was he said he was a real estate agent. He said he wanted his kid to go to that school so that he can have access, because of his business, to people that will buy real estate from him. The son finally went to the school. We didn't hear anything. We didn't hear anything. We didn't see him talk about his real estate anymore. And basically, it just feels like, and people has already said this, there's no originality from A to Z, there's no originality. It looks like they just stole from one South African scene. It looked like they stole from another place. It was just a whole lot of, I see this plot somewhere, I'm going to write it down. It's going to be cool in what I'm writing. They had 2 years. You had 2 years. Asaba. No, they get 2 months. They go give you. I'm a producer and I'm standing by it. You had 2 years. 2 years of what? You couldn't flesh out the characters? You couldn't flesh out the bio? You're wrong now. You're wrong. So sorry. It's just you sit back here, you watch everything, and you're like, how does this how did this get here? How? But hey, it is what it is. It's the industry. But the writing, people should come out and stop talking about, say, I'm the best writer in Nigeria. Fuck that shit. And we need to, you all need to do better. You all need to do better, or whatever. So thank you guys. Sorry. It's just annoying for me, just watching the whole thing.
All right. Thanks, Al. I'll set in 5 minutes, really. Gamal, did you had your hand up? I wonder whether, yeah.
No. I'm okay. Thanks. Look, the thing is this, right? I totally understand. And I think that part of the reason why I'm defending Far From Home is because when I first saw the first teaser, right, honestly, I wasn't too happy. I was like, you know what, this feels a bit like we're trying to do Blood and Water. And I was like, I don't like that already. I then saw the second trailer. I was like, okay, I'm intrigued. And honestly speaking, when I watched it, I don't think it was as bad as I thought it could be. And that's part of the reason why I'm defending it. I can't help, and I know we're not here to judge potential. We're here to judge what we saw, what we watched, right? But at the end of the day, I can't help it. Like, I've seen stuff that is bad. I hate seeing squandered moments, and there were a lot of those in this. But again, I can't help seeing what the show could have been. And the thing is, I don't feel like, as bad as some things were, I don't feel like they tripped at every single turn. Like, we talk a lot about Ishaya being unlikable, but guess what? That's okay. It's okay for him to be unlikable. It's okay for him to be desperate enough to pursue his goals and want to do anything to get them. I think it's okay. Personally, I don't think he has to be likable. On the whole point of this being political against poor people and stuff, Fine, I'll give you guys that, but it's not unique. Take almost any show. The poor people, except maybe the main character, sometimes has some kind of redeeming quality, but a lot of the times, the poor people in those shows, especially if it's a show typically about a privileged society. The OC is one. Yes, Ryan is from a poor background and kind of a good kid, but he still is haunted by things from his past, and he has a temper problem, for example. So his answer to everything is to answer with his fists and stuff. He can't escape that. So having a kid who has grown up in poverty and finally kind of sees a way out and is willing to do anything and doesn't care about anybody to get it. I think whether you're rich or poor, I think we're all kind of selfish. And I think examining that is not an issue. I had my issues with the show myself. A lot of things were inconsistent, but I still maintain that these were issues that had to do with rushing. Yes, the show was developed for 2 years, but even shows that are developed for a long time in production can suffer from rushing. So whether it's at the point where they've developed it for 2 years and then they decide to rush the actual writing, or it's that you've written the script and you've written 10 episodes and whoever is funding it says, we're only going to do 5. You have 5 episodes, no more. And you're like, okay, now I got to squeeze all this shit in that I had for 10 episodes or 12 episodes into 5 episodes. I think it happens. I've literally never been in a writer's room, but I can't see that being that far-fetched that it just happens. Like I'm sure we've seen a million shows that we felt were just rushed too quickly. Game of Thrones is one final season, everybody loves it, but then final season just feels like it's wrapped up too quickly, and we're like, what the hell was that? So it happens all the time. And if we go back and look at a lot of the stuff that is just ridiculous, we'll see that it's kind of like, if there was a way to flesh this out, there's a way that this could have been explained. There's a way that we could have gone into the mindset of these characters and gotten to know them better, and then understood what Rambo trusting a lady that he just met or has been sleeping with or whatever. The guy is erratic. That bit they actually showcased quite a bit during. The guy is erratic. He doesn't even know what the hell he's doing. The person that actually knows what he's doing is government. And like Rambo is clearly he just feels like he's a warrior. Nobody can take him and everything. He has a huge ego and everything, and he's erratic. So him, for being at one, and he also loves money. That bit they also showcased as well, but it just wasn't examined enough. Like, we don't understand where his love of money comes from, what it is about money that really drives him. There's no speech from him at some point where he talks to a character and says, this is why I love money so much, or whatever, that kind of thing. We know that he loves money more than Adufe, definitely. So when she messes up and loses him money, of course he's gonna like hurt her or whatever. I don't think it's that far-fetched. The guy is a freaking barbarian, and he's kind of an animal anyway. So I mean, him lashing out at his girlfriend who has just lost him a bunch of money, again, not that far-fetched. But again, we just didn't have anything it seemed like it's the right thing for him to do because he's a thug. Thugs hit their girlfriends when they lose money, as opposed to Rambo as a character hitting his girlfriend because of money, because he's Rambo, and because this is why it all ties into his character. So again, look, I don't know. Maybe some people watch this in 3 times, man. Y'all watch this in 3 times. I mean, I watched it once, so that's why maybe I need to go and watch it a 2 times, and then I'll come back and agree with you guys and everything. So just by the way, some of the points that were made today, yes, have definitely swung me. I can see where it may seem like I'm pushing too hard with the defense. I just don't think it's as bad as some of us think it is. And I think there was potential there, but I can't help thinking that it was just rushed. And that's where the main problem is. That's a 10 episode series of this, I think would have served it much better. And I think we'd have had a lot less to say in the bad if it had been stretched out a bit more.
Yeah, no, yeah, we did. I was just like, I can say it's nice to have you as
Yeah,
somebody.
I feel like we drafted you in as the defender for this evening.
Thanks for playing along. But meanwhile, you mentioned the teaser. Do you remember? Do you remember that Rahila was also reading an application? This thing in the teaser. her Damo. Do you remember that?
You couldn't
I
just.
couldn't let you go. You brought out the teaser. I was gonna let it slide. You see,
To
I
be
finished
honest,
reading
I
my
didn't know that.
ticket.
I didn't know that was Rahila's voice. I did not. I know. You know, a
Oh
lot of
no 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 no
times.
no no no. She was checking her email for her application.
Yeah, so I pointed out the teaser to Mr. C this evening during the space, by the way, because I remembered it and it just had me in giggles. But
well,
nobody was gonna the teaser, innit?
What'd you point out in the teaser?
Showed you the teaser now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. No, I remember there was. I just remember that Rahila was in there. All right.
Wait. Sorry. Am I the
In a
Nollywood
cyber
head
cafe,
that-
by the way. She was in a
In a
cyber
cyber
cafe
cafe.
with Pete, and
With
they
her
were
brother
checking the
on
thing
her shoulder.
together.
Yes,
What?
they're checking it together.
Oh, all right. Okay. I was going to bring up. I think it was wrote to me, but I think it's gone. Ika, please go on.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yep. Loud and clear.
So I was going to say a response to something said earlier because I've had my hand up like for a while. So they really like there was also we're talking about the really being a future what they call them again? Not serial killer, school shooter, yeah. So I think there was also a joke being a water boy, right? At some point, which was like a visual joke, which was on screen for like a second, and I found that really funny. That and that reason why it could be a school shooter. Also, to Mr. C, I think about Ishaya not selling the drugs until the party. I think that was the plan because he didn't know how to, right? And after right, I thought he didn't know how to sell it. Then the party was supposed to be like, oh, the starting point, and then from there on, he gets the idea for Blink from Reggie, then it kicks it off. Also, there's a comment from someone saying someone is writing for global audience and we're asking her to keep Nigerians in mind. But please, other movies are doing it out there, other foreign movies. But one that comes to mind repeatedly is Parasite. But then I don't want to be limited to that. But right now, I can just think about Parasite. It's not the person it
Sex
has made.
education, right?
Yes,
For
thank
UK
you. It's like
audiences.
global acclaim, right? But then they had everyone in mind. So what are you saying that they have to keep? No one is saying that. Don't misunderstand us. Also, yeah, those shows or those projects are not improvised. They were like written. Writing is the thing. That's what I'm going to point out now in the next 6 minutes. My 6 minutes just starts, please, Mr. C. So I think writing is beyond the one-liners and the puns and the quick comebacks. I think that's when most Nigerians, when we see that, that's the first thing we quote and then we come on Twitter. Oh, this person is a mad writer. It's beyond that. You're also setting up a lot of things at the same time, as Mrs. C said, right, and she had mentioned a lot of the bombastic plot points and elements that magically needed to be reached for, which why I can't say just for the drama, that's all right. So these various plot points and elements, bombastic ones, borrowed or taken from abroad and from the foreign people, might be entertaining, might create drama for a lot of people, but it's tiring and it could have been more, it could be more. And within this 5-episode series, you end up doing thousands of things, right? And where do we go from here in season 2 or season 3? That doesn't stretch things too thin, right? It leads to more bombastic elements. How much plot points can we? How deep is your bag, right? So the story gets worn out eventually. But I don't know. Maybe these writers might be quite creative. Let's see how well they will do it, right? But then it leads to you tying yourself up into a corner. And this almost the same with every project and almost every series I've been seeing recently in the Nigerian space or in Nollywood. I think they are just writing for the spectacle, for the drama, so that at the end of the day, because I'm like a critic, right? So I'm really interested in the post-screening stuff, the discussion, the conversation, the discourse, right? So I've noticed that most of the writing these days or the story is just for us to come and discuss whose fault it is after this series. Like that's the end of it. Whose fault it is? Whose fault? Put this person's picture and that person's picture side by side. Whose fault it is? That can be the end of all of our projects. Please, it's beyond that. It can be beyond the ships and all of that. I remember the ships will happen naturally, as I said earlier. Like, I remember Nicolakbo with Sario and Bimba Nimoye. The question after the series and everything was whose fault it is. Or Shola, we are tired of all. I can't say we are tired, right? But we can have that and have so much more, not just whose fault it is. Yeah, again, it's confusing for many when you're trying to just make this spectacle and all of that, whereby we are trying to find out, women are at fault, men are at fault, from Kakidele who did this to our son, it's actually Shia, these are the true villains. Those kind of funny comments, they are getting tiring, and that can be the end goal for our story and for our writing in Nollywood. It can be so much more. And no one is sitting here to nitpick, please. I think it's natural for many, I'm sorry. And it's not about being privileged as a critic. Maybe what you wanted to say is experience. I think we've watched a lot of things. And I know a lot of people have watched much more than I've watched, far wider than I've watched. Right, and from the experience, there are just a few things in film language. Oh, when this thing happens, it means this. When that, maybe many of us are just watching, I don't know, but then this is not to sound privileged. I just that person accused critics of being, but then it's just experience, I would say. And there's no way. Please, let's focus on storycraft. It's very important. There's no way out of there. I know it's not just about wowing people. Just try to tell a story, simply a story. I'm almost getting there. Also, and I think personally, I'm pretty sure this is in the end, they would still try to do this all over again, right? With the whose fault it is as their end point. And as a critic, I'm going to get tired, but then I guess other people's success out there, maybe outside the mention, will get me excited again, and then I'll keep going. But then, it's constant with Inkblot, and I want to focus on their 2022 slate or their releases, even though this one has been developed or produced since 2020, or maybe when Netflix first arrived, right? That's funny. When that was when they announced it with Fukaki, and then we've been waiting, and then we end up with this. So I don't know how to write it, but don't call me to come and write your series. That's not my job. But when I see something done wrongly, I'll call it out. So they've mentioned all of these tropes and elements that were used, right? But then those things could work. I don't care. You can bring cheerleading to Nigeria. You can call them Bulldogs. You can call them White Cats. You can call them the Ravenous Ravens, whatever. But all you have to do is write it. Make it work. Let us believe why these things exist there, right? Write your character, write their motivations, write their shortcomings, what brings them down. Don't bother about just the ships and then the cons. And those will solve itself naturally after the show. And talking about Inkblot, this year since last year December, because I like counting my release year from December of the previous year, right? Since it spills into the new year. So we've had Superstar, we've had Perfect Arrangement, we've had The Plot Covenant, we've had Setup 2 since last December. And these frequent issues can be found in these movies when broken down, right? Superstar, they want us to ask whose fault it is for Sime's downfall or whatever. Is it the manager? Is it her boyfriend? Is it her bestie? Is that all it is to what could have been done better? Blood Covenant, is it the high school best friend who brought them back to the house? Is it the boys themselves? Or is it Erika, the greedy wife or whatever? Or is it the Baba? In Perfect Arrangement, is it Sharon Oja that caused it? Or is it her dad? Or is it just the two boys fighting all over? Sorry for spoilers. The Setup 2, I can't say that one because I'm not seeing it yet, but I've read my review by one of my critics, which was mostly an imitated action trailer, right, which no one asked for. So I think I would just say undercooking a story can't be just to make the audience scream for a prequel when you've undercooked it. Because how many prequels do we want to have, right? You could have just painstakingly written it into this single project, right? How far back do we want to keep going? A prequel to explain this. We can only go as far as possible. Just make a single project as well written as possible, and that's the summary or the lesson of my rant. Write, filmmakers, please don't forget your writing, storycraft. Thank you. This show wasn't well written, not at all.
All right, okay. I think everybody has had 1.5 goals. Okay, let's just be making the small things that are remaining. I guess Shagun hasn't spoken in a while. The small things. All right, Shagun, but well said. I just have to say, well said. I think. Wait. Sorry. Just before you go on, Shagun. Okay. One thing Ike called me up on was that the point was that he was supposed to. He didn't know how to do it until the party. I don't. That just feels lazy. If we have a thing about, hey, how do I do this? You try something and it fails, or let's see him at least taking, because what it just looks like is that he just forgot about it, and then a situation presented himself, and it's like, oh yeah, the drugs, yeah, which is crazy.
Just adding on to that is he elected to sell the drugs, like he suggested it. He suggested it as his way out. He requested for that meeting with government, said, I will sell these drugs for you. And then on his final day, he goes to a party and he has made no attempt to sell this drug whatsoever until it presents itself to him. Yeah, that's inexcusable.
Yeah. But if you if you buy it, if it works for you, I'm happy. I'm happy. All right. Shagun, was there something you wanted to say?
Yeah,
I'm
it's okay. Just to finish up my point, and let me even start with this him selling drugs at the party thing, because I just want to point out inexcusable blunders. Because he went to the party, he said he was going to sell the drugs. He took one of the pills. Reggie made him take one of the pills, and Reggie said see you in an hour, and then Reggie left, and in almost 2 3 minutes the thing kicked in. I don't understand how that happened. And then Reggie eventually comes back and gets the drugs from him and says, "I'll settle you." So he actually sold the drugs. So I don't know what happened after that. When he passed out after the Molly had taken him on all the trips and trips, when he passed out, how did they get a hold of him? From where to where? That's one I don't even understand. How they drove Carmen home in the drunk state. When you are drunk, your friend is drunk. You know how her mother is. How they even drove her home. That was still daylight. When did the party start? When did it end? I don't even know about that. The pool party had repeated frames when they were showing the party. The editor was just showing some. I saw some frames like 2 or 3 times. That aside, another thing I have an issue with is extras. I think Nollywood seems to forget that extras are also actors. They are not props. So that is, I don't want to just go into that. That's all I can say as far as that is concerned. Her Carmen's accident, the scar, which they said they removed the plate in her leg, blah blah blah. Carmen never limped. Somebody that was taking painkillers for a pain and did this thing, she never limped once. She never looked in. She never had any moment of discomfort with that. That's one I had a problem with that, but yeah, I like that slide. Then as for the presentation of the way the head of the school called Ishaya to called him out as in this is a very special person. He got the highest score and whatever. He won the $10,000 prize. For I don't understand how none of the parents were interested in who this guy is. We don't know him. We don't know his parents. This intelligent boy, blah 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 blah. We don't know, because for a school like that, it's a close knit circle. They are all rich people. How they are not curious about Ishaya's background was beyond me. But and that's fine. Then the soccer part was the whole football thing. I like the idea. The telling part too, yes, I like the idea, but it was all cringe because they made him look like he was very good at football and he shows up to the pitch barefoot. Even the boys that play football under the bridge at Obalinde there at Adeniji and all other places in the local communities, they know to wear kits, no matter how tattered, no matter how whatever it is, they wear kits. So that whole thing, him showing up in that kind of school, showing up to the football pitch barefoot was just somehow for me. So with this now, I feel like I don't know the story, the idea behind the story, it had promise, but I think ultimately we have a directing problem. I don't know, somewhere between directing and screenplay. I think we have a directing problem, and I've noticed it that most of the directors that we've had, we've not seen. I don't think we've actually seen short pieces from them. It seems like a lot of them went to film school and everything and came out and started handling big projects. And the only way I can point to that is with the new release, with this new movie that is out that everybody's reading about, Brotherhood. The guy who directed it, Lukman Ali, if you look him up, you will see that he has done a series of short films, that have shown his progression from where he started and how he has advanced in his skill of directing an action movie. That was one of the key things that got him selected to even direct that movie. I don't think he has, I've checked everything, I don't think he has any major blockbuster, anything that he has directed. But because of everything, his movies are there. Check him out. His movies are there on YouTube. He has directed a lot of short stuff. So I think that is where our problem is. We have a directing problem. Our directors have not honed that skill enough to give us to be able to work with whatever story comes to them. And in closing, this new movie on Netflix, The Recruit. I don't know whether you guys have seen it or heard of it. The New Recruit. There are so many ways you can establish characters. There are so many ways you can tell different stories and scenes in seconds. There's a way where there's the character in New Recruit is flying from here to there, and they show it in 3 to 5 seconds. Show him buckle up. They show the plane, the landing gear of the plane fold up, and then they show a very iconic part of where the destination is going to. All that in 5 seconds, you know that he has traveled from this place to that place. So there's so many things that we can do to to make a story better and fit the time frame you have or whatever constraints you might have. But I feel like there's a directing problem. The directors have not spent enough time doing enough pieces, no matter how short. And that's why I say, because a lot of Hollywood directors that have spent time doing short films, and it comes to the basics of practice makes perfect. If you've not worked on so many things over time, you cannot understand how to hone your skill to work with constraints and all of that. So for me, that's my own 2 cents. I hope that it seems like it's a bit too late, because everything we are complaining about, I am seeing it done properly in short films that our directors and budding directors and upcoming film producers in Nigeria are doing. All these things we are complaining about, we are seeing it done properly in short films that have been released this past year. So I don't know whether it seems like it's too late for these big directors to go back and do things that and work on this thing. But for me, I'm just hoping for the best. That's my short take on everything.
Right.
That's my summary basically.
All right, thanks, Shagun. Just a couple of, I say a couple of facts. I've forgotten one, but Lukman Ali does have The Girl with the Yellow Jumper on Netflix as a feature. You can check that out.
Yeah, the girl, I've watched it. The girl in yellow jumper is not. It's not. I don't understand. It's about an hour plus. Is it not? Do you get? So that's what I mean. Like the girl in yellow jumper is not as big as Brotherhood or any other Nollywood big production. That's what I'm referring to. Because the girl in yellow jumper is almost the cast in the girl in yellow jumper is the same cast he uses in all his short films. They are basically family. Do you get what I'm saying? That's what I'm referring to. Yeah.
All right. Just in case, because I know somebody, I can't remember the other fact check I had. But just imagine that thing he said. I have picked it up, and yes, I've corrected it. Hey, if you're here, if you're looking for some films to watch, by the way, I would recommend Affair on Prime Video. It's one of my favorite Nigerian film of all time. Juju Stories as well, I would recommend. You should watch those ones. Juju Stories is more quick paced. They're 3 short stories, good ones. You should watch them. I like those. Anybody else who wants to come in and drop recommendations is also fine to do that. Let's start doing our summaries, right? Cynthia and Vanessa, these things are pressing. Can you add it in your summary?
I can add it.
No.
Summary is fine.
Okay. All right. Cynthia, do you know, is it just to oppress me, or are you saying it's not pressing?
Oh no. Yes, it's to oppress you, and it's because I cannot add it to my summary. Okay, so it's just like 3 minutes. It will not take time.
Okay.
Oh yeah, so it's about Ishaya's character. Sorry, it's just like now I need to look for how to make this 3 minutes. Okay, yes. So I just felt like from the beginning, when this guy did not know the difference between painting and drawing, I already thought it was an olodo. Then he got the apprenticeship. Then it's still entrance exam answers, and this was where I had a problem with this character. Okay, because at this point I did not know what they wanted me to do. I just felt like they would have probably go another route, maybe end up in the school, but because he's smart. But when he studied the entrance exam answers and he got into the school and everything was going, I couldn't just root for this character, especially with his dialogues. Okay, even TED speakers do not talk like that. Then the character also fit into the school. I felt like they forgot this guy first motivation of wanting to be an artist, and they went out of plot to be doing a lot of bombastic things. Then I also did not like the reconciliation with the friends. They all accepted him, even the 120k to Mike. I just felt, what is going on with this character? What's going on with this reconciliation? Finally, in episode 1, we had this thing with Carmen. Sorry, where he drew Carmen and Zina in 20 minutes. Okay, so I could assume that they have built their word or whatever that this guy can draw in 20 minutes. And I also had this problem with Griot, with Ade Latif character ending. We got to the ending of the final episode. They messed the sketch. The sketch they messed is typically what he drew of Carmen. Is the Carmen drawing he did 20 minutes. Okay, that they showed us in episode 1. They messed the sketch. He now went in and brought in cardboard paper. We didn't even see the final drawing at that moment to like appreciate this scene. We did not understand. I did not understand why they had to show me it can draw in 20 minutes again, because they made the whole classroom scene off because this teacher was rude to the students, but she was later quiet, allowing Zina character to do the knotting of the tie this guy drew. They did not use this drawing thing at the final episode. We did not see the cardboard drawing at the final episode. There was just nothing to root for and conclude. And eventually, when we saw the drawing in the school TV and everything, I'm like, no, nah. You can't even get Lagos State Arts grant with this drawing. Talk more of London Institute. Then, yeah. Can I summarize now?
Just I'll call you for your summary. I just wanted to do roundups in summary. But like, I guess anybody who wants to do summaries as well, please feel free to request. We've got a couple of more speaker spaces left. Thanks for everybody who has been listening to this. This is our longest bad section ever. So either there was a lot to say about this, or you guys have gotten more verbose. And I tried my hardest with this 6-minute thing, and I couldn't contain you guys. 4 hours, guys. Anyway, but thanks for everybody who has listened in parts or in full. Jesus, I hope you haven't like 5 hours. We do this every week, but we are taking a break. This is our last one of the year, and apparently people came peppered. I don't know where all of your tweets have been on the TL. Actually, no, I've seen some of you guys. I take that back. I've seen some of you guys' tweets, but like, the whole point of this is to discuss film, positive and negatives. We always do the goods, we always do the bads, and now we're about to do a summary, so you don't get a skewed version. You can get the general gist. But like, we're trying to encourage people to talk about Nollywood, watch Nollywood, and talk about it freely, honestly, and openly. All right, okay, so let's go into summaries. Vanessa.
Oh, yay. Hi. So, I'm gonna do, because I just wanted to go on my soapbox before I did my summary, but it's fine. It's gonna be really quick. I just want to say I'm past seeing the intentions. And Damola has tried to get us to see the intentions of this, and I'm past seeing the intentions. I've spent 2022 seeing the intentions of Nollywood films, saying I see where they were going. They just didn't execute it. I'm done. And not because I don't have the capacity to give them the benefit of the doubt, but because they don't deserve it anymore. And by they, I mean Nollywood filmmakers. It's the condescending nature in which they speak about the feedback that they get from audiences. It's the way they automatically spout that we do not know what we are talking about. It is the way that they would rather get psychophancy from their friends and telling them this was the best thing since sliced bread, rather than want an engaged audience. You can't have your cake and you can't eat your cake and have it too. Do you want an engaged Nollywood audience that watches your films and talks about it and actually cares enough about the films that you make to have critics about it? Or do you want a Nollywood audience that doesn't care about Nollywood films? Because I know many people who are like, I don't watch Nollywood. If we want to go back to that era of Nollywood, I would like Nollywood filmmakers to tell us that and not put their films on Netflix and send it around to their friends so that they can give each other pats on the back, because I'm done seeing the intentions. This, while it had the potential, the premise of this had the potential of being something really groundbreaking for film and TV in Nigeria, this went the opposite direction. It did the same thing that a lot of Nollywood film does. It's chuck everything plus the kitchen sink into the pot for the sake of spectacle. And I genuinely do not want this anymore. Like one of the speakers said, Asaba Nollywood will not do this. And Asaba Nollywood is ridiculous. So this was a mess. The reason why we had the longest no section of Nollywood Film Club in a bit was because there was shit to talk about, because this was a complete shit show. There were a couple redeeming things though. Buchi Franklin, Emeka, Moshood, Chioma Chukwuka, Frankie's Chicken, Angeli the Hyena, Reggie is a sweetheart. And please, not too much on Reggie. My guy was a black belt since he was 10. All of you people that say, why is he doing taekwondo? I refuse to let people say that. But yeah, there were a couple redeeming things about this. It just was not enough to overshadow the shit show that the rest of it was. So that's my summary. So yeah, 2023, no seeing the intentions, guys. Bye.
Wow. All right. Thanks, Vanessa. For who don't know, it became a meme to say I see the intentions film club. When you talk about these things over a year, you start to see patterns, and that's what I was referring to. But thanks, Vanessa. All right, Edwin.
So my summary. I guess I'll echo what Vanessa said. The premise of Far From Home is good, and I can say this categorically because I have written a YA series that people related to. So I know that there is some difficulty writing a YA series that is contemporary and that also feels ageless. But at some point, we're going to have to move away from intentions. And I saw what they did. They tried. Wow, we are growing, because Elite is not an American series. It's not a British series. Yet, it had a global audience. And it was not written for a global audience. It was about an Italian high school. They were doing Italian stuff. Yeah, it was in their language. It was not even in English. So all the excuses, all the questions that people have used to justify things, all of them, it doesn't matter, because Nigeria too is capable of making an Elite, a show that challenges a lot of the stereotypes about our industry and what we can do, and becomes a talking point for young people across the world. Blood and Water has done that, because I know a lot of young Nigerians who love Puleng, who love Fikile, who love Wade. And I'm not saying that Blood and Water is perfect. Blood and Water has a lot of issues. It has a lot of unlikable characters. There are some contrived premises, but generally, Blood and Water has done it. They have done it to the point where Netflix has trusted them enough to give them 3 seasons to wild out, because season 3 was wild. Like the direction, the swing, everything was just like, But they have earned the respect of Netflix to be able to be allowed to make those kind of wild sweeps of like change of arcs. And Far From Home could have done that, because, as I said, there were so many things that if you had just taken a little more time to connect the dots, it wouldn't feel so jumbled and contrived to us. And at some point, we're going to have to tell ourselves as an industry, because the literary industry have done it in Nigeria, the music industry has done it in Nigeria. We're going to have to say, you know what, we can't just, muddle our way through it and hope for the best. We can't say, people should understand where we're coming from, because the world doesn't care. There's so much content come from so many places. For example, Korea right now everybody's watching Korean series. 10 years ago, nobody knew Korea. Like, nobody knew South Korea. Like, just literally 10 years ago here, it's not that far. At some point, we're going to have to say, you know what? We're playing on a global stage, and a lot of the oversights that we kind of expect the audience to just forgive, because you know what? And Nigerians don't really care about stuff like that. They do. And at some point, we're going to have to, grow up as an industry. I really hope that we don't have to wait another 10 years of mediocrity. We're not going to waste all this goodwill and all this attention from Amazon Prime and Netflix and co, and then have to go back to zero, because it has happened before. It happened with the Nigerian music industry in the 70s and the 80s. All the big big labels were here in the 70s and the 80s. And when they saw that we're not serious, they left. And they're only coming back now because we are serious. So if Nollywood doesn't get serious, they will leave with their money, and we'll be back to square one. So I don't know. This original, it wasn't great. And at some point, we're going to have to be able to look ourselves in the eye and say it wasn't great. Like, there's no point patting ourselves on the back and saying, oh, at least we tried, we showed up. You can't show up. You have to, like Ishaya, you have to be top of the class. I don't know what you are going to do. Cheat, read, research, learn the craft. I don't know. But, bro, we can't be carrying last all the time. It's tiring. It's tiring, because all our peers in all the other industries, sports, music, entertainment, everybody's leveling up. When is Nollywood going to level up?
All right, thanks, Edwin. summary. I do think we have gotten more of a books. All right. Jokes. Ayinka, please give us your summary.
Oh, yeah, but this is summer. Okay. I had it written down. Let me just say, as a typical young adult series of like early 2020, late 2010s, there's nothing really new about this. It's unoriginal. It's okay. It's okay. It's not that bad. Um, the bad thing about it is like you're putting like 3 seasons worth of thing in like 5 episodes. What's wrong with you? But you're not that different from everything. And that's the unfortunate thing. The unfortunate thing is this: it doesn't talk or focus on an actual Nigerian young adult, like secondary school culture. This show could have happened anywhere in this world. It has no peculiarities to any culture. It is actually very particular to just American culture. So, yeah, as I always say, you can either watch it or you cannot watch it. In fact, if you want to watch something like this, watch Riverdale. You know, in that case, it's actually original to the culture which is speaking about. You know, this one, I don't know. How can you say you're the best writer in Nigeria and you're not even writing about Nigerians? Well, that's the ending. Yeah, free to watch whatever you want.
All right. Thanks.
Everybody. Nice over here.
I thought you. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, well, thanks, Ayinka. Please put your hands up if you want to go next. That's how I'm doing it because I'm. All right. Elizabeth, please, go ahead.
Okay, God, thanks. I'm so tired. Okay. Honestly, I did not imagine that this show warranted this long. Oh my God, let me. Okay. Anyways, so I wrote a lot of points actually. The first 6 minutes just eliminated me, so I didn't say a lot of stuff. So let me just round up. This is a very contrite show, as everybody has mentioned. Everything relating to the plot was circumstantial. Things were just happening because they had to happen. There were hardly any setup. There was hardly any thought or care towards the writing, the plot. There was hardly any sort of care towards her art direction, towards production design. Don't get me started. This show failed on so many things. And I will talk about one that was almost inconsequential, which I don't think got the audience going. It was the BTS and posters, and even the teaser. You notice that the teaser was shot after the actual show. So you mean during the show nobody thought about promotionals, nobody thought it's BTS, whatever, yada yada, or maybe they did and something happened, maybe there was a fire, but whatever the reason was, they had a poster with old people on it and still gaslighting the audience. This poster had people full beard, people that had no beard in the show. Like Denrele, for example, like Frank's character. Like a couple of people there, right? They used horrible makeup. It was shiny, the highlights, the grading, the editing. It made them look so old. And then they said, you must be crazy for thinking these are old people. But Hollywood did it too. But instead of just saying, or not even saying anything, or just releasing immediately, releasing all the pictures they took with camera during the shoot, you should have just used one of those phone cameras or whatever camera and just release those ones for promotionals. But no, first they assist us, then they came back again to gaslight. But point is, this show seemed very unorganized. Disorganized, that's the word. From start to finish, from production to post-production to BTS to promotionals. And now when we watch the show, it is not a surprise that it's actually a mess. It is not relatable for me. Like I said, I have access to American high school movies. Thank you. I do not want to watch another one with Nigerian names. Saleko is not a personality. You can't pop it up and drop it off like you like. So point is, I don't like this one. I do not connect to it. The shock did not shock me. I'd rather eat wet jeans than watch TV. Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Elizabeth. Just want to read one from Samuel, who sent it in the comments. You can do this if you don't want to come up and speak. Samuel says, I feel what failed the show was the lack of the writers and directors asking themselves the why and how of every scene, character arc, dialogue, shot, and more. Everything would have come off well if they gave more attention to those two pivotal questions. All right, thanks. Cynthia, do you want to go next?
Oh yes, thank you. Yeah, so even though I had some technical issues with episode 1, I would say that I was able to stomach episode 1. I was able to stomach episode 2. By the time we got to episode 3, I just think that, or I would say that the movie fell apart from me, okay? And in the ending, episode 5 was the worst episode. And I do not know who to blame, because the people that wrote episode 2 that I could stomach were the same people that wrote episode 5. So I'm holding the director for this. Episode 5 was bad, bad. Now, the only thing this movie got going for them was beautiful cast. They totally forgot the plots of the movie. There was no one to root for. And even though I'm a sucker for relationship, this relationship had no chemistry. And that's why people are forcing ship name on the timeline. Okay? Because there is no TV drama that has forced us to give us cheap name. Like, we just come in and do it naturally. So none of this relationship in this movie had chemistry. And I don't know why they focus on relationship when there was a plot about artists and other stuff. Anyways, good luck to everyone involved. I hope you do a better job if you get another opportunity. Then I would also like to say that I have Netflix. I have access to Hollywood, I have access to Bollywood, I have access to K-drama. I have access to a lot of wood. I would rather watch a real Hollywood story rather than a wannabe Hollywood. So yeah, I think the ball is in your court.
All right. Thanks, Cynthia. Mel, do you want to give your summary?
Okay, I can go next. What's my summary? My summary is I want films I can care about. I like films that I care about. There are some heavyweights in the crew list, and these are people with films under their belt. So this should definitely not have been the sort of conversations we could have been having, and that's a little sad. I don't think, like Elizabeth said, I don't think this show does anything new or groundbreaking. It wasn't exciting to me. I could not relate. I did not enjoy it. I laughed out loud in some parts, but again, I wasn't laughing with. I was laughing at, which is, I don't know if that's a good thing. It doesn't sound like it's a good thing. Anyway, Bad Art dies very quickly. I think that the Oscars drama earlier this year and the film it birthed has taught us that Bad Art dies. Like, look at the radio silence post all of that noise. Look how everyone has just moved past as if it never existed. What's that thing MI said? You cannot defeat the process. So you either create good art or you create art that dies. You cannot circumvent your way around it. You cannot hype your way into, I guess, classic status. I don't know what I'm trying to say. You can't defeat the process. I didn't like the show. I thought it was disappointing. I thought it was a letdown. I didn't feel anything but hurt and confusion and apathy. And honestly, if you think I'm being dramatic, I strongly encourage you to watch more Nollywood, and maybe you will get it. You would most likely get it. I'm almost certain that you would get it if you just watched more Nollywood, especially Nollywood on Netflix. Just anyway, I can't wait to. I think we do this because we care. We show up every week because we care, because we enjoy Nollywood, because um it can be nostalgic for us sometimes. So I cannot wait to see Nollywood be like Frank's mom and bring us plenty snacks. I love the way she said plenty, and I want to see Nollywood bring us plenty snacks. That would be really, really nice. we go again next year, I guess. And I honestly can't wait. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Mel. Ade, please go on.
Mel, did you peep into she stole my notes basically, like my summary. How did you? Please, I was going to say something similar, but let me find a way to rephrase. I was going to say, so please write or learn it, right? The fundamentals. Once the foundations are laid, right? Not just foundation, but multiple with your writing, then your work is half done already, I believe. You can move mountains. People can create 10,000 fan pages and ship pages without moving an inch, right? But when you go for spectacle, right, as Mel said, something similar, all you get is people talking about it for a week or two or a month, and then we all move on. It doesn't automatically move into GOAT status, right? Or classic status. You have to do the work. And I personally believe, I don't know if I'm just the one personally, everything, but I think it should be common knowledge. This has to happen through the writing, how you move our emotions, our connection to those little moments, those little things. Those are the things we remember. Oh, yeah, that series. Oh, not just the big things like, oh, the kidnapping. Oh, the shootout. Oh, the Davidson, the Davinos or whatever. I don't know. Those are not the things. Just write the simple moment. Then it just happened. Oh, I remember that moment with Reggie and Zena. Oh, it was. But then how many moments do I even remember with both to ship them or to even do anything worthwhile with those two characters? Nothing. Yeah, and we have to many times our TV shows are just the two that we've even Blood Sister. They make it like with the intention of we want to make more out of it, and then people should ask for spin-offs and all of that. That shouldn't always be the goal from the beginning, right? Just write something natural and act like you don't want anything out of it anymore, and then let's enjoy it. Then naturally we would ask for more. Yeah. I think I can't wait to see what we have next year. Writing is basically the basis for the emotional connection. And as Mel said, if not, it just dies away, right? So nothing much to say today about Nicola again other than who was at fault. Please, not next year again. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. C.
All right. Thanks, Ade. Damola, did you want to give your summary?
Yeah. I'm not gonna say it again. I do want to address because it's come up a number of times and I failed to even bring it up. But are we really saying that when Ishaya grabbed Atlas's neck, we were not all just like kill him dead? I mean, like we say we can't root for Ishaya because he's so badly behaved. But I find it hard to believe that just by virtue of him being the poor kid in the rich kid school that is kind of looked down on by everybody. He's already been, and maybe that is contrived, but he's already kind of set up against the odds, and maybe it's subconscious, but I feel like I'm not inside anybody's head, but I feel like some people are saying he can't be rooted for and they're rooting for him because I'm honestly asking that, is there anybody here that did not love watching him beat the crap out of Atlas? Like when we thought he was actually going to just beat Atlas to a pulp, were we not happy about that? I was, because Atlas was a dick, and I really wanted to see him get his face bashed in, and I was actually waiting for that fight to happen. So when it actually did happen, and I was actually upset that it got stopped because I wanted to see him actually beat him like properly, and like show him that guy. It's not because you're tall or whatever. I'll show you how they do it in the streets, that kind of thing. Maybe it's just because I'm big Ajay myself, and I got picked on a lot at school. So maybe I just wanted to see him beat the crap out of a bully. But even that in itself just felt like something we could root for. So I just find that hard to believe. But I do agree with a lot of the sort of more universal overall criticisms of the industry. That I do think we have a bit of a writer's problem, and I'm not saying I'm the one to solve it. I'm not here trying to be Superman or anything, but I do think a lot of us, and I'm part of it because I'm trying to get into writing myself as well. but I think there's something to be said for going through fundamentals. And there is such a thing as peaking too quickly. When you get opportunities and you're put on the big stage way too quickly before you're ready. And who's to say when you're ready? But the truth of the matter is, yourself whether you're ready for the big leagues or not. And I mean, sorry to segue, but I was in conversation with Michael Omonua this weekend and everything, and dude hasn't even done a feature yet, and he's arguably one of the best out there. And he just talked about how his process has been just making shorts, just doing all kinds of rubbish that we haven't even seen. A lot of his stuff hasn't even made it out of the box for anybody to see. And I think there's something to be said for that. There's a process to this whole craft thing, so that when you now come up and you're just making stuff and people are like wondering how does he do this stuff, but they don't know that you've actually gone through a whole process. And that's not me saying anything about the writers of Far From Home. I don't know what their process is, and I don't, it's not for me to say that they haven't gone through a process. But generally I agree that with writing, I don't think there's a lot of, and I've read quite a few scripts to be able to see that, like, I think people are just like, they like the idea of writing a script, and so they just jump into it. I was like that a couple of years ago, and I just wanted to write something, and I thought it was the best thing I'd seen until people showed me why it was a problem and what I needed to read and some of the materials I should look at and I think I'm better for it. So I agree. But I do think that Ishaya can be rooted for despite his bad behavior, just by virtue of his position in society.
All right,
But,
thanks, Omar.
yeah.
I appreciate you always just with the fight. It is a bully, quote unquote, versus a kidnapper. That's all I'm saying. Very easy. If you want to pick morally which person I want to root for, I just didn't care about him, to be honest. Yeah, but it's not my go. It is Shagan's go. Shagan, please make it quick. I thought you had done your summary.
Oh yeah. I've done my summary, but I just realized I left something out. It seems like Nollywood also has an obsession for spectacle. Or there's so many wide shots showing everything, and I now thought back to Elite, the Elite that we are all talking about, that they are using as a main comparison. Elite has almost the same premise, the same type of characters, two poor friends, get into an elite school, blah, 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 blah. But from what I just remember now, because I've watched Elite has about 3 or 4 seasons, and I think I watched maybe 2, 3. All the shots in Elite are close-up shots. I can only remember seeing the full school building on 1 or 2 occasions in the entire 2 or 3 seasons I've watched. Even the club that the boy worked in, I've only seen the exterior of the club once or something. Everything was tight, intimate shots. Even in the classrooms, there were no wide shots. Even in the lunch room, the locker rooms, everything. But with most of Nollywood things, we are just seeing wide shots to show everything, show all our props, show the extent of what we've put together and all that. I think those are things that Nollywood needs to also look out for. It's not compulsory to do all that when you can tell your story in a tighter, more tidier frame. Yeah, that's what I wanted to point out, because it seemed like everybody was talking about Elite, and I thought about the Elite. I've watched it a while back, and I cannot remember any wide shots, any massive drone shots showing the extent of the school, how big the school is. Even when they were picking kids up from school, rarely did we see the brand of the cars. We didn't even, I can't even tell you, I can only remember one that was a Benz. I can only remember a Benz because we know what a Benz looks like without even showing the grill or something. But a lot of the times, all the expensive cars, a lot of times we don't know what they are, apart from people that can actually spot a Ferrari or a Lamborghini straight off the bat. So, I mean, that's another thing I think Nollywood needs to look out for. Yeah, that's what I wanted to chip in.
All right. Just before I give to Mrs. C, I just want to give a shout out to Fider. Missed you today. Hi, Fider. Mrs. C.
So yeah, in summary, this show upset me more than it had any right to. And this show has made me quite glad we're taking a break from Film Club for the next few weeks, because I do need to recover. I felt very gaslit by all the things the makers of this show said about this show. I think I decided to give it the benefit of a doubt after the trailer and all that stuff. I was like, okay, I'm not expecting magnificence, but I'm going to expect it to be fine. It was so much worse than I was anticipating, and it's by no means the worst thing we've seen this year, by the way, but that is just a testament to the atrocities that Nollywood has given us this year. And unfortunately I would recommend this to I know that a lot of people would enjoy this because of the spectacle, and that makes me sad.
Oh, let's shed a tear for Mrs. C. All right. Just thanking anybody who's listened and been with us till this moment. It has been, I think this is probably our longest space ever. And honestly, again, I'm going to echo what Mrs. C says. It probably doesn't deserve the longest bad section of Nollywood Film Club. But alas, maybe we are getting bigger as a group, and maybe also we're getting more verbose. But yeah, I think some people have sat down here and watched this. Like people said 2-3 times. We are taking the amount of work. A lot of people who have spoken about this, like a lot of people don't understand the work that people put behind. They write notes and all of these things. Nollywood can only hope for people like this. Honestly, like even if you didn't care about the feedback, even if you didn't want to listen to the feedback that they watch constantly every week, week in, week out, these are the people you kind of want in your corner. Now, if you want to listen to their criticism, I think there's some to benefit. I don't even agree with everybody's criticism, but that is it. Anyway, that's my sort of. I know what's going to come after this. That's my bit. Maybe I'll clip this. Maybe I'll clip this, and that's going to be that. Anyway, my general gist for this: I have a huge crush on Dami, and despite this writing being this bad, and it's very bad. It hasn't died. It's still going. I would say the biggest problem with this for me is and I said it a bit in my bad, is like the show is scared of setting the rules, because I guess it doesn't want to know when we violate them. It's just so, what kind of school is it? Oh, how old are these people? Oh, we don't know. Like, it's all doing this because maybe it doesn't want to be criticized for things. But the problem with that is that it becomes very difficult to get dramatic tension, because you don't know where the edge is if you don't draw boundaries. And boundaries are nice because, like, all right, okay, so these are the confines of which we can play with. And there's a lot of, because we don't know who is supposed to be more powerful than the other. Like, government, sometimes there's a time where government, yeah. There's a time where government, like, sort of, overturns something that Rambo says. It's just the rules aren't properly established enough to get me invested in the story. Like a lot of people said, there's a lot of contrived plots. That's very much true. That's very much the case. And it's just difficult to get invested. Shia is a horrible person. My guy is just like, stealing is one thing. It's like stealing is one thing, right? But like, it's difficult to get invested in, usually the way people do this poor thing is like, you're stealing for survival. Stealing because you want to go to art school in London. Anyway, there are just a lot of things that made me, it's not like you can't redeem that character. It's that, please, maybe consequences or things like, it didn't. I remember when I was watching it, I kept on shouting on my screen, just take more care with it. But I think that speaks to a little something in there, is that maybe the reason why I was so, and I'm not anymore, as you can probably hear from the sound of my voice, I'm not as infuriated anymore. But I promise you, when I was watching this the first time anyway, I really was. I guess one of the reasons why I got that passionate about it is because, like, maybe I kept on just seeing missed opportunities, and like this would be a good point. Just give a little bit of care. We've got decent actors in this, for the most part. We've got decent cinematography for the most part, for half parts. Like if I felt like if the writing just had more care in it, it just would have been better. And yes, like many people have pointed out, this doesn't feel YA. The only thing that is a little YA is the love triangle that I spoke positively about. And honestly, given how just like awful everybody is, I just didn't care who ended up with whom, to be honest. But yeah, that's my general thing. I don't mind if a second. I mean, like this is what I do. Like if you make, let me not test Nollywood. I beg. I'm gonna say I'll watch anything, but the general gist is like we do try to watch these things and speak about them. I don't do it because we have some abusive relationship. I don't know what it is. But yeah, anyway, that's my general gist. It's not for me, but yes, I did watch this with other people. Some people were like, the writing isn't great, but I'm enjoying this. So hey, have at it, please. And I think a lot of the TL has been getting positive reviews. So please don't let me stop you from enjoying this. Or anybody else stop you from enjoying it if you're enjoying it. But if somebody is posing a critique, don't tell them like they don't have the right to feel that way either. That's let everybody enjoy or not enjoy what they want. And like, hey, there's nothing wrong with pushback. Oh, why do you feel this way? Oh, what's the reason why you've said this? That's fine. But let's, number one, try to be kind to each other. Try to be kind to each other. But yeah, when people are saying, hey, this is an issue with it, oh, I don't believe you, or maybe you just want to hear it. Anyway, I've been through that. It's very boring. I've been doing this for a while, so like you get used to the whole gist. Yes, like anybody here is getting paid for any of this. But thank you so much to all of our speakers. Nollywood Film Club 2022 has been such a great. Like you guys have made this so much fun, despite like some of the things we've come, the amount of times that one have like, oh, I guess I'm all alone in the way I speak about this or think about this, and so many of you just come in and just say so many of the things in my head. I just have to thank you guys for constantly doing this, like especially like our regulars. Jesus. Like week in, week out. Thank you guys so much. If you guys want to listen to previous Nollywood Film Club, I think from Prophetess, which was about July, they're all available still on Space until Elon gets an earache and decides to delete all the previous recordings. I don't know how that man's brain works. Please don't delete this space. But like, if you do want to listen to any previous Nollywood Film Club, type in whatever the name is. I'll pin up the page if you want to review this on Nolly Data. It's the first comment tweet attached to the space. Thank you guys so much. Again, thanks our speakers. You guys are the best. Thank you guys for keeping us sane and giving us something to do every Sunday. Like I guess we'd be jobless. That's what I've heard. We would be jobless. We would have nothing to do with our time. Yes. All right. But thank you guys so much.
Thanks everyone. Y'all are amazing, honestly.
And thanks for everybody who even pushed back. Thank you guys. And we'll see you guys.
Listeners. You don't think the listeners?
Yeah, no, listeners are part of it. The listeners are part of it. 100% listeners are part of it.
Like, I don't know. Y'all are doing the Lord's work. Just sitting here listening for 5 bloody hours.
Almost 6, really.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you guys. I don't want to waste too much of your time. I'm crying here. Just imagine it. It's just tears falling.
Not running down his nose.
Yes, I've licked my kata like 7 times. I'm tired of it. All right, but thank you guys so much. And we'll see you next year. We'll be keeping you posted. But
I cannot stop tweeting.
Oh yes, you will follow the tweet. For everybody involved, if you want to keep up in Nollywood. Thank you guys, and see you next year. Bye. Thanks for listening to the episode. If you enjoyed listening and would like to join live, just follow us on Twitter at Iroko Critic and join us every Sunday 6 p.m.
West African time on our spaces.